No better feeling when watching your team win, except maybe winning with a Monopoly game at Macca's. This year you could score an epic $616 million in prizes. Extraordinary. Everything from a brand new Volkswagen T-Cross to free Macca's for a year and more. Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au. I believe we've got a guest on the line, Das.
We have, and superstar in every measure that you could possibly put on the board. Speaker Corey Enright, assistant coach at the Cats. Welcome, Boris. How are you?
Yeah, going well. It's going to be a good night.
Now, can I ask you, handing the reins over for your games record at Geelong, that must have, as humble as you are, and we know that you've never sought out too many credits that weren't your way. In fact, you've been incredibly humble all the way along. But hand it over to Joel Selwood, that must have been a magic moment to be there and to that great player.
Yeah, obviously it was a really good night, and we got the result for him. And yeah, it was nice to be a part of in a small way, and obviously show our appreciation and respect for a great person and a great player.
A lot of people keep referring back to the round 23 game. I don't know if we read too much into it, mate, but is it a case of you just try to play your own game, and if you play it well enough, you win, rather than trying to do something different?
Oh, I think so, particularly at this stage of the year when you get down to the last couple of games. You should be really nailing in on what you do well, and obviously have an eye and an ear out in the opposition camp. But I think if you get your game going towards anywhere near capacity, then you're going to give yourself a good chance. So, yeah, a lot of the focus has been on us.
And a lot of the focus was on Gary Rowan after a poor performance last week, but I thought his first run-down chase tackle of Whitfield early in the game got him in it. He's a big confidence player. Is that what he just needs to focus on early before starting to get on the end of the football?
Yeah, he's a really good pressure player for us, and his ability to create contests and get to contests is what he's really good at. And if he gets to enough contests, we feel like he's going to be able to impact and hit the scoreboard as well. So, yeah, his first job is to get out the opposition and apply that enormous pressure and get himself in the game and will himself and impose himself on the opposition.
Corey, it's taken a long while for people to work out Ruckman are the most important players in the game by some stretch, and I know you'll support that. You've got a 5-time All-Australian Max Gawn. Now, I'm being serious with this question. Was there any thought about putting a hard tag on him with Reece Stanley? I mean, seriously going after him everywhere he went on the ground and trying to curb his impact, because he's going to be a massive factor tonight to try and overcome.
He's huge, yeah. He's been a really good player for a long time. He's a dominant player for them. So yeah, it's one of about 6, 7 or 8 players that we obviously have to have a huge focus on, and obviously help our ruckman out when we can. But we know he's going to be there, and he's going to be there late. So yeah, it's just important that we do our best on him, and we feel like if we can exploit him in a few things, we'll have a good opportunity against him. But yeah, we just got to nullify him as well when he's on top. So really important for our rucks, but also our guys at ground level as well, that they fight the fight and get the job done.
Corey, when you lose a grand final as you did last year, and then you bring in Jeremy Cameron, giving up 3 first-round draft picks, I know you got 2 second rounds back, but you then get to the next season's preliminary final. I know you're all about team, and I know that he's just one member of the 22, but it's an important night for him, isn't it?
Oh yeah, we obviously targeted Jez and got him across to our club, and he's had a bit of an up and down season, obviously through some injuries, but yeah, we've got him to our club to help us win games and help us win finals. So yeah, we feel like he's contributed really well across the season. He's fitted in really well, and again, like we expect him to do what he's done for us all year, and he's going to have some impact, no doubt.
Corey, how's the boss going? I mean, we see Chris Scott do a heap of media, and he always looks super calm, super relaxed, very philosophical. It's got to be a little edge to him, surely.
Oh, 100%. I think we're all on a little bit of edge this time of year, and yeah, it's I'm just walking around the Oval now. It's a great atmosphere here, and it's what we all play the game for. Whether it's coaching or whether it's filling up the drink bottle, it's what you're here for. So it's no doubt that makes you feel alive and makes you pop, and yeah, we're all on edge, and that's the way it should be. So again, we know the stakes are really high. We know the opposition are feeling it as well. So yeah, just really excited to get this game underway.
And Corey, you have named Sean Higgins as the medical sub tonight. There was obviously a requirement to replace Brandon Parfitt, and then Sam Simpson had some problems during the week. Just if you could just explain how that's transpired.
Yeah, obviously with Parfitt going down early last week and Guthrie filling in, we sort of kept the line up pretty similar to last week, really. It felt like we got the job done after Puffer went down last week. So that was probably the main factor. And obviously with Sean, he's going to be a really important sub for us because he can play multiple positions and he's pretty experienced. So if he does get his chance, we're really confident that he'll come in and impact.
Mate, we appreciate your time. Best of luck to you and the Cats tonight. Always nice to have a chat with you on game night.
Yep, thanks a lot.
Corey Enright from the Geelong Football Club. What do you reckon, Chief? The boys are very, very bullish on Melbourne. The Cats, they've done it so many times before.
Experience plays a big part, Howie. They have the one thing that the Cats have is enormous belief because they've been there and done it. And what we also know about them is the style of football that they play. It's normally a tightish game. They don't tend to get blown out of the water and they don't tend to blow teams out of the water. So they'll back themselves to win a tight one. They'd love to be in that same sort of scenario as round 23. If they get one down to the wire, they'll back themselves to win it.
The question Dart asked was a good one. Do they go after Max Gawn? Do they put pressure on him? The other one is Jake Lever. Now, do they send Asava Ratugolea to play a defensive role on Jake Lever to try and take his game out of the equation? And then you rely on Hawkins to beat Stephen May one-on-one out of the goal square. Big night for Chris Scott from a coaching perspective. I think Melbourne just do what they do normally defensively, but it's a big night for Chris Scott.
Hey, a lot to get through, and we're going to discuss the game further in detail. Rod Grinter not too far away from joining us.
Balls!
Big story earlier on in the year when our man, the Chief, went on Instagram, Chief_Dunstall. He's up to 40,000 plus
Helped
on
his
Instagram.
dating game knowing.
Extraordinary. But there's been a new entrant from the Friday Huddle team on Instagram for the first time. You need to check out @LukeDarcy14. Fantastic promotion for his podcast, Empowering Leaders, which I'm absolutely loving. Mate, you've joined Instagram, Guru.
How many numbers has he got?
Hang on. Do you mean you've got other people operating your page?
There absolutely is someone else.
How many followers, Howie?
You put a boy on.
He's got 3,700 followers. He's following 29, and he sent 10 posts out all about his podcast called Empowering Leaders. So you're not doing it yourself. You're that big.
Well, no, it's connected to the leader. Go to a leader collective, our leadership business. So they decided that perhaps we could send out some messages. So I launched that one day, the last day I did on Triple M. So the team convinced me that was a good idea, and that I didn't know how to get the account and open it again, Howie. So I'm a newcomer, Chief, but perhaps you can give me a shout out.
No, this smacks to me, Brownie, of
here we go.
because it's his second podcast and he stuffed up the first one. He said, I've got to pull out all stops second time round. So if that means we start launching social media platforms, it's all designed to garnish support.
Yes,
and podcast number 2.
And I've got to employ somebody to do it.
Yeah,
and that's not
'cause I haven't
cheap.
got a clue.
That is not cheap.
Production hiatus, the first podcast, Chief. Not done and dusted yet. So
Dust.
get on board. How do you find me, Howie?
Luke Darcy 14, but and I'm not a social media guru. In fact, I'm
You're active on that.
Yeah, but I'm not very
Sounds
good
like
at
he's
it.
gonna give you a clip.
No, I'm not at all. I've just noticed that there's 10 posts. And they're all about his podcast. I think, from what I've been told
Bit of
recently,
lifestyle stuff.
Well, from what I've been told, you need to open up your heart and soul and give the people a bit
more.
of your personality, whether
Like
it's
a bit
your
of-
dog Dennis or what you and Becca having for dinner, so maybe some
Bit
food
of behind the
posts.
scenes
Maybe-
Darcy
Yeah,
style.
I think we need to see a bit more of you,
Maybe
Guru.
sort of tops off in the spa at home
Any
or
of
something,
that.
Chief? Would that
Any of that.
get the crowd in, Chief?
Well, I'm not sure your top off will get the crowd in, but I just
Stop right
of
there,
those
Chiefy.
10 posts
Yes.
about the podcast,
Yeah.
how many were positive?
No, they're his posts. And
That's-
he's got.
Oh, he's posting.
Yeah, he's got
Yeah.
fantastic.
I say no one's interested. He's just desperately throwing out
He's got
Burley in the water, is he?
when the
Throwing
food.
some
No,
correct.
it's a great guess. I enjoyed the Craig Ellis episode, but what I've been told by
What did you enjoy most about it?
just his discussion about how he'd grown the triangle business from nothing to, and then he's
Did he talk about how
working
he cut Brownie off before?
Don't go there. Don't
I
go
don't
I'm
think
trying to
in
remember
there.
whether we went down that path.
But
or
I
not,
just think you need to give a little bit more of yourself, Das, for people to really
so
latch
put it out
on.
there a little bit more.
That's
no,
right,
I
that's
feel really
right.
comfortable doing that, Howie. I take that advice on.
You did that
A bit of
the-
warmth. A bit
with
of warmth
your-
to be good, Duke.
with the Lululemon
Which parts of
campaign.
himself, Howie,
I
do you
just
think
think
he-
the family.
The aggressive part?
No,
or the...
no, don't put the real.
Well, he
Das
used the
out,
family
just
in the Lululemon thing,
That's
all
right.
4 of them.
And that was
Another
huge.
great cause.
And
Yeah,
the
he
dog
did.
and
Another
everything.
great cause, absolutely. Something
All
that
right,
was well
so-
received. So thank you for that.
Great
No, I
grand
appreciate
final,
the
we'd like
support.
to see something, all right?
I'll do something.
In fact, we
for
might
grand
send
final.
something out tonight. You and your
Something behind the
commentating or
scenes.
something.
So
Yeah,
I will
behind the
jump
scenes.
on and have a look at all. Go behind the scenes.
That's right. Dylan Leach joins us from our sponsor at Neds. Hello, Big Horse. How are you, Leachy?
Good evening, Howie. Good to be with you this evening.
Good to be with you, Guru. Now, update head-to-head and line markets, please, Big Daddy.
Melbourne are the $1.50 favourites. Geelong, $2.70 underdogs, and the line 11.5 points head start for the D's at $2. And of course, it's worth noting Neds do have $2 lines on a Friday night, and the D's have actually covered the line in 5 out of their last 6 against the Cats.
Maxi Gawn to kick the first goal is what I want, please. Leachy, what have you got?
Maxi Gawn to kick the first goal is actually at $24, so he's a bit of a long shot to get it, but the leading goal kicker is a bit of a who's who. It's Jeremy Cameron, he's the favourite at $8, and Tom Hawkins and Bailey Fritsch, both at the second line at $8.50.
Oh, the Fritsch are one of our favourites here. Any other value we can find tonight, Leachy?
Yeah, look, I'm going to have a same-game multi, as always. Now, I'm going to go in on the Ds. I'm going to back the Ds at the line. They've been a very good bet there this year. I'm backing Maxi Gawn just for any time goal scorer, and Clayton Oliver to have 30-plus disposals at the very good value price of $7.50, if you don't mind.
Yeah, nice work, Leachy. Enjoy your weekend, big boy.
Thank you, Howie.
Dylan Leach joining us from our sponsor, Ned's. Up next, the top 5 that is coming your way. And Ned into the official of McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Tradies. It's time to cut the cord with the new 18-volt bi-turbo brushless range from Bosch.
If you're for high-powered tools, the bi-turbo brushless range from Bosch seriously delivers.
Delivering up to 2,000 watts of corded equivalent power from a single Pro-Core 18-volt battery.
Plus an industry-leading 6-year warranty on all power tools, batteries and chargers.
Cut the cord, Chief, and check out the Bosch bi-turbo brushless range now.
Available at Bunnings Warehouse, Total Tools and BoschPowerTools.com.au.
This Triple M listener has just won $10,000 by listening to the Marty Sheargold Show.
Here we go, Bill. What are your numbers?
9316.
Pin correct.
We won it. I could hug you all now.
Now we're reloading the vault and resetting the pin.
5, 2, 8, 3.
Another $10,000 Monday morning between 8 and 8:15 on Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show.
G'day, Scotty Cam here. At Mitre 10 Trade Centres, you'll find something you won't find anywhere else. Locals who are committed to helping you succeed. They'll help you with trade quality tools and products delivered on-site, on time and in full. They'll help you manage your business by reducing costs and risks. And because Mitre 10 Trade Centres are locally owned and operated, they'll work extra hard to keep your business. Visit your local Mitre 10 Trade Centre, where they're always mighty helpful to the trade.
Spring has sprung, the weather is changing and it's time to get out and about. G'day, Luke Boner here and I love Power Pollen. I keep saying, give it a go. You need to do everything to protect your health and to support your immune system. Fortify your health with 3 months supply of Power Pollen for $69.95 plus delivery, and you'll score a bonus 2-pack of the Honey Pollen Soap. Or better still, 6 months for $129.95 plus delivery and a bonus 4 pieces of the Honey Pollen Soap. Order online at powerpollen.com.au.
Hey Frank, these Adventure Kings camper trailers are tough as.
Sure are, Jono, and you can customise them so they're ready to go just the way you want them.
Get into the 4-wheel drive super centre now and we'll hook you up with a brand new Kings camper in time for Christmas for just $14,995. Plus, we'll give you a $1,000 voucher to help you accessorise it your way. Only while stocks last, online or in store at 4-wheel drive super centre now. I'm calling mine the Jono.
Hi, I'm Effie from Australia Post. We're happy you're supporting Australian businesses by shopping online, and we're proudly delivering over 10 million parcels a week. We're adding over 4,000 new team members, as well as freight flights, vans and delivery hours during the week. Extra safety measures may cause some delays, but please know that at Australia Post, we're doing everything we can to safely and quickly deliver for Australia. To find out more, visit ozpost.com.au.
Australia's newest streaming service, Paramount Plus, is here.
Hello there.
This is unique stories, iconic stars, and a mountain of entertainment.
That's what living is!
This is Paramount Plus, and this is our radio ad.
It's Gordon Tallis here. Do you need access to your working capital? Then speak with us at Apricity Finance today. Apricity Finance provides a flexible invoice finance facility that grows with your business. There are no lengthy contracts or hidden fees. And what's best, we can pay up to 95% of approved invoices on the spot. Apricity Finance is made for business that works with big business. If you're working on a big contract, call us on 1300 APRI CITY or visit apricityfinance.com and turn your workflow into cash flow.
Mick arrives on the job site a favourite for a fast finish today. Hotly tipped with his Bremick Multi-1 screws. Multi-material built-in Torx drive, no pre-drilling. That's great odds on a job done proper quick. Race down to your hardware store today.
Marine Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Ask the plumber to install a ream, steady, hot and strong. The top 5 up in a few moments. We're leading up to Melbourne versus Geelong, the first preliminary final. And then the Dogs take on Port Adelaide. Das, I know you're a board member, so you need to be a little bit careful about what you say at the Dogs. But what's happening over there in Adelaide? I heard the Dogs aren't allowed out of their room to train.
Yeah, I understand that the health officer in South Australia was not open to the team getting off the plane and doing a captain's run at the ground, which has been the case. That sides have always, I think, from what I understand, but if you come up for 3.5 hour flight, you want to at least be able to walk on the ground. So that wasn't available. But that's the nature of this year, isn't it? And so you go back into your hotel room and you work it out, and maybe there's a bit of extra motivation in all of that. They've been to Tassie, they've been over in Brisbane, and they've been all around the country. So it's a big challenge in that environment to win an away final against Port Adelaide. But
is Abonto good?
He's got through really well from what I understand.
Good news.
And, always some concern around his knee, but I'm told he trained really well the other day, which is good.
Confidence levels, Duke?
Look, you wouldn't, an interstate final against a very strong side who had a week off, you would say that's a huge challenge. But this side is a side that just have a great character. They give their heart and soul every week. They've got a handful of changes coming in, but they're not a side you back against, Chief, because they're a competitive side.
3 weeks, they were the best side with Melbourne in the competition, and I like the way Beveridge put it when he spoke about breaking the glass, with obviously Steph Martin coming in as an emergency. So he's in right now. Probably doesn't play the whole game, but I'd imagine that he's going in there to play 2.5, 3 of the hardest quarters possibly to just get under the skin of him and just give it his best shot.
That may have been Duke leaning on Bevo too, getting a proper ruckman in there rather than the makeshift. I suspect he may have.
Well, that's what he claimed before anyway.
There's a proper ruckman over at Port Adelaide, Scotty Lycett. I think he's right in the conversation behind Big Max. He's a serious player and does a really good job. So you want a good story if Steph Martin gets out there after however long he's had out of the game.
I think it's 100 days or something. Damon, what's the news floating around about both these finals?
About both these finals?
Just the sort of the news headlines at the moment floating around both these games.
Oh, well, I suppose 3 of the 4 clubs had to make a change. The Power was the one team that didn't have to make any change, and I think to Darcy's point, the fact they've been able to go into this game with the week off and have been settled now for a good 4 to 5 weeks. I think that was the takeout of the first week and second weeks of the finals. But the Martin thing does interest me because Luke Beveridge last week all but ruled him out on record, and then even on the day of selection yesterday morning on SEN, again all but ruled him out again. So something has happened there, and I don't claim to know what it is.
That's the Duke factor, Warrior. The Duke factor.
And Zane Cordy obviously coming in for Alex Keith as well. It's another setback, but as Das has said, there's a resilience about this Bulldogs outfit that defies what's in front of them, both injury wise and also COVID restriction wise.
And how does the grand final week unfold, Damo? Where's the Brownlow fit, the grand final parade? What's happening the week of?
It'll be Sunday night for the Brownlow, Howie. The parade itself will go ahead, but not in the roam the streets fashion. There'll be a confined aspect to it. It'll be a ticketed event. It'll be free. The city, from what I can gather, Howie, we've only been out today out of quarantine, but just reading and watching the local news, it has fully embraced this setup this year. And I've never seen a town so excited. That's inclusive of Melbourne, in the lead up to it. The precautions around the parade, it was the AFL's decision to not have it through the streets like the Perth City Council wanted, like the state government, I think, wanted as well as the AFL, but they're just taking the view, Howie. They're getting closer, obviously, with each day, but there's still a few hurdles to jump through, and they just do not want to take any form of risk when it comes to COVID in relation to the runway that is going to be a 2-week period now between these prelim finals being completed tomorrow night.
And do you get booed and hissed at on the street being a non-West Australian, Damo? As a Victorian,
you have to wear regulation walk down the street for
so far. You have to wear a sticker or anything to say I'm not West Australian and I'm allowed to be here, or how's it work?
It is weird because the natural tendency is just to take the mask with you, and I've still got it. But I reckon if you put it on here, you might actually get accosted. It's that sort of. There's nothing going on. I've not seen one since I've left the quarantine this morning, and I don't know. I wouldn't like to see what would happen to someone who tried to put one on. And so we don't need that over here. So it's a very different way of life over here, and. Well done to them on some fronts, on many fronts, all fronts, for keeping it out to this point.
While you're over there, well done to them on all fronts is what I'd be going with, Damo, or you'll get sent back here sharpish. All right, time for...
He's a self-proclaimed footy superstar.
I reckon I was probably the most influential player in the AFL.
He fears nothing and no one.
This is all off-air stuff that you're not allowed to talk about on air, but I've gone with it anyway.
And he sees the world a little differently.
Just watching a Komodo dragon eat a monkey.
This is Nathan Brown's Top 5.
All right, Noodles.
Let's get into it, Howard, because I was going to do a top 5 or top 10 Chief tonight because that was everybody's favourite over the course of the year. But I'm going to hold that off to the grand final next week. And Chief just dominated grand finals.
There's a little bit of redemption in this because we had the bad experience with the top 5 earlier in the show.
Yeah, it was terrible.
So we need this to stand
Even when
up
it's good, it's bad because Howie's was bad and we're able to, bag him on the back of that. But
a lot of positive.
I came up with the idea. There's a lot of strange laws around at the moment. We're all in lockdown and there's a lot of things you can and can't do. There's a lot of confusion about... And I got the idea for a top 5 when I heard and then on the news and then I read about this story in the paper that a late-night council meeting down at the city of Darebin, which is a Greens and Labor-dominated council, voted unanimously to ban nuclear weapons. This is the city of Darebin, just in Melbourne. They decided to ban nuclear weapons. Now, that raised a few eyebrows for me, Howard. I don't know why they would need to ban nuclear
Did they have
weapons.
many down there in Darebin or not?
I'm not sure.
I'm not planning on launching an attack on Williamstown, or was there some sort of that?
This is in the news. You can catch up with this, but
so has that forced some of the other councils to close down their nuclear weapon making
well,
programs?
I don't know, but they have banned them, and Greens and Labor dominated, Chief, so they're not big on nuclear weapons down in the city of Darebin. But then our own Darce's great mate, talking about the Rye Back Beach, he's not happy with the sunsets either.
There's a whole bunch of people down the Rye Back Beach last night who thought the best thing to do was to go and watch the sunset. I'm sure it was a beautiful sunset, but that's not in the spirit or in the letter of these rules.
So the laws have changed, Howard. So we're going to do the top 5 strange laws in our country.
I like
it.
The strange laws that are in our country. And I've tried to take a little story to go with each one. So the first story is about a former captain of mine at the Richmond Footy Club who was arrested in 2008. His name is Kane Johnson, and he was arrested for urinating on a police station. Now, Kane...
Sure, I'll be happy you're bringing that up again. No?
Lives on...
Really
well,
happy.
it was front page of the paper, Duke. So Kane lived on St Kilda Road, directly across from police HQ over there, and was a big night out, and obviously... lost his bearings a little bit, but decided that where he was going to relieve himself was on the police station. And a couple of policemen said, "What are you doing there, mate?" He turned around and might have had a few choice words to say to them. But this is where, if he had known his laws, it would have been great. If a urinal is not readily available, it is legal to urinate on the rear left tyre of your vehicle, Howard. Now, this could have saved Kane Johnson many days of anguish over the next few days when he got locked up.
On your rear left tyre.
So not your right tyre, Duke. Only your left tyre.
So that's still applicable.
State
That
law,
is still applicable.
It's state law
in our country right now, Damien.
Our country or Victoria?
I'll have to get back to you on that.
Or a certain council, maybe.
And does it impact at all where you've parked your car?
No. Just it has to be your vehicle, it said. The wording is your vehicle, Chief.
And Nath, as evidenced by the start of the show, what if you don't know your left and rights like you? Can you claim that as a defence?
Well, you're in the slammer, Howard, unfortunately, so you've got to know your rules. Now, obviously, the Chief, he loves his sleep. This is number 4. Doesn't get out of bed until 10:30 a.m. Sometimes he's in bed till midday. What he does watching TV all day, we've got no idea. But he gets up and he just roams around and does bugger all most of the time. Now, I've been told there's been a lot of complaints down in City Road, the Eureka Tower, at the moment, because in Melbourne,
yes,
this is Melbourne, this is our city. Okay. It is against the law to vacuum between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. during the weekdays, and it is also 10 p.m. and 9 a.m. during the weekends. Now, we know the Chief likes to sleep until midday at least on the weekends. This is in accordance with Section 648A of the Environmental Protection Agency in 1970, and you can be fined, Chief, and I know you've been on the phone a lot this week about this noise complaint, $18,655 if you use your vacuum between 10 and 7 a.m.
Genuine line ball as to whether I broke that statute last night.
Really? You're
Quite
out
possibly.
doing late vacuuming, were you, Chief?
I had a little bit of vacuuming to do, yeah. And sometimes you just see something, I'll grab the vacuum and go, yeah.
What do I
thought you get one of those robot vacuum cleaners, Chief, the ones where you just
They're great,
hit the
I tried
button
one, they don't do the job properly.
Okay.
Okay,
Chief, is
so
it
the
true
next
that
one.
you vacuum in the nude, Chief, as the legend goes, or not?
You don't hijack Brownie's top five. He's got it going well.
Yes.
He's
I think
saving
so.
Friday
He's a
night
nude
coverage after
vacuumer,
Howie's
Chief.
poor performance.
The next strange law involves our
dangerous to do
man,
that.
Damien Barrett, because Damien Barrett could have been locked up a few times. As we know, he hangs out with some guys that
nefarious
flaunt the law.
Yep.
Maybe Jake King.
Yep.
We see him a lot over here at the Paper Shop Deli with Jake and Toby. And all the boys. Now, that's the way Damien lives his life. But in Victoria, according to Section 70C Crimes Act 1958, corresponding or doing business with pirates is illegal and can result in 10 years imprisonment. And I think Jake King is the closest thing we have to a modern-day pirate, Damo.
Okay.
So I think you should be locked up.
Pirates.
Are you and Jake still got the same friendship you've always had, Damo?
I think we do, Das. Yes, we do.
Toby?
Very good man, Jake. Very good man.
You got anything else to add there?
Oh, you know him
Damien
better
asked
than
you
I
about
do,
Toby.
Nathan. I don't know Toby. I've met Toby, but I don't know Toby. But Jake's a very good person.
Sounds like he's in witness protection, Damo, all of a sudden.
He's not coming back from
Can't
the
look
West.
us in the eye.
Coming in at number
Pirates.
2, Chief. Now, you know I've often said that I played the 10 greatest games of all time, but you always need a sidekick. And unfortunately, in that 10 weeks, I was a sidekick because myself and Matthew Richardson, it was thought of that we were sort of a Batman and Robin, a dynamic duo. And Inside Football
Thought of by
magazine
who?
came out after I kicked 5 on Jimmy, and Jimmy was embarrassed, obviously, and had a picture of me and Richo walking off the ground celebrating. But they'd superimposed me with a Batman, a Robin suit on, and Richo with a Batman suit on, and then off to the side. On the front page, it had Lee Matthews as the Joker, and it had Mick Malthouse as the Penguin. Well, doing my research into strange laws, it is illegal in Melbourne to dress up as Batman and Robin.
Is it really?
It is illegal to dress up as Batman and Robin in Melbourne. And if you're wondering out there if I'm making this rubbish up, this is not. This you
I'm
Google it
wondering.
and you'll find it out.
That's just ruined a couple of costume businesses.
Well, what about the Penguin?
I think your son's okay, Howard.
Okay.
He can. But the number one. So this is the number one strange law, and I've got to take it back to our man over there, the Duke. And Leon Cameron was his best man at his wedding, and you've never heard a more. Now, we know Leon Cameron is a straight shooter, very straight down the line. You don't get much out of Leon in the interviews. Very, very particular about what he says, Chief. But he's got a bit of a loose side back in the day, and you've never heard a more inappropriate wedding speech than at Luke Darcy's wedding. It would have been inappropriate at a sportsman's night out in Dandenong. It was that bad. Normally,
Fair to say Nana Darcy never forgave
you
Leon.
temper it down. No, the funny you should say that. I got down here. Nana Darcy was shocked. She heard words she didn't even know existed about our man Duke
rogue,
over there.
Chief.
Was he poleaxed or something?
It was the safest bet you could imagine. So this will be line and length, and he went to places that you should never. It was extraordinary.
Duke's anatomy he spoke about. It was extraordinary, the things he spoke about, Leon Cameron. And it was lucky that
You
the
didn't
wedding...
behave that well either on that night, if I could.
It wasn't about me, Duke, but it's lucky the wedding wasn't in Victoria, because in South Australia, your home state, it is against the law to disrupt a wedding. It is against the law the way Leon did that night and forced Nana Darcy to walk out. According to summary offences, any person who intentionally obstructs or disturbs a wedding ceremony, whether secular or religious, could fine 10 years and $10,000 and 2 years imprisonment.
Where did you source all these laws, Brownie?
Just on the internet, Chief.
Yeah, I just checked that a few of them haven't been repealed.
And you
is
might
all
know
I
that
would
I've
say.
left you out here, Howard, and I've left you
I'm
out
fine
here.
with that,
But
mate.
I've just
Special
come,
mention.
This is a special mention at the end.
Here we go.
And I've got Ash Chua and yourself in this one as well.
Yeah, what's that?
No man, that is no man, under 4 foot 8 inches tall or weighing less than 140 pounds is allowed to surf on Klondike Beach due to the size of the waves.
Where's
so
this?
that Klondike Beach, so that it excludes you and obviously Ash Chua
140
being
pounds,
less
how
than
many kilos is
4.56, 4
About
foot
45, I reckon.
What about Winky Pop Beach, though,
65?
Brownie?
So 140 pounds is about 55 kilos.
I think I've got that covered.
No, I don't think you
I don't
do.
think so, mate.
I liked it. You trained off at the end, but it was a very, very good. 2 good top 5s we've had on the show today, which has been double your dose for the prelim final. Rod Grinter is going to join us.
This will be good.
Cult hero of the week. Well done, Nate. Very sharp. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks Footy.
The Triple M Footy Preview. Now you can stream the footy wherever you go. Download the Listener app and select Triple M.
Marine Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Hi, it's Marty Sheargold from Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show, and right now, Triple M rocks finals footy. And I'm back Monday morning from 6. If you had to play a grand final or go to the birth of your kid, I'd be trying to do both. As soon as the game's over, I'm chuffing off. Yeah. I'll have a couple of beers. I'm not an idiot. I mean, I'll have 6 or 7 beers.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. Weekdays from 6. Or hear it anytime on the new Listener app.
Start in Bottomart and wrap up footy with a win. Catch a specially marked Jack Daniels and Cola 4.8% 10-pack for $44.99 and enter online for the chance to win a UE Hyperboom speaker. Want camping gear? Buy a specially marked 30-pack of Great Northern Super Cruise for $47.99 and get a $20 Camper Mate voucher. Buy more cases, get bigger prizes. T's and C's apply. 1 hour delivery in selected areas. Download our app and start shopping. Catalogue out now at bottlemart.com.au. Start at Bottlemart.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. During the lockdown, all our Melbourne stores are open for both trade and contactless pickup 7 days a week. Yes, all National Tiles Melbourne stores are open for both trade and contactless pickup 7 days a week. As best we can, National Tiles is continuing to support Melbourne's trade and retail tile buyers during the lockdown. National Tiles, trade and contactless pickup at all our Melbourne stores 7 days a week.
Nearly half of us will experience a mental health condition in our lives. Feeling connected makes a difference. So at Australia Post, we've partnered with Beyond Blue to deliver over 4 million prepaid postcards to letterboxes around Australia to help people connect with each other. Because when we connect, we feel better. Look out for the postcard in your letterbox or visit your local participating post office to learn more. It's one more way we're delivering for Australia at Australia Post.
How did CBUS become a top-performing super fund? By returning an average of 9.25% every year for the past 37 years. What does that mean? Well, it means we're pretty darn reliable. CBUS, for all of us. To consider if CBUS is right for you, go to cbussuper.com.au for a PDS. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Hey Frank, these Adventure Kings camper trailers are tough as. Sure are, Jono, and you can customise them so they're ready to go just the way you want them.
Get into the 4-wheel drive super centre now and we'll hook you up with a brand new Kings camper in time for Christmas for just $14,995. Plus, we'll give you a $1,000 voucher to help you accessorise it your way. Only while stocks last, online or in store at 4-wheel drive super centre now.
I'm calling mine the Jono.
My winter gas bills were leaving me cold. But then I heard about Tango Energy. Their gas prices aren't just low, or really low. They're lower than low. That's low. Like a deep lunge, feel the burn low. I challenge you to find lower. Compare and switch at tangoenergy.com. It doesn't get any lower.
Marine Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
The Friday Huddle's cult hero of the week was a tough, resolute player who enjoyed his visits to the tribunal. He represented the Demons in 134 matches as a defender turned forward, and is currently the president of the Melbourne Football Club Past Players Association. Please welcome Rod Balls Grinter.
Yes, we'll get to Rod Grinter in a moment. We've just got a couple of technical issues in the background. Our producer has just lost it. Leroy's pressing buttons. Oh, what is going on, Chief?
I tell you what, we're unravelling behind the scenes here on the Friday Huddle. The Snorkels, he's lost his cool big time.
One job.
It's funny when you see people under pressure. People react differently. Our producer is yelling and waving his arms, and Leroy is just avoiding everybody's eye contact as if to say, hey, this has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me at all. So we'll get to Rod Grinter shortly. Damo, Lockie Neal, etc. I think that's been done and dusted, that trade story. But what else is floating around in the world of trade? Because we get to this time of year and that's what we start talking about.
Yeah, a couple of developments, Howie, on that space. Not as big names as Lockie Neal, nearly happening. Jake Kelly, the Adelaide defender will be expected to nominate Essendon as his club of choice as a free agent, so will be coming back to Victoria. You've had a little bit to do with him, Das, over the journey.
Young Jake Kelly, did you mention? Yeah, he's a ripper, Jake, and great team person, and obviously son of Ned, who we all know and have had a great history with Ned. So obviously the family's in Victoria. Don't know anything about it apart from I read it today. So I think he was regarded as a future captain, Adelaide Crows. That's how impressive he is in terms with the group. So he'll be a big addition. Do you think he's going to go to the Bombers, is he, David?
Yeah, that's the talk, Das. I know North Melbourne was keen. They know he won't be going there. It's yet to be, as far as I can tell, made official. That will be the club of choice. But it is doing the rounds, and it will be Essendon being nominated. Jordan Dawson's an interesting one from the Swans too, Howie. Just one more on that trade space. I think a really, really good player for probably 3 years now, but wanting to return to South Australia. And again, another COVID-related reason, I believe anyway, for that potential trade back to his home state. So a bit of movement there. The big story of the day, though, was the continuation of the mayhem that's going on off the field at Carlton. Kane Little has been parted company with the Blues as chief executive officer, was there for 4 years. Couldn't have done a better job in the off-field space when it came to generating income for the club and helping to erase its debt, but has got caught up in this power play that is clearly unfolding now at board level. Luke Sayers, 9 years on the board as a director, taking over from Mark LaJudice as chairman in the recent weeks. David Teague has been sacked. Now the chief executive, Kane Little, as well. Interestingly enough, Brownie, he was a member of the 6-person panel to find the new coach of that footy club. So they are in disarray. There's no other way of putting it. The talk is that, and it's talk with a lot of validation, that it's Brian Cook, the outgoing Geelong chief executive. Since 1999, he's been at Geelong, having won premierships at West Coast Eagles prior to that. So that's the target of Luke Sayers now, but that club is in all sorts of mess off field.
Big story, isn't it? Another big story at Carlton, Chief. You follow these things closely.
Yeah,
Are you surprised by the chain of events there?
It's messy. It's messy, and it has been from day one. But at the end of the day, for everything that they've stuffed up, people are going to talk about it, and it's not going to go away. So the only thing they can do now is the only way to make it go away is to hit the ground running next season, which means find the best coach, get your list fixed up, have a good pre-season, and start well next year. And then if that happens, people will forget all this stuff. But if you start the other way, it just snowballs. And then people start talking culture, people start talking rabble, people start talking everything. So the challenge for them is to hit the ground running in season 2022. That's the only way to make all this stuff go away.
And Das, your club at the end of 2014, when the captain walked out in Ryan Griffin and Sean Higgins also chose to leave, and then the coach was sacked, Brendan McCartney. Luke Beveridge wasn't appointed until even after the draft or about that period of year. Made the finals the very next year, won a premiership 2 years later. It can be turned around, to Chief's point, but at the same time, this has been happening of this type for Carlton now for the best part of 20 years. And just on that too, Howie, look, I know what Alistair Clarkson has said publicly quite recently, that he's out and that he's not going to be involved in footy at all next year. There's just enough talk around still of the people I speak to suggest that is still at least a pursuit of Luke Sayers.
Just for the record, are you ruling Ross Lyon in or out today?
Well, as I accurately did, I think 3 weeks ago, Das said he was
rescinding your
out.
apology?
Did anyone apologise to you, Damo?
No, they didn't. Jace, but I did have a tongue tie there. But I wouldn't expect them to, because that's the sort of people they are.
Oh, we got black souls with it. We got black souls.
2 weeks in quarantine hasn't gone well for Damo.
I do appreciate your support last week, Chief. It was much appreciated.
Take a break.
I got your back, mate.
Leroy, are we going to have Rod Grinter next or not? Oh, Leroy's still avoiding all eye contact in the studio. Quite extraordinary, don't worry. Well, that's something.
The toys out the cup.
No. Melbourne, Geelong coming your way soon. McDonald's Marine Hot Water. Triple M Rocks Footy.
The Triple M Footy Preview. Now you can stream the footy wherever you go. Download the Listener app and select Triple M.
Marine Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M Rocks Finals Footy.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
What does the preliminary final feel like?
It is full to the rafters. Brilliant final underway.
This is the biggest game of your career, keeping the dream of the ultimate prize alive.
Join the Temper Mattress call team tomorrow from 6 for Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs. For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Start at Bottomart and wrap up footy with a win. Catch a specially marked Jack Daniels and Cola 4.8% 10-pack for $44.99 and enter online for the chance to win a UE Hyperboom speaker. Want camping gear? Buy a specially marked 30-pack of Great Northern Super Cruise for $47.99 and get a $20 Campermate voucher. Buy more cases, get bigger prizes. T's and C's apply. 1 hour delivery in selected areas. Download our app and start shopping. Catalogue out now at bottomart.com.au. Start at Bottomart.
G'day, I'm Lawrence Mooney. My very good friend Matthew Hardy wrote a compelling best-selling sports book called Saturday Afternoon Fever from the perspective of a tragic fan. It's a nostalgic trip through a childhood where Matthew desperately dreams of being a professional footballer without realising that he's absolutely rubbish. Join us as Matthew attempts to read the book whilst I keep interrupting because most of his funny magic memories spark even more of my own. So laugh along with us on the Listener app.
The weekend is so close and it's spring. Smell the budding flowers, taste the fresh veggies. Yep, the weekend is for gardening. And every great garden starts with Better Grower. Fertilisers, mulches, potting mixes, water savers, lawn products, weed and pest control. All Aussie made and delivered right to your door. And right now, use promo code SPRING to get your first order for half price. That's right, half price. Make it a better weekend in the garden with bettergrower.com.au or call 9543 5333.
G'day, Wayne Carey here with my good mate Johnny Rombotis, senior auctioneer at Buxton Real Estate. Rombo, what makes you different to the rest?
Well, Duck, I built a network of clients over the years of involvement in the football and entertainment industries. This means I have an outstanding calibre of buyer to introduce to properties.
I've known Rombo since our playing days and recommended him to plenty of mates. That's Johnny Rombotis, senior auctioneer at Buxton Real Estate, a champion performer on and off the field. Give him a call on 0404 073 365.
Are you a qualified electrician or gas fitter looking for an opportunity to get your career cooking? Right now, the Oven Repairman is looking to add to its growing team of qualified technicians. Step out of the cold and work indoors. Enjoy work-life balance with no weekend work, your own vehicle, great pay, full training and a team to support you. Time to step into a new career and a new lifestyle. Google the Oven Repairman.
Who can get you cooking again? The Oven Repairman can.
Now you can stream Triple M footy wherever you are. Download the Listener app and select Triple M.
Evening, it's Honor Elliott here with there's still no firm date on our Freedom Day. However, Commander Jerome Weimer has been quizzed on the plan today after New South Wales was given that target of 70% double doses.
I don't think our public health team and our chief health officer can provide just empty promises or vague aspirations that aren't substantiated in robust modelling and analysis and a clear understanding of where we're currently at. That work is being done right now.
We now know that our state will be getting an extra 1 million Pfizer doses from that UK swap deal, with the majority be sent to the hardest hit suburbs in the north and west. Of the 334 new cases today, 190 are in the north and 109 are in the west. We have 127 in hospital with 21 on a ventilator. Now, the jab rate across the state is on track with 64% now with a single dose, with another record day yesterday. 39,000 rolled up their sleeves at state-run clinics. And a huge shout out to nervous Demons and Cats fans ahead of tonight's prelim final at a sold-out Optus Stadium. It is especially anxious for Melbourne supporters who are desperate for the side to break their premiership drought, which dates back to 1964. And while she can't be there, Suzanne from the Demon Army says a lot of the local fans have jumped on board for tonight.
The Fremantle supporter said, I'm right behind Melbourne and I'm going to pick up your badge and I'm going to take a photo on social media so whoever's badge I've got, knows that they were there. But West Coast supporters are right behind us too.
Get $10 off online orders at Coles when you spend $150. Hurry, and Sunday. Head to coles.com.au for details. T's and C's apply.
Kick your doona off tonight. It'll be a warm one, down to 15 degrees. And the days look okay this weekend, but wet at night. 23 tomorrow and 15 on Sunday. Right now it's 18 degrees on Melbourne's home of rock, sport and comedy. It's 105.1 Triple M.
We are the bricks. We are the mortar. We are the wards.
We are the tests, the results, the comforters and the comforted. We are the breakthroughs and the recoveries. We are 150 years of challenge and triumph, heartache and joy. And we are the future, full of extraordinary possibilities. We are the Alfred.
Donate now to the Alfred Critical Care Appeal, alfred150.org.au.
The Friday Huddle's cult hero of the week was a tough, resolute player who enjoyed his visits to the tribunal. He represented the Demons in 134 matches as a defender turned forward, and is currently the president of the Melbourne Football Club Past Players Association. Please welcome Rod Balls Grinter.
I reckon this man will be pretty toey tonight. Mark Howard with you. Rod, good evening. How are you feeling? Are you like the rest of the Melbourne fan base, just a little bit edgy? And great to speak to you.
Good evening, Howie and fellas. Yeah, no, look, very excited. Been very nervous all day, actually. Can't wait for it to start.
Hey, Balls, great to chat to you. And I see that you are officially the head of the Past Players Association, but I understand you do a power of work, and it's a very tight-knit community, the Past Melbourne players. Tell us about your passion for that.
Yeah, definitely, Darcel. Since I came down from the country, the footy club has been a huge part of my life, and when that all finished, which happens very quickly, I got dragged back and ran for Neil Danaher for 6 years it was. So I was fortunate enough to have two eras of players from the footy club that I became really close mates with, and I was always one to organise footy trips and Mad Mondays and all that sort of stuff. So doing what I do at with the Past Players, it's all about getting guys back together and enjoying one another's company and trying to look after one another. So it was really, it wasn't a real big deal at all.
Tell us about your time as a runner, Rod, because you played with a lot of emotion. Let's just say that you played on edge. How did you control that emotion when you were the runner, mate?
It was great, Jace. It was one of those things where you're right out there and amongst all the action without, obviously getting knocked around or knocking anyone around, except for there was one game against your mob, the Hawks. I do remember it at the MCG. We had Simon Godfrey tagging Shane Crawford, and I was obviously giving a bit of lip as I was running around, and I was getting stuck into Crawford, and we were having a shot for goal, and I kept giving it to Crawford while I was waiting to give him a message, and Crawford looked up and just started running at me, and I said, shit, he's going to run into me. And Crawford gave me the big hip and shoulder, and I turned around, I couldn't believe it.
Now, Rod, obviously Terry Wallace coached both me and Dar, so there was an infamous incident with you and him, so we've always heard it from Plough's side. But what was the lead up to it? Because I think you ended up getting a 6-week suspension at the tribunal.
Yeah, well, the lead up was obviously a big game. It was the start of 1988 season. I think it was round 2. The lead up was we were pumped and wanted to play footy and play it hard, and unfortunately, there was an incident that, I collected Terry a little bit too high, and I don't think he was promoting mouthguards at the
time. Oh, no.
And did you ever settle that afterwards, Balls? Was there any communication between the two of you since?
Oh, look, we bumped into each other a bit close to when that sort of all finished, but there was some legal action that took place, so that sort of left a really bad taste in my mouth. So I was always, if I ever walked past or bumped into Terry out and about, I'd always be polite and say hello, but that would be as far as it went.
Hey, now, I've been told, I don't know if this is true or not, Rod, but did you have a lawn mowing business with the great Gary Lyon?
Yeah, we did during one summer. We obviously, back in the day, we all worked when we were playing footy, so we're always trying to earn an extra buck. And I bought a lawnmower and a whippersnipper and all that sort of stuff. And Gaz was floating around, not doing much, so we teamed up together and started to mow some lawns. And there was one funny little thing. We didn't know much about what we're doing, by the way. Not that you need to know much about mowing lawns, but there was one old lady in Hawthorn there that we mowed her lawn. She was a mad Melbourne supporter, and we'd mowed her lawns and cleaned it all up, and we went back to the car and we go, how much should we charge her? And Gaz looked at me and I said, I don't know. So we wrote down a number on an invoice, we went back and we gave it to her, and she goes, "Oh, thank you very much, boys. You've done a lovely job. This grass underneath the tree over here, it doesn't seem to be growing. Is there anything you can do to help me get the grass to grow there?" Well, Gary, for 10 minutes, crapped on about how this poor old lady would get the grass to grow under the tree, and then we took off.
We are speaking to Rod Grinter on the Friday Huddle Melbourne Colt hero. Here's Damien Barrett.
Yeah, Rod, a lot of heartache and a lot of near misses for the Melbourne Footy Club since the last premiership of 1964. And you were central to a couple of those moments, weren't you, in the 87 prelim final and then obviously the 88 grand final. But you had a really close vantage point view, didn't you, of the drama that unfolded after the final siren in 87 when Gary Buckenara had that kick.
Yeah, look, I think I got off the hook on that one. That was one of those games, obviously, we've all heard about it. The Hawks had the D's had the wind for 3 quarters, and we were in control of the game except for that last quarter. And I was actually playing forward. I came back into the team after surprisingly being rubbed out to that preliminary final. I was playing at full forward on Ayresy, and Bucky was playing in the middle of the ground on Stephen Newport, and he went forward, Bucky, and the runner came out. This was late in the game, late in the fourth quarter. The runner came out and said, "Oh, you've got to go down and play on Bucky at full forward," me being full back. So down I trot, and we had 3 or 4 opportunities to kick goals to put the game way out of reach, and unfortunately we didn't. And the last goal that we tried to kick and missed, the kick in went straight down the middle. Not sure the flow of play, but ended up Bucky led, and I was right on his tail and tripped over his feet and pushed him in the back. Right on the 50-metre line, and the umpire obviously paid the free kick. And while I was standing on the mark, the siren was blowing, but none of us knew that was happening because the crowd was going bananas. And Dipper had run down around the wing to try and get a bit closer to goal, and Jimmy was coming from the middle of the ground and ran between me and Bucky, which gave him a 15-metre penalty. And then the siren, everyone sort of realised the siren had sounded, so he had that shot, and unfortunately for us, we were put out, and the Hawks went through.
And the interesting part of that is, if you look at the footage, Bucky was shaping up to kick a torp before he got the 15-metre penalty. So he would have been kicking a barrel from 55.
Yeah, well, you know how he can kick it. He probably would have done it anyway.
Yeah. We are speaking to Rod Grinter on the Friday Huddle. Here's Nate Brown.
Rod, you played with some fascinating players. Obviously, Darren Bennett went off and played NFL. You've already spoken about Gary Lyon, but what about the small patch of footy Alan Jakovic played in the early 90s?
Yeah, Brownie Jacker was one of those freaks. He went over to the Bulldogs for a little bit, but he was one of those guys that could just turn a game on its head. He's a bit like Gary Ablett in terms of his strength and power. He obviously didn't get off the ground as much as Gary Ablett Senior, but he could kick 8 or 9 goals in 2 quarters. He was amazing. And one of the things with Jacker, he was just a great character. He's a really good fella. He didn't really like training that much and didn't mind a dart. So that didn't really help him getting around the ground. But yeah, look, a really terrific fella. And sometimes the mountain, when we were doing pre-season training, just got too big for him, and he ended up getting bigger and bigger, and just caught up with him.
Rod, unfortunately, we've got to get to the game, so we can't ask you in detail about how you used to punch Chief in the back of the head. But next season, we'll get you on. Hey, mate, best of luck to you and the Demons tonight. A lot of people will be riding it hard. Hope your footy club gets the win. Thanks for having a chat with us.
Good on you, boys. Thanks very much, and go D's.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
What does the preliminary final feel like?
It is full to the rafters. Prelim final underway.
Exhilarating.
They're through to a grand final.
Everything on the line, no tomorrow.
It's all or nothing now.
You just feel the adrenaline running through the body.
Pulsating game of footy.
This is what you've been waiting for all year.
You can feel your heart racing.
Keeping the dream of the ultimate prize alive. Time to go.
Lash the Sharon down to get this thing underway.
The intensity of the finals definitely goes up a notch.
Absolutely, it goes to another level.
Everything to play for.
It's hard to describe. In fact, you can't describe.
It's as good as it gets.
Listen to the roar! The Demon Dream is alive. Melbourne are through to the prelim. Siren time, Geelong are into yet another preliminary final.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Enormous game of footy, both sides coming out, getting ready for the national anthem. Bob, Jane, teammates, Tanya Armstrong is there as always. G'day, Tan, how are you?
Incredible atmosphere here, Howie. There's still a lot of people trying to get into this ground. 5:50 Perth time, so peak hour way through, but they're just lining up for the national anthem now. The two teams, a huge roar for Melbourne. They were giving away scarves as well, the D's, so they've done it well promoting themselves. So I'd say the crowd definitely in favour of the D's at the moment.
Do you know what I love, Tan, is the idea of peak hour. I grew up in South Australia in a 4-minute traffic jam. You lose your mind. So I reckon the WA fans can get there, Howie. Here we go.
Premier partner Toyota welcome you to the first preliminary final between Melbourne and the Geelong Cats. The AFL acknowledges the Noongar people of Western Australia, the traditional owners of the land on which we gather today, and we pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and contribution to the game of Australian rules football. The AFL invites you now to direct your attention to the big screens for the Welcome to Country.
Welcome to the 2021 Toyota AFL Finals. The preliminary final here at Optus Stadium. Kaya, nunak jenengan wajak boja, ngalamot boja, wen boja, kobrak boja. Maman jeneng nunak jenengan balangan wabani. Perawan nunak wort ko nunak kalak nunak boja nunak mort. Maman jeneng nunak kayawa. You're looking at Wajak country. This is the land of our people. Spiritual country. It's a place where we've been gathering and creating stories for thousands of years. We ask the good spirit to watch over us and keep us safe, and at the end of the game, take each and every one of you back home safely to your families. Bola nyonga, bola, bola, bola nyonga, bola, bola, manor boja, boja, boja.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join with the coaches, players and umpires for the Australian National Anthem.
Looks an absolute picture. There was a bit of rain around earlier on. The sky looks blue now. You can see across to the Swan River, and the Two Man is here as always when the big finals come around for the Triple E. But Red Z Lending stats. Red Z Lending loans to the self-employed. Good evening to you, Chewy.
Yeah, good evening, Howie. For Red Z, the Demons, number one in defence, are only conceding 65 points per game. That's their lowest points scored against in full-length quarters since 1964, their premiership year. They also lead the AFL for pressure, tackles and scores from turnovers. For Geelong, Tom Hawkins, number one rated player at the Cats. He's playing his 29th final. That puts him alongside some great names like Bruce Dool, Wayne Schimmelbusch and Lee Matthews, and he's kicked 61 majors, Howie, which is the most in the competition.
Beautiful, Chewy. You got Jason Dunstall and Nathan Brown, the best in the business, dominating on preliminary final weekend. Take it away, boys.
Well, Chief, I don't think the Geelong Footy Club can go out there and play the way they did in the last round. I know they were 44 points up, but they need to be able to take something away from the Demons. The Demons are the number one defensive side, and I said in the intro, I expect Chris Scott to do something different. He's had 3 weeks to look at this, 3 weeks to plan to play the Demons again. He has to look at something to do with Lever, has to go to Oliver, and negate the influence of those two players?
Yeah, I don't think it's a massive shift from their game style because, as you say, they got 44 points up. They want to play the same brand. What they have to do is be more aware when they're going inside 50. We know they've got to separate, they've got to isolate, and you can't allow Lever just to pick across and take his intercept mark. So people talk about playing a defensive forward. The other option is to try and match up someone dangerous on him and look for them all the time. Actually, the first few times you go forward, look for them. Try and get him on the back foot, and all of a sudden, if you kick a couple of goals on him, well, then he's got to start picking you up and not worry about reading the play. The Hawkins-May battle is going to be enormous.
Massive.
We know that if Tom Hawkins kicks 3+ goals, 10 of 11 times the Cats have won the game this season. So that may well follow the same pattern if he's able to get off the chain tonight. And Jeremy Cameron's the interesting one because Joel Smith's the late, he got injured last week. I reckon he's the athlete that may have played on Jeremy Cameron.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea, that, Chief. I think athletically, you're right, he's probably the most capable for what Jeremy Cameron does. I'm going to launch my theory again. I've been dead serious about this. Max Gawn, his influences are not. He's actually got back into defence and a really big part of why they get intercept marks back there. He gets forward deep when they need him to. He dominates around. Ruckman don't get tagged. So when it happens to you, it's a shock to your system. Yep. He gets someone that latches on him everywhere he goes, physically tries to knock him off the ball, take him off. And it just saps a bit of the energy out of Melbourne as well. I'm not sure that it's a tactic that's happened to him before, Brownie, so I
completely agree, Duke, completely agree. And the other one is Joel Selwood has to have a massive game. Hasn't been getting a lot of the football. I think he needs to go defensive tonight.
Gone straight to Oliver at the first bounce, Brownie.
Set for a start in the first preliminary final. It is Melbourne taking on the Cats from the West. Here's Luke Darcy on a Friday night.
How good's this, Howie? Prelim final, and the big boys are out. Max Gawn. See Petrarca circling and a huge job for Stanley. Perfect bounce off the stadium. We're away and Petrarca runs onto it. Dangerfield did really well to trap the foot. He got it back to Selwood and the Cats go forward first up over the head of Rowan. Christian Salem at half-back's taking the first mark. Short one to Viney. Playing a really important role. Jack Viney too. I don't speak about him a lot. Good courage going back with the flight. It was Zach Guthrie. Cozzy Pickett, a nice little sidestep, spearing past to Ben Brown. That was elite what we just saw right then.
You can't speak highly enough of this young man. The way that he's adapted, not just to senior footy, but the pressures come because we've seen him do great things. He's getting more attention. He just turned on a dime. He left Guthrie flat-footed. They couldn't catch him from behind, and then he delivered off a couple of steps to the leading Ben Brown. Well, that's the sort of stuff D supporters would just be going berserk over.
Nice way to start your prelim final, Cozzy Pickett. This man's kicked 20 goals in his 11 games, Ben Brown, this year. Got the customary run-up. Takes a long time. He's going to kick it right from the 50-metre arc, 45-degree angle. Good strike of the footy, and there's a nice one.
Oh.
Late bend on that. Wow, I thought that was home. It just drifted late, smashed into the post. So a minor score, Ben Brown. And the D's first up. Triple M Kennard's high scoreboard.
So you've just seen the first part of the Cats' weakness when you got Kolodjasny, Blixarves, Henry and Henderson, all big, all slow in the back end. You've got to contend with Pickett, Bullen, also Spargo.
Smith with a long ball down the line. Falls to the Demons in the hands of Bowie. They go inboard again. Pickett had a couple of early touches. Drops the ball inside. Second inside 50 ball. Second target this time. And it's Big T Mac.
Very clever because Henderson's picking up him. Henderson got drawn up to the mark when Pickett got the ball. And that left Tom McDonald all on his own. He just drifted back inside 50. Now he gets a shot very similar to the one we just saw from Ben Brown, except on the other side of the ground.
The meat eater.
Here he is, the man that eats 3 kilos of meat a day, Nath. And he's put on massive bulk as a result. He's lining up from 50. Tightish angle, kicks it straight to the man on the mark. It'll come back. That man on the mark was Guthrie Jr. and has taken across the line. Bob Jane T-Marts, keep your family safe on the roads. Free tyre safety checks at Bob Jane T-Marts, 13:26:25 today. A bit of rain around earlier on today. Tanner, we all clear?
It rained in the Arvo, Howie, but it's cleared up and even the sun's trying to peek out before it sets here in the west.
Thanks, Tanya. Tanya Armstrong, ground level at Optus Stadium for this big prelim final.
Joel Selwood looks to be going to Oliver at the stoppage as he manned him up in the centre bounce, as Chief pointed out, and he's here again. But in general play, it looked like Guthrie was then rolling onto him.
Nate Brown and the Chiefs, Triple M super special comments. Max Gawn in front. Mitch Duncan, beautiful handball. Now Dangerfield at half-back, explodes with pace, takes a bounce. Neil Bullen's chase was good. It affected the kick. Landed in the lap of Hawkins. I don't think it was intended for the big Hawk. Left foot slider inside forward 50. And it's the Irishman who was well tackled, Zach Tui. Langdon got hold of him. And a boundary throw-in in attack for the Cats.
It's a big matchup out in that wing. You got Zach Tui up against Ed Langdon. Langdon is just a running machine. I'm not sure Zach Tui could keep up with his running, but on the other hand, Zach Tui's got the smarts and he's also got the ball use that'll really hurt.
Hawkins grabs it out of the ruck, as he always does. Gets it across to Atkins. Shoved Gawn out of the contest. Now Geelong massage the ball forward, but only as far as Oliver. So he does it every time. Why don't more ruckmen do it? Because you see Tom Hawkins do it 100% of the time inside 50 darts.
I agree with you, Howie. I think it's an underrated tactic for the big man who lot to gain, little to lose in being aggressive like that. Here come the D's from the wing. Viney, spearing kick, beautiful lead-up target. Presenting was Bailey Fritsch. He's had a superb season for the Melbourne Footy Club. Their leading goal kicker, and he crafts a little kick back. It was just too tall for Tom McDonald. Can the Cats make them pay on the rebound? Selwood involved in the first link. Duncan and now Isaac Smith. Bounce to himself, just cruising down the wing, the Cats. Hard-running Selwood gets it just short of half forward, and he's got a little ball to Cam Guthrie. Hawkins lurking out the back. You can see Max Gawn, as he does so often, getting back into that hole. He's got to...
It's a good setup from the Demons. They got back really quickly. They got possibly 9 to 10 players in the defensive 50, and that was off a quick play as well.
It's interesting, Max Gawn is generally one-on-one with Tom Hawkins. And
he covered for Stephen May, who got caught on the mark, Duke. So that's great work from him to have that awareness and to get back there and cut off the kick in the pocket to Hawkins.
An even better result was able to defend it, Chief, too. I thought the smart kick was maybe to get it there a bit earlier to Hawkins, but in the end, a boundary thrown. So we've just got the one behind the way of Melbourne on the Triple M Kennards Hire scoreboard.
To Kennards Hire, make your job easy. Ken Oath, big crowd in the house in the west. Again, Hawkins just shoves Max out of the way. Duncan, his kick straight into the man, standing the mark. Menegola overruns the footy. Now McDonald scoots it out by hand to Bowie. Oliver, Salem looks for the refuge of the boundary line and finds it. Triple M.
Interesting appeal from Paddy Dangerfield. I think he had a reasonable question to ask. Insufficient attempt to get the ball in. Salem just wandered over the line then. Umpire's not getting involved early. Maybe a fair call. So boundary throw-in inside the forward 50 arc. Stanley got it. Selwood and Viney. Could you get too hard a nuts on those two? Viney did well to release the handball. Pickett tackled well by Zach Guthrie. In comes Brian Myers. Oliver's got hold of him. So true centre forward. We're going to have it thrown up.
What are you seeing early doors, Chewy, on the Reds' Eds?
Joel Selwood playing in his 11th prelim, which is an AFL record. He's racked up 3 touches and laid a tackle.
AFL record?
VFL AFL record for most number of prelims.
Okay. How many tucky play, Chew, as the ball is driven forward? Now spills out to May. And he goes across the line in front of Duncan.
Yeah, I think Michael Tuck only played about 7 prelims, Howie, because remember, under the old Final 5 system, if you won the second semi, straight through the prelims, straight into the granny.
Tucky played in 39 finals. It's the most ever. Joel Selwood, 37, becomes number 2 all-time.
He may get him, Duke.
Yeah, incredible, isn't it?
Dangerfield tries to get the ball off Salem. He's working tight on the boundary line. Dangerfield now hacks the ball inside 50. Here's an opportunity for the Cats. Tui, best on ground last week, hits it hard. Really good tackle by Langdon right at the last moment. Stephen May is forced to kick completely under pressure. Tracking it back is Zach Guthrie. Managed to keep the ball in, bends it inside 50. But that man, Jake Bowie, is there.
Already seeing Melbourne's pressure coming to the fore, because every time the Cats get the football, they're having to snap the ball around their bodies under pressure inside forward 50. Melbourne's entries inside forward 50. They've just lowered their eyes a little bit better.
Good for young Bowie, just his 6th game in a prelim final. Great faith from Simon Goodwin. Here's Stanley, called touched off the boot. Radigan Lear underneath it, out the back, it landed lap of Jeremy Cameron. He'll goal from here, will he? He's bounced it through. The Chief was ready to explode. It was that bouncing kick the Chief doesn't like, but it was effective. And the Cats get the first goal. Jeremy Cameron's got it. And they're 1 straight, the D's 1 behind. All the Triple M Kennards High scoreboard.
Well, they made a meal of that in the air, the Demons, and they had plenty of support in the air. They had Lever there. They also had Petty, and both of them went up, and one of them had to just make contact with the football and bring it to the front of the pack or clear the area with the ball laterally, but they just let the ball get out the back, and Jeremy Cameron was smart. He realised he wasn't going to be in the contest, so he thought, well, I can't get to this contest. The only place I can get this football is out the back. I've got to hope that the ball gets out the back. That's the most dangerous position. and fortuitously the Cats weren't able to put the fist into it. He's running back there, you see him, just drops out the back, realised he wasn't going to be in it. The ball, Lux of Fortune's landed in his pocket, but they just needed to bring that ball to the ground, the Demons.
They had a couple of shots early, the D's, a couple of early inside 50s, but it's been all Geelong. They've started well, 5 clearances, 7 inside 50s, now the first goal of the game.
6-1 on the Triple M Kennards higher scoreboard. Do Kennards higher make your job easy? Kenoth they do. High pressure game, Oliver. Big night for him. Gets Menegola in a tackle, doesn't leave the centre square in that little passage of play.
So it really looks like Selwood and Oliver spending plenty of time on each other at these stoppages.
Jackson, the rising star, alongside Stanley, spins out to Petrarca, his first real impact. Just a powerful-looking man with a long driving ball forward. Brown has got out the back of Blitzarves, marks within 12 metres, should kick the opening goal for the Demons.
What about the explosion of Petrarca? Fumbled a couple early, but on that occasion, just realised when they got the ball in the middle of the ground, and it was a beautiful handball from Neil Bullitt, and he was off, he was flying. And then the kick, all the forward wants is a one-on-one opportunity. Doesn't matter where the footy is, but if you're darting back to goal and the ball is one-on-one, that's what you ask for. Then the forward goes to work, because specifically he should be reading the ball better than the backman.
He's not around the corner man, Brown, but he's only kicking from about 12 metres out. Comes in on that familiar run and kicks his first in a final for the Demons in a preliminary final weekend. And it's Melbourne's first, 117 to the Cats, 1 straight 6. Melbourne up by a point on the Triple M Kennards high scoreboard. He's up, Ben Brown.
And it's not just about kicking his first goal, Howie. He started the game well. So early on, he leads up on Blitzarves, and it's a really good set shot that hits the post. This time, he's running back towards goal, and he's able to push Blitzarves off, read the ball a little bit better, and take the mark. So it's got Blitzarves on the back foot, and it's got Ben Brown up and about, and his teammates all of a sudden thinking, hey, he's a great target. Let's get the ball to him.
Jason Dunstall, Nate Brown, the Triple M Seabus Super Special comments. Delivering consistent long-term return for members. Seabus for all of us. And a 1-point lead to the D's. And as Chief said, Ben Brown started confidently in this prelim final.
What enabled him to take the mark, Duke? Harvey Norman replay screen. He was the first to spot the ball, whereas Blitzarves was trying to get his bearings as they were running back towards goal.
With Jackson in the ruck, it was an stray bounce that they let go. Look at Jackson's athleticism. For a 198-centimetre young man, his ground level work is as good as you'll see. Max Gordon forward, Henderson edged in underneath it. Blitzarves is feeling a bit of heat early. He was under pressure from Brown. It stays in play. Langdon tracking it. Harms came through on the forward 50 arc for the D's. Umpire says, give it to me.
Melbourne with the last goal through Brown. Cameron with the opener for the Cats. The Demons lead it by 1 point. 13 to go, first term.
Interesting that Harms is their tag up, does a pseudo tag, not a complete lockdown, but normally goes to Dangerfield tonight. Started on Guthrie.
Petrarca overruns the ball, dishes out to Holmes, takes on Harms in the tackle, not getting anywhere. Tan, what type of crowd are we expecting? Full house, and what is that?
Well, it sold out within about 9 hours, Howie, so it was sold out really, really early in the piece. 60,000 is the cap, but that includes some staff and police, so we'll get pretty close to that. It should eclipse the Dreamtime, which is the biggest ever crowd. That was 55,600 earlier this year in June, so it should just eclipse that tonight, so who wouldn't want to get along to a prelim?
Yeah.
Thanks, Tan, for Bob Jane Team Arts. Clayton Oliver, what's he had so far, please, Two-Man?
Triple M Red Z, 3 touches.
So Joel Selwood, as Brandy reported earlier, putting some time in. That's called insufficient attempt to keep it in. What'd you make of that one, Brownie, off the boot of Menegola?
It was stiff, but they're paying them.
So Lever now can send the D's back inside forward 50. Max Gorn out the back. This is Tommy Atkins. And Max Holmes can't keep it in, and he was able to disguise that well enough. So 1 point lead to the D's. 12 minutes remaining in the first term.
This is where they're really dominant at forward stoppages. Clayton Oliver and also Christian Petrarca, they're in the top 5 players that ground ball gets in the forward 50 and their midfielders.
Gawn, Stanley in the ruck, 20 out from Melbourne's attack and goal. Gawn, big tackle on Blitzarves, and Henderson is at the bottom of the pack. So pressure on the Geelong defenders early. It's Melbourne 1-1, Geelong 1 straight. 20 out from the Melbourne attacking goal. Both ruckmen fall over in the clinches. Harms tries to pick the ball up, does now, but hand passes it straight to Henderson. He just spirals the ball out of defence as quick as he can.
Good effort from Graham Myers. Came into the contest on lever. Socked forward from Isaac Smith. Only as far as Stephen May. Back inside 50 come the D's. Blitz halves and Ben Brown. Petrarca's dangerous. Max Gawn got a boot in it. Cozzy Pickett got through a couple. Got it out to Spargo. Henry wrapped him up. And it was a good tackle because the little man was going to ground and always a chance to catch him high, but no free kick.
He looks dangerous, Ben Brown, every time he gets near the footy.
So does Cozzy Pickett. Falls to Harms. Hurried snap out of the pack. Melbourne have got 2 on the board. Wow, there's some excitement amongst the fans over there in the West. The Demons 2-1-13. The Cats 1 straight 6. Harms with the goal. Melbourne have got 2 on the trot.
What Melbourne do really well is they send all their major ball winners and their best clearance players inside the forward 50. Some clubs allow their midfielders a bit of a break and to ring the stoppage and try and block the ball in there, but every one of the good Melbourne midfielders goes into those stoppages. I said that Petrarca and Oliver, they're in the top 5 clearance players, ground ball level, inside forward 50. On that occasion, they had Harms in there as well, who had nobody on him. I'm not sure where the Cats defenders were on that occasion because Harms just stood on one side of the pack. Every Geelong defender on the other side of the pack worried about Oliver and Petrarca, and Harms had all the room in the world.
Last 5 inside 50s to the D, so they've turned it around after the Cats looked like they'd started really well.
Chris Scott won't be happy with the replay of that, Brand. That's just a structural error there. Rattigalia and Jackson. Can Danger get involved? Viney got a piece of him. In came Petrarca. Brilliant second effort. Petrarca. Rattigalia did superbly well to get hold of Petrarca. Now brace your handball a bit too hot. Close, who's built a little bit like Howie. Brad Close.
Except bigger.
A lot stronger.
There's the skinny shaming again.
You've left him off your list, Howie.
Yeah, I did. He's a long-sleeved operator, though. Caught in the tackle is Viney.
Did you play in a long sleeve, Howie?
No. I was loud and proud for these games, Dave. Ball not going anywhere, centre wing. Looks like a free kick the way of the Demons.
Stand, Patrick.
Petrarca looks like he could really take hold of this game. Pickett looks dangerous forward for the Demons. They got the weapons early. Viney just eases the ball forward. It was Brown. Look at this man, Chief.
Up and about.
Big, strong, contested grab. Too far out to score.
Yeah, can he hit the right kick here?
He puts it right to the dangerous spot. Melbourne look good in the air. Comes to Neil Bull and dangerous operator. Melbourne have got 3 in a row. Oh, wow. Big prelim statement by the D's. 3-1-19, Geelong won't straight 6. 13 points, Triple M Kennard's high scoreboard.
3 goals for the Demons, all from stoppages. They've only kicked the 3. They're 3-1-19. 3 straight from stoppages at the moment. And you said, Chief, you had to make the right kick, Ben Brown. I thought that he had players in the pocket, and that's where they set up. And he went to the top of the square where there was probably only one opportunity for the Demons to kick that goal, and that was Neil Bullen, who was the front and centre. Geelong had probably 3 or 4 players, but it fell to Neil Bullen, who kicked a really good goal.
He's kicked the goal himself, and he's had 3 score involvements already, Ben Brown. He is the man that's lighting the place up early on here. A great contested mark in front of Blitzards.
Choice hotels around the grounds of the Melbourne Storm in their big final, week 1 of the finals. 10 zip up over the Manly Sea Eagles. So go the Melbourne Storm. What an outfit. We love what they do. So 3 in a row, it's how he said. The Cats got to get the next one. All of a sudden, Selwood got it to Guthrie. Important centre clearance. Max Holmes worked his way on the ball back to Selwood. Took on Lever. Lever got him.
Had to be high.
Umpire said play on. It was...
No, he called the free kick, but then he called play on.
Okay, thanks, Brownie. That makes more sense. Spargo at half back. Bowie had his kick smothered. Ricochets back inside forward 50. Atkins picks it up. Slides a handball to Hawkins. Brad Close. He can flick it back to Holmes. Can't keep it in.
Why did he call play on that?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Well, I'm not sure because it was a free kick. He definitely blew the whistle, and then Selwood, as soon as he was on the ground, got up and handballed it. So the umpire called play on.
Strange decision. Obviously, Selwood wouldn't have played on in that situation if he'd heard the whistle, Chief. Now on the Triple M Harvey Norman replay, bring the big stadium home this footy finals. Great deals on TV and soundbars. Now at Harvey Norman, Myers gets it towards Smith. That's dropping the footy. Don't know how he got rid of it. He's tackled and the ball ended up at his feet, Chief.
Yeah, if the ball spills out, we often see the umpire make no decision. They're happy when the ball comes out, even though he tried to defend and the ball was incorrectly disposed of. It should have been a D's free kick.
You're just dropping the footy, really, aren't you?
It's just the rule that I don't understand how it has evaporated from our game. We have to dispose of the ball correctly. There's Oliver. Hurries a kick through the corridor. Blitzarves has really had his work cut out. Dropped the mark there. Zach Guthrie sat on Sparrow over the top of him, so close to the centre circle it will be thrown up. These have a 3-1-19 to 1 straight 6 lead. 9 minutes remaining in the first term. Luke Jackson, they're just exiting the stoppages with a bit too much ease at the moment. Here's Oliver, who's been unbelievable all year. Henderson's diving mark picked up by the D's. McDonald couldn't get his handball further forward. Meningolic, and they worked their way through some traffic. Now Dangerfield thought about the handball to Selwood, decided to kick it himself inside 50. Hawkins, May, Hawk on to May, and the umpire said all clear, will pay the mark. And this is a desperately needed opportunity. What did you make of the marking contest, Chief?
Yeah, he just got caught underneath the ball, Stephen May. I think he knew he was a little far under it, a little nudge. Hands, the hands are in the back from Hawkins, but it's only a very, very minor nudge, so they're probably going to pay the mark 9 times out of 10. The big question mark now for Tom Hawkins is, can he go back and kick the goal?
This feels like a really significant moment in the game. Early stages of the match. Can Hawkins settle the Cats? He kicked 5 in the final last week. He's missed a lot. Missed it by about 30 metres.
It's come off the big toe. Really off the instep, that
wasn't it? 10 rows back out of bounds on the full.
Contested possessions early. The Demons are +6. Geelong ranked number 1 in that area.
McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy, the Monopoly game at Macca's. He's back, game on. So Melbourne with the last 3 to lead it by 13 points after Cameron kicked the opening goal of the match. Brayshaw just wobbles the ball forward. Here's Pickett. Looks like he's cut out for this type of time of the year. To Harms has kicked the goal, sends it forward. Brown's got 2 on 1, just needs to halve the contest, bring it to ground, does that. But Zach Guthrie's there. He spins it back from whence it came. Big contest in the air, gets out the back of Salem. Henderson taking time to get rid of the footy. Petrarca will try and track down his man Buse, does that. Buse kicks hurriedly. Gawn does really well to pick it up at his bootstraps.
Here's Hawkins now sliding in. Can Tui get through? Good pressure the D's are applying around the footy. Cam Guthrie got it back to Atkins. This is all happening in a phone box. Picked up again by Tui to close. Back to Tui. More tackle pressure from the D's. Neil Bullen in there. Melbourne fighting hard. The Cats fighting on as well. Maxie Holmes a little careless. Just into the back of Jack Viney. Free kick at half back. Melbourne. Let's get to Tanya.
Yeah, it could be a big story developing here. Stephen May's left the ground holding the back of his right hamstring, so he doesn't look good at all. He grabbed for it in that marking contest when he got a little shove from Tom Hawkins, so he's just walking to the rooms now for the Demons with the trainer.
That is the sort of injury that can turn this game on its head.
Wow.
He did, Chief, in that marking contest. It was immediately after he was pushed under the footy. Just the hand, he saw that look on his face, thinking, oh no, what was that? Gee, that could be a story and a half. Gawn takes a strong contested mark. What do they do structurally, the Demons now, Chief and Nate, if he spends an extended period, or in fact the rest of the game off? We'll get back to you on that in a moment. And that is Stephen May, as Tan told us, off the ground as the ball just stays in the hands of Myers. Now it's across the line.
Well, they've got to reshuffle things, haven't they? It's not a matter of who goes there. The problem was Stephen May was the one that had the capability to match Tom Hawkins. They don't have another defender that can actually do that. Now, whether it's a Petty, Lever has to play key position defence now. They're going to have their work cut out.
Big story unfolding. Harvey Norman replay. You can see Stephen May has had a genuine grab at the ham and he's off the ground. We'll get to Tanya again with an update in defence. Cosy Pickett puts some pressure on Guthrie. Doesn't quite clear the defensive zone. Petrarca just muscled Joel Selwood off the footy boundary throwing.
You'd have to think that Harrison Petty, as we see the Triple M Harvey Norman replay screen, just a little grab. Harrison Petty's probably the bigger one that has to go to Tom Hawkins. You couldn't send Lever to Tom Hawkins. Almost Lever has to now trail around Jeremy Cameron, or they need to bring somebody else back.
He looks doubtful in that, and then you start thinking 2 weeks to a grand final. If Melbourne get that far, it'll be a big story, Chief.
And the other option, I guess, is does Tom McDonald go back?
Yeah.
Is he the option?
You don't want to get too far ahead of yourself, but there's always an injury story in the lead up to grand finals, an extra week this year. But anyway, that's a long way ahead of us at this stage. Hopefully he gets back out there. Forward, Brown, McDonald. Maybe he might go back, he just said, Chief. It's fisted across the line.
Just looking through who could go back. They've got Michael Hibberts playing halfback. It could go to Jeremy Cameron because they want to keep Lever as that third man in. If they haven't got a match up for Tom Hawkins, Petty's going to need all the help he can get, so you'd want Lever as that third man in.
So Stephen May off with a potential hamstring. Tanya Armstrong, Bob Jane bringing you all the news. Radagalier takes on a couple. Petrarca grabs it out of his hands, ducks around 3. What about this man, Petrarca? 4 in a row for the D's. And Petrarca, he's big, he's strong, and he looks cut out for finals.
4 goals from stoppages, Howard. We said it at the start, they're very good at that area. And he just pickpocketed him. And he ran away, and everybody looked around and said, what happened? But Christian Petrarca was the only one who knew what happened, and he ran into an open goal, made it look easy.
What about the step he put on someone too? I'm not sure who it was. But he was running towards goal. They were coming to cut him off. And just a simple step inside, did not lay a finger on him.
Powerful stuff, wasn't
exciting.
it?
It's exciting. So Radaglia got the tap out. Pickett tried to pick his pocket, and in the end, it's Petrarca stealing it from Radaglia. Oh, Lockie Henderson, no chance of stopping a rampaging Christian Petrarca.
Choice hotels around the ground. What are the Melbourne Storm up to?
Just gone to 16-0 up over the Manly Seagulls.
Show you good things.
Jeez, they are a football club.
Unbelievable Melbourne Storm. And Petrarca, he's just rubber stamping himself.
Be well received too by the Conqueror team. No doubt, their Storm going well.
They tend to be pretty balanced when the Storm are playing. Our friends in New South Wales and Queensland. So here are the D's again. Maxi Gawn picked it up off his toes beautifully, and they are running right on top of the ground. Melbourne kicked a half forward in front. Guthrie. It'll be a free kick against Cozzy Pickett. So if they keep playing like this, they might just get so far in front that Stephen May won't be an issue. But the medical sub, James Jordan, he is limbering up as we speak.
Amazing pick-up by Max Gawn, and they haven't put any pressure on him so far. Max Gawn seems to be running around on his own, Duke.
Cats medical sub at Higgins, that's how well they're going. Lever gets it away from Radaglia. Ball only goes about 10 metres in the air. It'll end up in the hands of Tui. It was a fantastic first game back after a hammy himself last week. Does a little pirouette, then shoves the ball forward, puts it straight to the Demons, and that man, Lever.
Yeah, so well set up. Here come the D's again. Clayton Oliver looking for Pickett. He's missed the tuck. Henderson's fumbled. You don't want to do that around Cozzy. He'll hurt you every time. He sockers it forward to 50. Blitzarves goes off the ground only as far as Salem. Salem's smart by foot, and they are slicing them open big time at the moment, the D's. And
now Lever's got a little bit of a limp up, but he looks okay.
This is no disrespect to Lockie Henderson, but I'd be, if I was the Melbourne coach, just going, okay, can we identify who is on Lockie Henderson, because we want to play through that player. His confidence would be all-time low at the moment. He's fumbling everything. Make sure we go through his man.
So we'll get to Tanya in a moment. We're just having a look at Harvey Norman replay screen. A little awkward one for Lever. But Charlie Spargo directly in front. Makes no mistake. 5 unanswered goals, Melbourne. And they've blown this first quarter out to a 25-point margin. That's all the Triple M Kennards Hire scoreboard to Kennards Hire make your job easy. Ken, hope they do.
Bob Jane, Tanya.
Yeah, well, Stephen May, the Demons defender, he's emerged from the change room, so that is good news. He's got strapping on his right hamstring. He did a couple of run-throughs. He's now talking to the medicos. I think they're deciding if he can play on. He's fairly confident. He's jogging up and down on the spot. So great news. We thought he may have been done for the night, so he's limbering up now, Stephen May.
Well, it's good news that he looks keen to come back on, but jogging up and down is vastly different to trying to sprint off the mark to win a 50-50 ball in the heat of battle. So we'll find out very quickly just how bad that hammy is the next time, if he gets back out there, the next time he competes.
Melbourne's ability to find a mark inside forward 50. Ash, Geelong are just about the best side in the comp at defending marks inside 50. What's it doing?
Yeah, they only concede 9 per game. Melbourne have already racked up 4 inside their attacking 50 already.
Petrarca goes off the ground. They've kicked the last 5, the Demons, to lead it by 25 points. Jordan's got an issue. Somehow released it. Harms, held by an arm. Does well, gets it to Bowie. That's a beautiful kick under pressure. Hits Spargo, centre wing.
They're doing some clever things, the D's.
Spargo, Pickett and Neil Bullen all causing havoc.
I love the way they're using the ball going forward until Tom McDonald got it.
Coughed it up. Mark taken by Henderson. The Cats have got all sorts of drama at the moment. Just can't really find any rhythm in the game. Ball to be won at half forward. Hibbert and Hawkins. He'll start a bit of a wrestle. Umpire says, give it to me, two man.
Yeah, Triple M Red Z, Geelong 4th for uncontested marks, averaging 23 per quarter. They've only taken 4 to date.
Chief, I live in an area where 98% of people go for the Cats, and all the talk was this week is, geez, I hope we don't get jumped in the first quarter. That was their real concern.
Well,
it's happened in finals to them.
And in actual fact, it mightn't be the worst thing from a game perspective, because it'll force Geelong to be aggressive with their ball use. When they like to play that sort of slow, protracted, steady football, they may actually have to play with a bit more hustle.
What did they lead by, the Cats over the Demons?
44.
44. So can it happen the opposite way as the ball goes across the line? Tan, any update on Steve May?
No, he's sitting on the bench and he's looking pretty pumped that he wants to get back out there, but he hasn't yet. So he's got strapping on that right hamstring, which he grabbed in a marking contest with Tommy Hawkins, but not back on the ground just yet.
So Hibbert has gone to Cameron behind the footy. Lever taking radical air at the moment. Petty on Hawkins.
And I love, as you said, Brownie, to keep Lever as that ability to go third man up. Petrarca's having a massive influence. He gets it out to Neil Bullen, and they've carved their way through again. This time Bailey Fritsch. Cats are like witches' hats at times at the moment.
Love the way they're going forward, Duke. So it was basically two defenders on one. They had two tools back, the Cats. One was dropping back. One was trying to come up on Fritsch, but he just led up at the footy. He took the two of them out of play.
Too quick.
And the players with the ball aren't bombing away. That's the key to, I think it was Neil Bullen on that occasion. He found the easy lead-up kick.
31-15 from set shots in 2021. He's had a 51-goal year coming into tonight. Bailey Fritsch, leading goalkeeper, kick area. Opened the face a little bit. Not going to make the distance in the end, and Reece Stanley slaps it through for a behind. 5-2-32 Melbourne, one straight 6 Geelong. Triple M Kennard's higher scoreboard, just over 2 minutes remaining in the first term.
See what they have done? Geelong led 7-3 inside 50s. It's now 16-9 in favour of these, so that's 13-2 the inside 50s. Second half of this quarter.
And the last 6, Chief. What are you saying, Dewey?
Yeah, Petrarca, number 1 ranked player, 6 disposals, Howie, 3 score involvements and the major.
We haven't seen them tested down back yet since May's been off the ground for about 6 minutes. The ball hasn't been down there. As the Demons pump it out of bounds on the full. So Salem's got Rowan. What's Rowan had so far?
He's our statless for Red Z.
The Demons winning all the contested footy, so they haven't been able to get it forward. And every time they do win that contested footy, they're getting outside of a radius of maybe 10 to 15 metres and then putting the gas on.
Gawn just stands in the hole in front of Stanley. Coming in hard and low are the Demons. Sparrow. Close, tries to work his way through Duncan. That's a clever releasing handball, but the Demons are awake to it. Lever sees it across the line. So, Cameron kicked the first, then Brown, Harms, Neil Bullen, Petrarca and Spargo. 5 in a row for the Ds. They lead it 32-6. And we've got a minute and a half to go before quarter time. Steve May has been off with a hamstring issue.
And that is still the big outlier in this game, isn't it? It sort of, to me, reduces that 26-point lead if he takes no further part. Can Dangerfield impact the game? Selwood charges through. Ran into Petrarca. Here's Sparrow now at half-back. Flicked back by Cozzy, up by a set of throw. Advantage has been paid. Isaac Smith, Hawkins wants it deep. That's where he goes. Long bomb to the goal square. Ranagalia in front, out the back. Petty picked it up. Here's Bowie. And here's the boundary line. So it'll be thrown in. Minute 4 seconds remaining. And we'll look at Stephen May, who's getting some work done on the glute hamstring area. See if they can free him up a little bit.
11 minutes he's been on the bench, Stevie May. The ball's hardly gone inside 50 for the Cats in that period. They're inside 50 now. Gawn, Hawkins, make sure he doesn't let Tom grab it out of the ruck. It falls to him anyway. Cam Guthrie spills that towards Dangerfield. Numbers 2, Red Z.
6 touches.
Loops it back by hand to Duncan. Ducked his head. Umpire saw it. Brayshaw gets him in a tackle.
Dangerfield at the moment looks like the only Geelong player dangerous enough to put any pressure on Melbourne around the stoppages.
Nate Brown, the chief, Triple M Seabass Super Special comments. Couldn't be more impressive, the Ds. How about this man, Parker? Ripped it out to Harms. Now Oliver. He flicks it back to Petrarca. They get it out of defence. Diving attempt at mark was by Henry. Picked up by Charlie Spargo. Jackson at half-back. Got some run from Salem with 30 seconds remaining in the quarter. Can they get another late one? Langdon on the outer wing at Optus Stadium. Down the line, and Jeremy Cameron worked really hard back, chased his man Michael Hibbert, got it over for a boundary throw. And Nate Brown.
Right now, Duke, if you draw a circle around a stoppage, a 10-metre radius, the Cats have been okay at defending inside that 10 metres. The moment that Melbourne get the football outside that radius, they are gone, and they can't keep up with them. And then they've got pace forward of the ball, which is really hurting the Cats.
Nate Brown, Jason Dunstall, Friday night footy on the M's. First prelim final, 32-6. It's the Demons' lead. We've got 15 seconds on the clock. Dangerfield gets Hibbert. Cut off by Salem coming the other way. They could open them up here. Can the Demons take a mark inside 50? McDonald out the back. Jackson, 6 seconds on the clock. By hand, Fritsch goes for something really clever. Zach Guthrie has scored it across the line. That will all you see in the first term. 33-6. And Bob James, Steve May update number 7.
Yeah, well, it's the story of the first term, isn't it? He is walking out to the huddle now, so they've tried to free up with a bit of massage on the sidelines, and he's limbering up now, so the big fella wants to get back out there.
Keep an eye on the fitness test. I reckon there'll be one at quarter time. Melbourne kicked 5 in a row to finish the term. They lead the first prelim final 5-3-33 to Geelong 1 straight 6. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, you know the story. Triple M rocks footy.
That quarter for Kennard Tyre. Did Kennard Tyre make your job easy? Ken Oath.
For McDonald's,
Triple M rocks finals footy.
the Monopoly game at Macca's is back. Game on.
Can you crack Triple M's $10,000 vault? Enter this pin in the correct order to win.
1, 6, 9, 3.
Your next vault cracking opportunity between 8 and 8:15 Monday morning in Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show.
Aussies are winning epic prizes with the Monopoly game at Macca's, like Zara and Lucas and even Karen.
Can I speak to the manager? I didn't win.
Have you tried scanning?
I won!
Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Start at Bottomart and wrap up footy with a win. Catch a specially marked Jack Daniels and Cola 4.8% 10-pack for $44.99 and enter online for the chance to win a UE Hyperboom speaker. Want camping gear? Buy a specially marked 30-pack of Great Northern Super Crisp for $47.99 and get a $20 Campermate voucher. Buy more cases, get bigger prizes. T's and C's apply. 1 hour delivery in selected areas. Download our app and start shopping. Catalogue out now at bottomart.com.au. Start at Bottomart.
Give your cutting tools the diamond-tipped cutting edge with Diablo Fibre Cement Circular Saw Blades. Diablo's polycrystalline diamond-tipped blades with up to 75% longer lifetime than standard blades produce a 50% reduction in airborne dust and less noise generation. Available in 6.5, 7 1/4 and 10 inches, they're ideal for all non-compressed and compressed fibre cement materials. Diablo Fibre Cement Circular Saw Blades. Available at Bunnings Warehouse and Total Tools. Diablo Tools. Lead. Never follow.
Well, look at what just arrived. The future of used car buying. Cars24 is the new way to buy a quality used car. 100% online. Every car is 300-point inspected and delivered right to your door. With 6 months warranty and a 7-day return option. That's way better than a test drive. There's a smarter way to buy a quality used car. That's the Cars24 way. Visit cars24.com for terms and conditions. LMCT 00012133.
Open your ears to a new world of audio on Listener. With hundreds of premium original podcasts like Australia Today with Steve Price.
Did the Prime Minister do enough to get us vaccinated?
And Australia Today's Morning Agenda with Natasha Belling.
Let's check what's making headlines.
All in one personalised app. Listener. Download the new app and listen for free. Listener.
Oscar, Penny, Hercules, Horatio.
If dogs are a part of your family, you'll want to keep your family protected.
Jasmine, Jenny, Harley.
Simparica Trio gives dogs fast and effective protection from fleas and ticks, deadly heartworm and intestinal worms. A simple monthly chew that keeps your dog safe from deadly parasites inside and out.
Who wants to go for a walk?
So if you're a dog person, you'll want Simparica Trio. Protection from fleas, ticks, intestinal worms and heartworm.
Your next home makeover could be on the house with the Monopoly game at Macca's. Peel and scan your way to a Philips audio and visual package, a Makita 18-volt LXT cooler warmer or an ultimate barcode toolkit. Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
This quarter for IGA Liquor. Proudly local, proudly independent.
Jeremy Cameron kicked the first, then Melbourne kicked the next 5 to lead it by 27 points at the first break, 5-3-33. The Cats won straight 6. Bob Jane T-Marts, keep your family safe on the roads. Free tyre safety checks. And Bob Jane T-Marts, call 13 26 25 today. Geez, you're earning your money tonight, Tan. What's happening?
That's okay. That's what I'm here for. I was underwhelmed by the fitness test that Stephen May did. He did like one run through and said, yeah, I'm fine. So he looks like he wants to go back out there. He went straight to the defensive group and high-fived everyone. So it looks like Stephen May, hamstring scare in that first term when he grabbed the back of the right hammy. He's got it strapped, but the All-Australian defender very keen to play on in this prelim.
Good call, Tanya. It's going to be interesting to see whether he gets through. That's the big test now, because it's okay to do a warm-up or some sort of fitness test, but until you're placed under match pressure, you really don't know. And hamstrings can be very, very interesting beasts, so we'll keep a very close eye on that. D's have started beautifully, so 7 or 8 minutes in, Cats going well. They had 7-3 the inside 50s. Then it was 14 inside 50s to 5, and from those 14 inside 50s, they kicked 5 goals, Melbourne, because of the way they're looking for targets in the forward 50, Brownie.
If you wanted to play the perfect quarter, I think Melbourne just did it. They kicked 5 goals, which is extraordinary in this day and age where low scoring, we're in a final. So they kicked 5. They're also the best defensive side in the competition. Their pressure rating was 224 in that first quarter. The Cats win at 40% by foot. Now we know Geelong is a slow build-up type team who don't really give the ball back. They don't make mistakes because they don't take the game on that often. But for Melbourne to keep them to 40% by foot, their pressure was outstanding. They played the best quarter of football I've seen just about this year.
Melbourne lead it by 27 points. What are you seeing, Chulenko?
Yeah, and Geelong number 1 for time in possession. But tonight, Melbourne going at 62%, Geelong only 38, and Petrarca, number 1 ranked player, 8 disposals, 3 clearances, 3 tackles and a major.
And the pace that the balls move, Chief, has allowed Pickett to be dangerous, Neil Bullen to be dangerous, and Spargo. So when you look at Geelong's defensive unit, Collar Jasny, you've got Henderson down there, you've got big guys who are slow and not that nimble on their feet. They want the ball coming in high and long and slow.
Tanya Armstrong.
Yeah, Stephen May on the ground. He's walked to fullback, lining up on Radaglia in the square.
Yeah, big news, isn't it? Bob Jane team Arts Tanya all over that one. So Stephen May, hamstring strap back out there, 27-point margin in favour of the D's. We're underway in the second term. Guthrie gets it forward. And a free kick Geelong's way. Mitch Duncan against Bowie. Can the Cats get one back early here? Oh, Mitch Duncan's pulled the kick. Slapped Neil Bullen in the face in the end. He was looking for Dangerfield. Alex Neil Bullen fights on. Now Cam Guthrie comes back in. Bailey Fritsch used his body well. Stanley a little reckless with the tackle. And a free kick to Bailey Fritsch. Half back for Melbourne.
Melbourne Storm leading at 18-6 to Manly. The thought of Steve May coming back on, Chief, he's obviously not got a cramp.
Well, the thing I find really interesting is he went to the square on Radaglia, not onto Tom Hawkins. So I wonder, do we read anything into that?
Ball goes inside 50 for the Demons. They're looking for 6 in a row. Spargo puts it out to Oliver the Star, ducks his head out the back to McDonald. Stanley gets him. So you think it's just get out there and have a crack, because if you don't play, you miss 2 weeks' time anyway if we get there?
Probably. I think they want to see how he goes, just getting into the pace of the game, and maybe that's a little bit easier just out of the square, keeping things sort of straight in front of you.
Radaglia picks it up, strokes the lever tackle. Now Brian Myers, again a kick that made Dangerfield had to work a bit harder than he really wanted to. Works a little 1-2 handball to Danger, and now he squares it to Isaac Smith on the outer wing. Just kicked the 1 goal to Jeremy Cameron, the Cats, and a little hesitant. They go back sideways from where it came, back to Dangerfield. Just wedges a little ball over the top to Selwood.
The massive Melbourne players that are forward of the football, they had to get through, and they got there really quick. Geelong had the fast break out to the other side as well.
Should be looking for Reece Stanley here.
So they pump a long ball in. Radaglia, there's the man Chief called, Reece Stanley, who popped up. And Stephen May was in that contest. So Stanley 35 metres out directly in front. What'd you see, Chief?
Well, Hawkins was in the forward pocket and he drew Max Gawn over. And that allowed Stanley to push into the corridor. And he was actually matched up with Spargo, who couldn't fly in the air. And he was hoping that the key defenders had come over the top.
Reece Stanley directly in front. Let Max Gawn get that space in round 23. That final moment, you feel like he'd love to get one back, and he does. Reece Stanley. So the Cats desperately needed second goal off the boot of Reece Stanley. And we are back to a 21-point margin. That's on the Triple M J Liquor scoreboard.
It was a good pick-up, Chief. The fact that Tom Hawkins played a selfless role and realised he had Max Gawn, and if he went back into that contest, he was only going to be another body in there, and they probably weren't going to mark it. Realised that Spargo was the matchup, tall on small, just stayed out, and then the other Melbourne defenders didn't realise what was happening. It was an easy, uncontested mark in the end.
Triple M Seabus Super Special Comments, delivering consistent long-term return for members. Seabus for all of us. Nathan Brown, Jason Dunstall on a Friday night. What do you got, Chewy?
Some low numbers for the Cats, Howie. Rowan still statless, and Menegola averaging 23 this year, only 3 touches to date.
G-Man with the Triple M Red Z lenders. Bob Jane, Tanya Armstrong.
Yeah, Mark Blitzar's just coming to the Cats bench with blood streaming from his nose.
Okay, so the blood rule for Blitzars. So Stanley breaks a run of 5 straight goals from the Demons, back to 21 points. Petrarca, dominant the first term, somehow gets it to Viney, to Oliver, the 3 big names combined. He's got space ahead of him, doesn't take it, Oliver. Interestingly, just drives it forward. Henderson in the box seat. Jackson does well to bring it to ground. Here comes Spargo out of the pack. Melbourne with the immediate reply. Spargo's got 2, and make no mistake, the Demons are on.
Well, it's a great response. I didn't think it was the right kick going inside 50. It's one of the first times they bombed away. Clayton Oliver goes long. It was actually to the advantage of Lockie Henderson, but they were able to bring the ball to ground, and that was the key. Sometimes as a forward, you're out of position, you've got no chance of getting the ball, but you've got to find a way to not give away a free kick and get the ball to ground. They were able to do that, and then Spargo, keeping himself alive front and square, able to snap the goal. Great response. Got plenty of claret flowing from that beak. Blitzarves on the bench.
Henderson again, he's gone for the mark. And
good work from Ben Brown, Duke. Did really well to get Nami.
Yep. I just feel like that's either got to be smashed out of there or you take the mark, isn't it, Lockie Henderson? So Spargo kicks his second goal, and the D's just appear to have the answers so far in this prelim final. They led it by 27 points, early stages, second term. Stanley got over the top of Gawn. Dangerfield's tackle was brilliant. On
incorrect disposal.
Jack Viney, you can hear umpires mic'd up exclusively for us here on Triple M. Danger. Drives a long ball inside forward 50. Free kick. Which way is it going? Cat's way. Graham Myers has got it. It's against the defender, Trent Rivers.
They both went to ground.
We've already got it. Clear out, guys, please.
So they're both on the ground. Jake Lever comes over and says, don't worry about arguing with the umpire. He's not going to change it, just doesn't want a 50-metre penalty. The young fella Rivers, as we see the Triple M Harvey Norman replay from behind the goals, Rivers appears to be holding him, and Brian Myers appears to be holding him back as well.
Went down very, very easily.
Got this really unusual kicking style, Brian Myers, but effective. He runs out to the right, bends it back across his body, and he nails through. Another goal for the Cats, so they get their third. Margin back to a 21-point lead in favour of the D's. Triple M IJ Liquor scoreboard, IJ Liquor, proudly local, proudly independent.
It's one of those ones, Chief, where, yeah, Rivers did go to him. He was holding him.
There was a bit of holding.
Brian Myers knew that Rivers was all over him, and then made it look like he was trying to get away, but wasn't really getting away, and then went to ground and sucked the umpire. And the umpire's got to be better than that. That's just play on.
Kicked 7 straight from set shots this season, Brian Myers. So he's doing his part. There is a little bit of holding going on, and then he just throws himself to the ground.
Triple M Harvey Norman replay, bring the big stadium home this footy finals. Great deals on TVs and soundbars now at Harvey Norman. So 2-1 this term for the Cats. It's 27 at quarter time. They've narrowed it to 21 points. And Petrarca stands next to Menangola. They're having a little chat. Now Gawn outpoints Stanley in the ruck. Selwood can't get it clear. Stanley tries to do the same thing, falls to Max Holmes. His kick goes straight to the shins of Petrarca. Selwood just wants the ball more than anyone else. Gets the ball to Menangola. High ball to land just inside 50. Lever with the spoil. Rowan still hasn't had a possession, Chewy.
Spot on, Howie.
Comes back out to the centre of the ground. The Demons go off the ground. Buse, the former pole vaulter, battles away. Clever tap from the Demons. Petrarca hunts the footy, picks it up cleanly, looks inboard. That is a beautiful kick to Pickett.
Fisted away though by Guthrie. It was a timely fit, went through a couple of Demons' legs. Oliver, and opened the door for Selwood, who handballed it forward on to Rowan. Maxi Holmes in there. Live ball to one. Menegola picked it up, well tackled immediately by Salem. And on the AFL logo on the wing.
Thank you, hands out.
They're going to have it thrown up.
Max.
The goal-saving fist at centre-half back by Zach Guthrie.
Wasn't it? And it clean bowled a couple of the front and squares.
It's gone Reece Stanley, pinballing around on the wing. In comes Atkins. Neil Bullen and the umpire allowing plenty of time. So threw it up immediately. So we're underway again. Oliver's had his ball touched off the boot. In front, Spargo's been good. He got rid of Buse. Beautiful move. Charlie Spargo. Now Jack Henry back there. McDonald applying some pressure. Henry's a good athlete. Good tackle across the boundary line. Has he been saved by the boundary?
You tackled him over the line.
That's the umpire's explanation. Pretty fair to I would have thought.
Good comeback.
Umpires mic'd up exclusively for Triple M football. 39 plays 18. 21-point margin. Melbourne by 27 at quarter time where they kicked the last 5 goals of the term. Brown, Rattigalia, Holmes, Duncan, Steps. Dodgers had no one to kick to, just floats among towards the boundary line. It'll work out though. Cameron wanted to keep the ball in and did. Myers, Salem, bit of a clash there on the boundary, and she's across the line.
What's winning goal at Petrarca?
Tan, you're at ground level, and Bob Jane's style. How's Stephen May moving?
I'm not quite at ground level. I can't get on the ground here, but I'm up in like the first level, just off the ground. He's not going at full tilt, but he is hanging around the inside 50, so hanging very close to the square, but he hasn't had to sprint yet, and I don't think he plans to.
Thanks, Stan, for that. Bob Jane teammates. Sparrow fell over, and he got some knees driven in his back.
It's a Melbourne free kick. Both your knees went onto his back.
How good was Tom McDonald? He was actually in the process of being tackled, but he didn't panic.
Come around.
Yeah, the knee goes straight into the back. It's hard to argue with that.
You dispute that.
I love the way McDonald kept his feet, and someone had a little bit of a hold of him, but he just took his time to find the right hand pass because he had the arms free. He didn't panic.
So a little clumsy was Maxie Holmes, drove both knees into the back and then proceeded to debate the umpire that wasn't a free kick.
No player's ever given away a free kick in their own mind. Duke.
Tom Sparrow in a big prelim final. Huge moment for this young man. Good looking attempt too. Look at that. Struck it magnificently, Tom Sparrow. Just his 9th goal in AFL footy. His 27th game, and he gets his team out to a 27-point lead on the Triple M High Liga scoreboard.
I dare say it all started from another stoppage, Ash. That's 6 goals from stoppages out of the 7. And I felt a little bit for Holmes then because Sparrow, when you look at the replay, Triple M Harvey Norman style, he actually tripped over his own feet as he was running, trying to change direction. He went to ground, and Holmes was going that fast trying to tackle him. He just fell straight into his back. But it was a very nice finish, but another goal from a stoppage.
And you look at the clearances, Brown, he's spot on 16 each, but those scores from stoppages, 6-2, 38 to the Demons, only 2 straight to the Cats.
Pappenhausen in everything for the Storm. They lead at 24-6, just trying to ascertain whether Cam Munster is playing. Munster's playing is good, so after a bit of a knee clean out.
That's an extraordinary free kick to try and argue against, Max Home.
So 2 goals apiece this term. It's back at 27 points, the quarter-time margin. We've got 14 to go before the major break. Gawn went the big fist. It was stymied in the end and fell to Rattigalia with a left-foot driving ball inside 50. Rowan only had 1 handball. Spills out the back of the pack. Needs to get rid of it, Jordan. Gee whiz, I reckon he was nearly gone for holding the ball there. The Cats had a fair case to argue, Das.
I tell you who didn't want to extend when the ball was at ground level was Stephen May. He was very cautious the way he approached the footy.
It was actually Rivers, that was caught in the tackle.
Might have just manufactured a kick there that saved him. Trent Rivers at the back on the goal line. Levers jumped on top of it. Now he's got an issue. It's got to get out. Max Gawn helps him get it out. And Max has somehow been able to shin a ball through for a rush behind. It advances Geelong to 3-1-19. Melbourne 7-3-45. That's your Triple M IJ Liga scoreboard.
Could have been holding the ball, Max Gawn, because he actually ended up kicking a drop kick. The ball hit the ground first.
Hibbert back in the side. Long ball, Luke Jackson. Boy, you like the look of this bloke, Das. Contested style on the wing.
He's a ripper.
Rising star winner. Interesting operator.
Breaks the game up so much. If you can go long down the line and get a contested mark, so then you get to go in your half of the ground.
You're going to need 2 now because they do the same thing towards Ben Brown. Max has been unbelievable below his knees. Just picks it up like he's a rover. Coming back the other way, though, is Blitzarves. The Cats just try and manufacture that funny kick that Myers does. Always looks to go on the 45. It could come back and bite him the other way now.
He's cocked it up with the kick.
Downfield.
Downfield free kick. The Cats were away the other way.
No 50. No 50.
Viney didn't even know it was his. He was darting back to try and make space to defend.
That's a big decision that has ramifications that are positive for Melbourne. Petrarca, he's gone short to Max Gawn. It was touched off the beat. Max has played on because he saw it was touched.
Maxie!
What about that? That was Stevie J-like from Max Gawn. You've never seen him do that ever before. The running, bending snap from the big 205-centimetre giant.
Skinny man.
Unbelievable goal. 32-point lead, Melbourne.
See, one of the great parts about that is I didn't hear the whistle or the call from the umpire saying touched, but he knew it was. So he just played on straight away. If he tries to fudge for the mark, he gets tackled. They don't get a shot away. but he was on the move. He streamed onto the right and kicked a ripping snap.
I'm not even sure the umpire did call touch play on because the whistle went when he marked it, and I think Max just thought that it was going to be called because it was clear that it was touched off the boot, but the umpire didn't call it. He played on.
What about the celebration?
Space, but Sam Menegola, if you look back at that, you're the coach, Chris Scott, you just have to lay that tackle. You got two hands on the jumper of Max Gawn and you just couldn't reel him in.
McDonald's Marine Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy. Ask your plumber to install a ream steady, hot and strong. 32-point game higher, Chewy.
Yeah, spot on, Howie, for Red Zed.
Triple M IJ Liquor scoreboard. IJ Liquor, proudly local, proudly independent. Gee, it's go time now for the Cats. They are getting blown out of the water. 3-2 now the term for the Demons. Viney, Jackson just stops props, Pendlebury style, and waits. They all run past him. He goes back and finds Salem in the pocket. He's got Brayshaw further on the wing. He'll stop and go. Does that now. Shanks it forward. Nearly worked out to Petrarca. Another touch ball. Viney hits it hard, as he always does. Caught with a footy, but just on attack. 50 for the D's. What are you shaking your head at, Chewy?
Yeah, those uncontested marks for Geelong. They average 46.5. They've only taken 8. And we're almost halfway into the second quarter.
This has got the makings of a smashing here at Optus Stadium. It's 32 points, but the D's are all over Geelong. Can they fight their way back? Cam Guthrie, that's a good kick to close on the wing. It's here where they really have had their trouble, as most sides have against Melbourne, trying to get through half forward. Nothing at all that looks attractive, so close goes back sideways.
Well, that's a good sign for the D's. I mean, if they're structured up behind the footy that makes Geelong play slow and kick backwards, that is ideal.
You think with the forward line that's got Cameron and Hawkins and Radigalia that you would back yourself in.
Get it down there.
It's a perfect example of Melbourne's defensive press on that occasion. All the Geelong players moving, trying to create space, but Geelong players are all standing. They weren't moving anywhere, and what's happening when they're not moving anywhere? They're just getting petrol tickets back into themselves, so when they do turn the footy over, they can run. So when they're defending, they're resting at the same time.
Harrison Petty, an alumni from your school.
Great one-on-one spoil, Howie, and he is playing on Hawkins. They haven't gone back to May.
They haven't lost a beat. When Tomlinson went down with that knee, you thought, how do they replace him? Has not missed a beat, your man from Ross Trevor. Be a free kick again for Viney. Everything going the Demons' way.
Is he their most famous out of Ross Trevor?
No, John Aloisi. Or Paul Kelly.
I think Paul Kelly.
Where do you come in, Jim?
Probably right up there, I would have thought.
Number 3 behind Kelly and Aloisi. Inside 50 ball for the Demons. Fritsch hasn't been a factor. Pissed it away from him. Go through, mate. And it's across the line.
So 32-point margin in favour of the D's. Halfway mark of the second term. Optus Stadium. You just joined us on Triple M Footy. There's a bit of a story around Sam May, who's got his hamstring strapped up. He's got back out there, but still not convinced he's moving 100%. Stephen May, I call him Sam May, do I? An old schoolmate, Sam May.
Was he?
Yeah, and I was on Ross Trevor mine there.
How was Sammy? What type of operator was he?
A ripper. Good man. 10:38 remaining in this second term.
Ash Chewell's just handed me a great stat for Red Z. So the 4 marking forwards for the Cats: Hawkins, Cameron, Radigalia and Rowan. 1 mark between them.
Ooh, gee, that's damning, isn't it, Chiefy?
It's a great defensive effort from the D's.
That's what he does, the two-man. Season 20, the testimonial year. Hands out the good gear to the big boys. Close.
Didn't give it to Brown, he would have wasted it.
No. As I said, he handed it out to the big boys. To Mufti Henry. And just the friction boiling over after Nate had an open forward 50 the last 2 weeks. A bit more crowded now. Henry. Defensive flank. Kicks the footy to centre wing. Lever just drops off the back. Intercept marking hasn't really been a feature for either side so far. Lever muscles the ball forward. Henry overruns it. Demons go off the ground. Brayshaw, Petrarca, the big boys combine. Can he fashion a kick? My word, he can. Oh, 2 Demons fly. Tom McDonald's got it. They got Pickett deep, so they need the big boys to fly back down there now, which is what they do. Try to squeeze one into the pocket. Fritz just fisted away from him by blitz halves.
Cosy Pickett not happy. He led up into space, was looking for the little chip kick. Didn't get it. Needed to make more of that, Tom McDonald.
So the margin 32 points, and it just feels at the moment that Melbourne, they look irresistible at the moment, the way they're going about it. Ever since Harms, good tackle, Selwood. Harms got boot to ball. Holmes came through. Duncan, Bowie wrapped him up. Now Dangerfield at half-back. Everything under pressure. And there's May. who's playing the goalkeeper role across half back, and he's trying to kick one sideways, missed the target, skipped it out of bounds.
He's just trying to nurse his way through the game.
Yeah.
He's not playing on Hawkins. He's effectively looking for the mismatch down back. Although Hawkins goes to him now.
He has done his hammy. It's a bloody good effort to be out there,
Well,
isn't it?
it is. It is, but he's not playing with great confidence.
You're getting away with it, though, Chief.
At the moment.
Gorn grabs out of the ruck, spirals a high ball down the line. Big Sabs and Jackson see it across the line.
So what's the move if you're Chris Scott? Because they look completely out of the game at the moment, Chief and Nate. Is there an obvious thing you can do? Is there a play to go to? Is there... Can you come back to that boundary thrown on the wing? Harms, Oliver flicks it over the top, out the back Jackson. Love the way this man moves to Bowie, and they just ease their way away from stoppages without a lot of pressure. Zach Guthrie, Pickett got rid of him with ease. How good was that, Cozzy? And he rolls it through. There's a symptom of what's going on. That was just done with ease. Cozzy goals, 38-point margin. Melbourne are halfway on their way to a grand final. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy.
That was a brilliant goal. To answer your question, what does Chris Scott do? And normally when the Cats are under the pump and they need goals and they need them quickly, they've thrown Dangerfield forward. But they've got 4 marking forwards who should be able to do that job. And that's not their problem at the moment. They haven't been able to get the ball in the middle of the ground. They've been smashed in the clearances, smashed in the contested footy. So putting Dangerfield forward isn't going to do anything at the moment because they're not getting the ball up there enough. So what they need to do is get players in there who are going to get their hands on the football. And they've got their best players in there at the moment and they're not getting the job done. You've got Dangerfield, you've got Selwood in there, you've got Menegola, and they've been beaten. I'm not sure who the B side is, who the B midfield group is to go in there. Is it Young Holmes? Is it a Blixhalves to go in there? I'm not sure they've got an answer at the moment.
Cozzy Pickett came to the bench, and just great to see Mark Williams on the bench. He was so involved in the football side, but just the provider of good vibes down there, Darcy. Just high-fiving and smiling and just getting right behind them. Petrarca, he picks this up, he'll have a shot. Gets inside 50, dishes it off. This could be another goal for the Demons. Jackson with a low one. Blitzarves can't take the mark. They are under the pump down there. He's not sure where to go. Goes to Zach Guthrie. He just hurries a kick out of defence. Falls to Brayshaw. Would have fallen in his arms when he fell over too. He hasn't had the ball for a while. Now Atkins. In about 4 minds at the moment, the Cats. They go down the line. That's a good grab from Batagalia in front of Petty. Low numbers for the Cats too.
Yeah, he's one of them. This is only his 3rd touch. Jack Henry's been averaging 6 intercept marks over the past couple of weeks. He hasn't taken one, just the one possession. Rowan's still statless.
It's a half forward. Cats trail by 38 points. Bowie. He's kicked that one off the side of his boot. Opens the door for Jack Henry. Langdon gives chase. Henry, a little fumble at ground level. Almost handed it back to Langdon. And now Bailey Fritz through the corridor. Wants Newborn. Zach Guthrie did well, but there's always a number there for the D's. This time it was Oliver back to Fritz. Here's Ben Brown on a long lead. Melbourne streaming forward. Brown's going to get it rolling. He's got Spargo short. Tries a little drilling pass. Bounced nicely. Charlie Spargo just picks up a little left footer, and you don't want to give Petrarca any space. They did, and he can shoot.
Even though the Ben Brown kick didn't hit the target, he didn't just bomb it high and long. He kicked the Spargo in the pocket because he was in space, and he actually had the time. The ball got there on the bounce, but it got there quickly. He had the time to sum it up, chip the ball into Petrarca. Another great scoring opportunity.
Petrarca, 16 disposals and a goal already. 7 contested possessions. He's had 232 metres gained, and he looks like he wouldn't blow a candle at Christian Petrarca. Couldn't look any better. This will be massive. It's pretty close to the man on the mark. And that affected his kick, pushed it to the near side. So 39-point lead to Melbourne. Triple M IJ Liquor scoreboard.
It's almost a reversal of what happened in round 23, isn't it? Yeah. If he had have kicked that, it would have been that 44-point margin. So what they don't want to do are miss gilt-edged opportunities like that from Petrarca. Try and put the Cats away.
I reckon they're clinging, Cats fans, to that 44-pointer.
Yeah, I know. But
that they saw unfold, aren't they?
They're hanging by a thread here. If the D's kick the next 2, it's over.
Yep.
So you've got to take those opportunities.
Yeah, it's 39, so Geelong spin around and get a couple late. She's back to under 30 points. Funny game. Stephen May battling to get through the hamstring. Menegola gets boot to ball eventually, but again, the Demons just seem to have extra players on the ground. That's the way it looks at the moment. They spiral them forward. Fritsch gave a fair to him shove. He'll get a free kick because Atkins got him really high. And Fritsch, who's a bit of a dead-eye style operator, two-man will line up 40 out.
He's having a pretty good season. He's kicked 31-15 this year from set shots.
The young man, Bowie at half-back, just attacking the football, standing in front of his man and taking the game on.
It's the man that they picked and kept faith in when Jaden Hunt declared himself fit to come back. A young bloke, they said, he's done the job. Why would we make a change? Critical kick here. They've had 11-3 inside 50s in this second term. Got to make it pay.
Enormous kick this for Bailey Fritsch. He's had one shot that didn't make the distance from 45 directly in front. Fritsch starts it left and misses. So 2 set shot opportunities. Gee, Atkins gives him up.
Isn't he giving him
he can gobful, Chief. It's out to 40 points, though, on the Triple M IJ Liquor scoreboard. IJ Liquor proudly local, proudly independent, but 2 missed opportunities, Dar. Set shot style.
Still the old 40-point margin before half-time.
It's the sort of lip you give when you're 40 points up, Chief, not when you're 40 points down.
And not when you're just giving away a free kick that you didn't need to give away. Great contest there, one-on-one. Petrarca and Dangerfield, the long kick out from Tui.
Have you seen Dangerfield so far in this first half, Chief?
He's been okay. He's worked hard. He's had 13 possessions. Not having a big impact on the game, but he looks dangerous.
The way they're getting out of the stoppages, Melbourne again. Jack Viney got it to Ben Brown, turning, bending, left foot snap, and he's missed. So they are threatening to just blow this game wide apart, Howie. Almost all over, but some inaccurate kicking. 41 points is the margin.
Wonder if there wasn't a handball option there.
Okay.
Inside 50s for the term, Chewy.
Triple M Red Z, Howie. It is 12-3 Melbourne's way.
They've kicked 2 goals, though, the Cats. And the Demons have kicked the last 3, but have missed their last 3 opportunities. All kickable goals. Lever tried to mark on his chest, so Dangerfield got it away. Petrarca burst onto it, went to bang the ball inside 50, went straight off the back of a Cats player. Melbourne, I say it again, looks like they got extra players on the ground. McDonald spins, tries to do some real fancy stuff, not sure it's his go, wedges the ball forward, Brown's 3 deep. The Tarbs marks on his chest. They're wasting opportunities here, the Demons, even though, Chief, they're 41 points up.
Needs to keep things simple. Tom McDonald, they had numbers everywhere and he wanted to fashion the kick and in the end kick to a 1-on-2.
Mark Blitzarves has got the Hannibal Lecter look going, trying to stem the flow of blood from his nose. Danger looked at Leather and said, I'm too quick for you, too athletic. Just waltz straight past him. Can they get something in the back of this? Jeremy Cameron from the side. Well played, Petty. Radicalia with a tackle. Petty stepped through it. And Melbourne again find a way to come up with a big play when they need it. Brayshaw goes short to Spargo, who takes the mark at halfback.
Hibbard wants it in the 1-2, doesn't go that way. Spargo's kicked a couple of goals, 1 in each term. It was Melbourne by 27 at quarter time. They lead by 41. You got 3 and change before the major break. Cats need something, anything, maybe even the break. Two-man, Red Z.
The ground ball is an absolute smashing. Plus 22 in favour of the Demons. Petrarca's had the most on the ground with 9.
Simon Goodwin's got the old ACDC salute going there on the bench, Nate Brown. Any thoughts on what that means?
I'm not sure, Duke.
How he knows.
Pointer finger and the little finger.
How he knows that's a surfer's thing, isn't
that's
it?
more just your sort of rock-on style situation.
Look at the old devil horns about it, Goody. I like it, the Demon devil horns. Half forward, Lever, Dangerfield worked his way into that contest. Salem and Jack Viney's been huge. Kicks it down the line.
Holding.
Free kick going the way of Colin Jasny on the wing. 2:55 remaining till half-time. 60-19. Oh, Cozzy Pickett nearly injected himself now. It opens up a little bit for the Cats. Isaac Smith hands it off to Jed Hughes, who fell over. Spargo puts some pressure on him now on the not preferred, and he kicked it pretty nicely to Tom Hawkins in front of Petty, who simply has to go back and kick this goal to Hawk.
He does, and that's about the first time we've seen the Cats go from one side to the other. And it was a dangerous kick, which Pickett nearly picked off. But they have to do this, the Cats. They have to change direction, and Melbourne haven't allowed them to do it. They've been trying to do it, but Melbourne's defensive press has just been too good, and the pressure's been too much for the Cats. On this occasion, they got through.
The only problem for Tom Hawkins is he's only had 1 shot for goal off the side of the boot out on the full. So no confidence.
Couldn't have kicked it any worse, Tom Hawkins. First time round. What a response that is. He kicked 5 last week in a big final. That's what champion players do. Games 302. Tom Hawkins kicks his first of the evening. Reduces the margin back to 35 points, all on the Triple M IJ Liquor scoreboard.
They haven't had too many winners tonight so far, the Cats, but Dangerfield definitely, I think, has been the one player that anytime he goes near the football, it looks like something might happen. He's up on his toes, he's playing with some vigour, he breaks away from the stoppages, he's been playing on Petrarca a fair bit, but there's just nobody else going along for the ride at the moment. You hope that players like Hawkins come into it. Duncan's been okay, but he's had 16 disposals, but I haven't really noticed Mitch Duncan. His disposals haven't amounted to a hell of a lot. Isaac Smith was involved in that. They need to get him involved as well. All their key players, bar Dangerfield, have been quiet.
So Hawkins, after 3 or 4 missed opportunities by the Demons, gets his first for the Cats, their third. They bring it back, still 35 points, so it's still a massive mountain. They could squeeze another one here, though. Melbourne have missed a couple of set shots and a snap in the last few moments. Oliver, he's got problems here. He takes on the tacklers. Now Guthrie. It's a funny game how momentum can quickly shift. Dangerfield, if you pick that up, he is away, but there you go. Momentum, he gets a push in the back.
Oh, that could nearly be 50.
He'll have a shot from here too, Danger.
Yes, yeah, without a doubt. He's got the range. He's going to have to kick it from 55, 56 metres, and I prefer Dangerfield on the run from a set shot, but at this range, he's able to make it like it is on the run because he'll run out and he'll be able to really wind up.
I love the umpire talking to Danger there. Danger tried to show him where the mark was. He says, mate, I'll pick the mark. I'll show you where the mark is. You just go back and kick it.
14 disposals, 4 tackles, 5 clearances, going at 64% tonight, the superstar Cat. He'll run around to the right. He'll probably lay boot on ball from about 51. Doesn't really run round in the end. He just takes a straight set shot. It won't have the legs. Max Gawn was held.
Yep.
Stanley drops the mark. Unusual that Danger didn't float out to the right there, Chief.
And Max gets up, holds the arms up the umpire and goes, what do I have to do? You get a free kick for being held here. Stanley had a good hold of him.
That's the Chief. Nate, Triple M Bus Super Special comments. Minute 13 until half-time. Deep in attack, the Cats. Can they find something here? Well done, Hawkins. Guthrie went out of mid-air. There's a mark to be taken. Isaac Smith drifts in and marks it. So there were D's numbers everywhere. And the triple premiership Hawk has done really well going back with the flight. He can shoot from about 35 metres.
And he's a good set shot too, Isaac Smith. As you see, he was the widest man and he just read it beautifully over the top of everybody else. And if you had to pick someone from the Cats, apart from maybe Gary Rowan, I'd like this man kicking for me. I think he's a very good set shot.
11th season of AFL football, 3-time premiership player, as I said, and there's a moment they needed desperately. So back-to-back goals late for the Cats. Margin back to 29 points, and Chris Scott just sucks some air in and says, we're still in this on the Triple M IJ Liquor score.
There's one thing they can hang their hat on this quarter. Melbourne have had 13 inside 50s for 4 goals, 3. The Cats have only been in 6 times, Chief, for 4 goals, 1. So they've only lost the quarter by 2 behinds for all the dominance that the Demons have had.
And they're kicking accurately. So that's keeping them in it. Got themselves inside 5 goals now.
Gary Rowan on the board yet, Chewy? Red Z?
Triple M Red Z, Howie, statless.
Righto. So they've kicked the last 2. What was the game high, Chewy?
Game high, Howie, was 41 points, 24 minutes into the second quarter to the Demons.
Last 3 50s for the Cats, and they've got the last 2 goals of the match to narrow it to a 29-point margin. We've got 30 seconds on the clock. They've got something going into the half-time break. They'd love to pinch another one in the last 30. They can't afford to give one up. Gawn in the middle of the ground. Dangerfield ridden into the ground. Max gets his man Stanley. Guthrie punches the ball forward. Here they come again through Myers. They need to hold on here, the Demons. Salem, can they spin it back the other way? 17 seconds on the clock. Everything would have to go right, but it's been that type of night for the Demons. Viney, ball forward. Umpire gets out of the way. Collar Jasny took on a couple of tacklers. I don't think we'll get another score. The pole vault abuse goes a little underground style arrangement. That'll be all she wrote in the first half. The umpire will toss it in, and then it'll be done. Two-man, a summary of what's happening on the stat sheet.
Geelong starting to build with their uncontested marks. How only 5 in the first quarter. They've taken 17 in this term. That's their strength.
The ball will come in, and that'll be it. So, in the end, it's a 4-goal apiece term. Melbourne got out to what, Chewy?
41-point lead, 24 minutes into the second quarter.
That was after the goal of Pickett. Then Hawkins and Smith answered. So Geelong trail by 29 points at half-time in the first preliminary final. Grand final spot up for grabs. The Cats hanging in just for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks footy.
That quarter for IGA Liquor. Proudly local, proudly independent.
For Ream Hot Water.
Triple M Rocks Finals Footy.
Built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream. Triple M is your home of rock, sport and comedy. And tomorrow, Triple M rocks footy.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M's Saturday Rub is full of elite finals operators.
Bill thinks he was good in September. Actually, he wasn't. Duck was phenomenal in September. What about yourself, Bernard? What sort of finals football did you bring to the table, please?
Well, okay.
Join the Temper Mattress call team tomorrow from noon. For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
Whether you're a die-hard Bombers supporter, a Swans tragic or a Cats fanatic, every footy fan knows in finals there are no guarantees. If you really want to back a winner this September, back a Camel. A thirsty Camel, that is, with great specials like Carlton Dry 24-pack just $46.99 or Jack Daniel's Double Jack 8-pack with handy grab-and-go cooler bag only $54.99 this week. Find your local bottle shop or shop online at thirstycamel.com.au. T's and C's apply. Hydrate responsibly.
Roll up to the drive-thru in style with the Monopoly game at Macca's. You could win a car for a year with budget car rental, a whole year of Wilson parking, or a brand new Volkswagen T-Cross. Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Melbourne's best buys.
If you're a dog person, grab Simparica Trio from your vet or leading pet retailer. Nothing gives better protection from both deadly heartworm and paralysis ticks. Simparica Trio, the parasite protection that matters.
Best buys.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire those who've taken the Ken Oath. Making it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath is a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage and means you'll never miss a smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy.
Space. So big and so brilliantly practical. In the all-new Hyundai Staria. It comfortably carries 8 passengers and is packed with technology light years ahead of its time, including smart power sliding doors and a smart power tailgate. With panoramic windows and vast dual sunroofs, the world will never look the same again. All new Hyundai Staria. Discover the wonder of space. Imagine that.
Spring has sprung, the weather is changing, and it's time to get out and about. G'day, Luke Boner here, and I love Power Pollen. I keep saying, give it a go. You need to do everything to protect your health and to support your immune system. Fortify your health with 3 months supply of Power Pollen for $69.95 plus delivery, and you'll score a bonus 2-pack of the Honey Pollen Soap. Or better still, 6 months for $129.95 plus delivery and a bonus 4 pieces of the Honey Pollen Soap. Order online at powerpollen.com.au.
With Trade Institute of Victoria's virtual classrooms, you could be running the show in no time. TIV's Diploma of Building and Construction can help you climb the ladder and learn how to manage your own business. Follow TIV's pathway to becoming a registered builder, learning from the comfort of your own home. Government funding available to eligible applicants. Apply online. Learn now and build your future faster with TIV. RTO number 21920.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M rocks finals footy.
This halftime break for X-Lock Tools and Accessories by Bosch. Extra fast, extra safe and extra easy.
29-point lead, half-time. Melbourne Footy Club have been outstanding. And the Cats, though, kicked the last 2 goals of the quarter to keep them in the contest, having been outplayed for the first half of this game. Prelim final, Optus Stadium for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy. And this is the halftime break for Bosch Power Tools, X-Lock Tools and Accessories by Bosch. Extra fast, extra safe and extra easy. Nate Brown, we've got Jason Dunstall, we've got the Chew Man here at halftime. And Howie, Tanya Armstrong doing a great job at halftime. Just quickly, the big story at halftime in the first half has been Stephen May. We think's nicked a hammy. Brownie got him back out there. Wouldn't say that he's moved freely, but that is the only concern for Melbourne. But we sit here with a 29-point lead of the D's at halftime.
Well, if it is a hammy, it's a light one. He's been able to go back out there. But the Melbourne Footy Club, they played an unbelievable half of football. The only thing they didn't do was put the Cats away. They had 13 inside 50s in that second term, kicked 4 goals, 3, and they missed 3 really easy goals when they were 39 points up. It could have been a 9-10 goal margin. The Cats got the last couple, but the clearance work from Melbourne. Now, they're very even in the clearances, but it's been the manner in which Melbourne have been able to take the ball away from that clearance. I said during that second quarter, if you put a 10-metre radius around the stoppage, the Cats were okay to a certain point, but once it got outside that circle, Melbourne were just off to the races, and they had so many quick, fleet-footed players that were damaging the Cats on the outside. Slowly, the Cats started to slow the game down a little bit, but the damage was done early. A 29-point lead should be a little bit more, but the Cats have got some work to do, Chief.
When you get a chance to put a good team away, you've got to take it. So those 2 set shots from Chris Petrarca, who you should kick 8 or 9 out of 10 from where he missed it from, and Bailey Fritsch missed one from directly in front. You should be kicking 9 or 10 out of 10. Both of them missed. They were the goals that virtually take away the hope that Geelong had. So now all of a sudden they've got themselves inside 5 goals. They go, hey, we've got a half a footy to go. We have a rest. We restructure. We reevaluate what we're doing. We come out and have a real red-hot go in the second. I think this game's alive, big time.
We have seen in prelim finals that change in momentum. We're all thinking back to round 23 where it was just an extraordinary game, wasn't it? 43 points, was that the big lead that the Cats had it out to, and we saw Melbourne storm home in that last quarter. So this game is funny. You get thoughts in your head, you get a little bit nervous. I mean, if you look at it to me and you're logical about it, Melbourne have got all the answers tonight. They run away and win for mine.
They have, but the Cats kicked the last 2 and go into halftime with momentum and belief.
Correct. And so Paddy Dangerfield has been the player that's had that spark, Brown. I mean, looking for genuine winners for the Cats. He's been the real standout.
They haven't had many winners tonight, and Paddy Dangerfield has been one who's looked like he's got the spark. I mean, Mitch Duncan's had 16 disposals, but I wouldn't say he's had an influence on the game. Joel Selwood has had 13 with no influence on the game. Cam Guthrie, haven't really noticed him with 12 disposals, and they haven't had a lot of ball inside forward 50. We look at their forwards, and Tommy Hawkins and Jeremy Cameron have both kicked one each. Gary Rowan has not touched the football, and Radaglia has only touched it 3 times. So they've got so much improvement in them in this second half, and we know they can improve quickly, the Cats. The thing that does worry me is their defence at the moment. When the ball moves quickly, Chief, the Cats so much rely on a long, slow ball inside forward 50 where they can get back. They've got slow defenders, they've got big defenders. At the moment, playing against Neil Bullen, playing against Spargo, and also Pickett, they've looked really slow, and they've looked fumbly as well, particularly in that first quarter. So they need to slow the game down as much as they can, the Cats, and the Demons know they want to play a fast game at the moment. Even though the Demons are the best defensive side in the competition, they're getting the Cats on the break.
It's interesting, though, because I think the couple of times the Cats have looked most dangerous up forward is when they've moved the ball in there quickly, and it's been even numbers, so they get a chance to compete. So they've got to balance it up right. I think they need to take a little bit more risk in the second half. I hope that's the message that Chris Scott imparts on his troops. Maybe just shake up that mix in the middle of the ground, because if they're not getting first use to the footy, they won't get back in the game.
Amy, who covers clangers, Amy does. Lucky you're with Amy. Let's have a listen. You just joined us on Triple M Footy. There's a bit of a story around Sam May, who's got his hamstring strapped up. He's got back out there, but still not convinced he's moving 100%. Stephen May, I call him Sam May, right? An old schoolmate, Sam May.
Was he?
Yeah, and I was me and Ross Trevor mind there.
How was Sammy? What type of operator was he?
A ripper. That's a clanger. Stephen May's an All-Australian, had a pretty big year, fair to say. He deserves his first name recognised. And it is an interesting story, isn't it? Because there's a 2-week break between now and the grand final, Chief. Can you afford to bank Stephen May if you get to a certain margin and say, hey, we need to get you off? Because he, in my mind, he's in the 2 or 3 most important players for Melbourne. Is there a point?
He probably is. What we haven't seen thus far, though, since he's come back on, we haven't seen him in a flat-out sprint.
No.
We haven't seen him required to lay it all on the line. And until you see that, you can't have great confidence that he's fit enough to go on or fit enough to play in a couple of weeks' time should they be good enough to win.
I think the conversation was, Chief, obviously they know it's maybe a slight hamstring. We don't even know it's a hamstring, or it could be a glued up the top near where the buttocks reaches the hamstring. Now, would the conversation be, Do we think that you're done? Do we think that you're going to be out for 3 to 4 weeks? And do we try and strap this up to give our side the best opportunity to play the rest of this game with 22 fit men and allow us into the grand final? Is it that conversation that I have with Stephen May?
It's a tough one. I mean, you've got the best medical people in the business that are running their hands and eyes over what's going on. It might just be tightness, but then you sit there and you say, well, that tightness means you may strain it or you may tear it if you continue on. But is it the sort of thing where we think, well, actually it's the real minor end of a strain, so maybe you'll get through the game? But they've obviously told him to come out, but really just feel how it goes. Yeah. And he looks like he's played a little bit within himself. So, again, until we see him going for a 50-50 ball where he's got to really let himself go, I'm not convinced as yet that he's anywhere fit enough to play the style of game that we think he's capable of.
I know this sounds a simplistic question to ask both you, Chief, and Nate, but I look at Jeremy Cameron. They did everything to get to the club. He's had 2 touches. Radagali's had 3, and we've got Tom Hawkins, who's been the best goal kicker in the last 3 years. Surely, to me, that is 3 power forwards that you can trust to get the ball in, make sure that they man up and at least give a contest, because they haven't had any faith, it seems, to kick that ball in at half forward and back in that group who are talented enough to do some damage. Why is that?
But it's the way they've moved the ball, I think, tonight, and they haven't given those forwards the opportunity. You look at Mitch Duncan, who's had 16 disposals. He's only had 140 metres gained from those 16 disposals. Cam Guthrie's had 12, only 122 metres gained. Selwood, 13 for 200. Whereas you look over at the Demons, and Petrarca's had 287, 327 for Jack Viney. So when they get the ball, they're taking the game on and they're using yardage. Every time Geelong get the footy, it's either sideways or it's backwards first, and they're just not allowing their forwards the opportunity to go to work. And parcel of that is how good Melbourne defend and the pressure they put on and not allow those Geelong midfielders to go forward with the footy.
More from Nath Brown, more from the Chief. Choice Hotels around the grounds. Need a break? Book direct and say with Choice Hotels. ChoiceHotels.com. The Melbourne Storm 30-12 leaders about 57 minutes into their first final. So great work, the Melbourne Storm. Go the Storm. We love their work. We're going to come back after half-time. It's Melbourne by 29 points in this prelim final at Optus Stadium over the Cats. McDonald's and Remont Water. Triple M Rocks footy.
That halftime break for X-Lock Tools and Accessories by Bosch. Extra fast, extra safe and extra easy.
Marine Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M Rocks Finals footy.
The Monopoly game is back at Macca's, Chief.
And this year there's an epic $616 million in prizes to be won.
Perhaps you'll be rolling up to the drive-thru in your brand new Volkswagen T-Cross.
Getting started on your next home makeover with a Philips audio and visual package.
Or even treating yourself to some much-needed retail therapy with vouchers from the Iconic.
Peel and scan to win at Macca's today.
Ends 19th to the 10th, 21, full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Hi, it's Marty Sheargold from Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show, and right now, Triple M Rocks Finals footy. And I'm back Monday morning from 6. Nick Revo with us.
So the first prelim I played in, which was out at Footy Park, and where you would run out, you had the cage over the top of you where the supporters could lean in and they could
give you a serve
or
throw wee on you. Collingwood trick.
You ever roll with that trick?
Haven't needed it here yet.
No.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. Weekdays from 6. Or hear it anytime on the new Listener app.
Aussies are winning epic prizes with the Monopoly game at Macca's, like Zara and Lucas and even Karen.
Can I speak to the manager? I didn't win.
Have you tried scanning?
I won!
Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Start at Bottom Art and wrap up footy with a win. Catch a specially marked Jack Daniels and Cola 4.8% 10-pack for $44.99 and enter online for the chance to win a UE Hyperboom speaker. Want camping gear? Buy a specially marked 30-pack of Great Northern Super Cruise for $47.99 and get a $20 Campermate voucher. Buy more cases, get bigger prizes. T's and C's apply. 1 hour delivery in selected areas. Download our app and start shopping. Catalogue out now at bottomart.com.au. Start at Bottomart.
Business pressures, tax, cash flow, competitors, loan commitments. Not much fun left, is there?
I'm Simone from Your Business Angels. There's no shame in admitting you need help. We can solve many of your business issues so you can start enjoying your business again. After all, you're in business to improve your life, not suffer in silence.
Solve these nagging business issues and call Your Business Angels on 9898 2559. That's 9898 2559.
Repair the past and rescue the future.
Can't wait to hit the road in a new caravan this summer? Hi, Sam here from Our Van RV. Our Van RV has a huge range of couples and family caravans in stock now, ready for immediate delivery. All backed by 3-year warranty. Plus, if you order now, you can have your new caravan before Christmas. Mention code word FREEDOM and we'll even throw in a $1,000 Our Van RV gift card. Go to our website or Facebook page for full T's and C's. Get your new caravan from Our Van RV.
Bring the stadium home for the footy finals now at Harvey Norman with up to $500 in Harvey Norman gift cards on selected home entertainment. Catch all the action on The Frame. Samsung 65-inch QLED Smart TV. Now $1,995, save $500. Plus bonus $100 gift card. Hear the roar with Samsung's 3.1 2-channel soundbar with subwoofer. Now just $695 plus bonus $25 gift card. Up to $500 in gift cards on selected home entertainment now at Harvey Norman.
It's incredible! Over 95% of tickets in the Royal Melbourne Hospital Home Lottery have already been sold. Don't miss your chance to win a sensational Matsay grand prize home in Camberwell. You'll have no mortgage and no worries with $200,000 in gold. With over 17,000 prizes, your chances of winning are 1 in 15. Tickets won't last long. Get yours today at rmhhomelottery.com.au. Thank you for your support. Permit 10265.
Your next home makeover could be on the house with the Monopoly game at Macca's. Peel and scan your way to a Philips audio and visual package, a Makita 18-volt LXT cooler warmer, or an ultimate barcode toolkit. Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
This quarter for Beacon Trade. Supporting Sparkies with 7:30am opening hours, trade prices, click and collect and free delivery from over 100 Beacon lighting stores.
Interesting game of footy this. Melbourne led by 27 at quarter time. They got out to a 41-point margin. Thank you, Chewy. But then the Cats kicked the last two of the term to get it back to 29 points through Hawkins and Smith. This is the halftime break for Bosch Power Tools. Extra lock tools and accessories by Bosch. Extra fast, extra safe and extra easy. And of course we're here for our mates at Beacon Trade. Electricians, builders, Beacon Trade. Oh, they got your back. Open early, 7:30am, which I always enjoy when I'm in there. 100 stores around Australia, dedicated trade team. Nath loves that. Special trade prices, click and collect and free shipping on all orders. Beacon Trade, it's every trade you go to for lights, fans, electric accessories and expert advice. When was the last time you ordered something down there at Beacon Trade? Nate, you got some spotlights the other day, didn't you, for the outdoor patio area?
Yeah, I got a couple of planks of wood too for just building a deck out the back out.
From Beacon Trade, did you?
Yeah.
Fantastic. That's good work, Nate. Now, I want to turn your...
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, they're lights. Yeah. They're lights, Nate. But yeah, they do. They look after you. You go down there, they'll help you out with whatever.
They help me out with the plank of wood as well.
Correct. Now, what are you thinking about tomorrow night, Noodles? Port Adelaide versus the Dogs. George Yardies was an outside chance, but I think he might have tweaked the hamstring again, so he's out. And the Dogs have got concerns. Keith Das says Bontempelli's right to go, but it's a big job for the Doggies tomorrow night.
It is a big job, but they led 112 of the 119 minutes the last time they played. Port Adelaide kicked the last 3 goals, and Alex Keith being out is a problem for them. I understand that, but I think they get back Cordy, who is a premiership defender in his own right as well. But it's all about the midfield for the Dogs. They bat deeper than Port Adelaide. So if they can beat them in the contested footy and the clearances and really go to work on that, then they're a chance. I love the fact that they've brought in Stephen Martin. It's been a last roll of the dice. We don't know whether Stephen Martin, even if they do win, goes on to next week. But they're putting all their eggs in that midfield basket because they've got Wines and they've got Boak. Carl Amon plays a little bit in and out, but if they can get on top of those two, I think they can be okay, the Dogs.
I love it. Triple M Harvey Norman replay we'll get to, but Bob Jane T-Marts, keep your family safe on the roads. Pre-tyre safety checks at Bob Jane T-Marts, 13:26:25 today. Tanya Armstrong is in the boundary. No one else knows what's going on, but Tanya, you got an update on Stevie May.
Yes, Coach Simon Goodwin just said it's a little bit tight, but he's back out there, Stephen May. So he grabbed the back of that right hamstring about the 20-minute mark of the first quarter. He went off, it was a bit of a scare. We thought he might have been done for the night, but he's got it strapped up. So it sounds like he hasn't done it, but it is tight. So you'd think there is a bit of a risk with him playing out this match, but he's down in the goal square, Stephen May. He's manning up Radagalier at the moment.
Thank you, Tanya. That's what we all suspected, a bit of tightness, and they will just now hope that it's at the really minor end and nothing that he's actually going to tear in the second half. So it'll be really interesting to see when he gets stretched, when he's actually got to put his body on the line, put that hamstring under duress. That's when we'll find out exactly how he's travelling.
If they do go through, Chief, he might be in the hyperbaric chamber or something like that straight away tonight. He's got the extra week though, but they're not there yet. They lead it by 29 points, 27 at quarter time, 29 at the half, all set to go for McDonald's Marine Hot Water. Triple M Rocks Footy, the Monopoly game at Macca's is back, game on, all right. Cats need the first couple to build on the last couple they got to finish the term. Gary Rowan needs to get involved. Didn't have a touch, but Oliver drags out of the middle. They dump it forward. Brown was in everything early. Comes at this one! Gee, he's taken a couple of big, strong, contested style marks, Noodles, this man.
It's a huge mark, and he's led Blixarves on a merry dance for pretty much the whole first half. He probably could have even taken 2 or 3 more that he got his hands on, but this is a brilliant mark. And you have to think Blixarves, who made his name as an All-Australian defender, but hasn't really played there this year. He's played ruck, he's played wing, he's played everywhere, but he hasn't played that lockdown full-back role this year. All of a sudden he comes up against a Ben Brown who's in form, he's confident, and he's finding it hard.
Couldn't get a game with Wiedemann in his position for a while. He was in the VFL, he's turned it round, he's lining up his second in the preliminary final to really hurt the Cats. Brown makes no mistake. Perfect start for the Demons. They kick a goal in the opening minute of the term. It's back out to 35 points, and that is exactly what they're after, Chiefy.
Well, he burst out of the blocks early in the first term, didn't he? A little quieter in the second, but he's attacking the ball. He's taken a couple of great contested marks. Hey, we saw the first roll of the dice from the Cats as well. Tom Atkins was in the centre square for that first bounce. So maybe he's one that Chris Scott's decided, I've got to change up that midfield mix to try and get a little bit of speed, a little bit of run, and a little bit of break from the contest, from the stoppage. So we'll keep an eye on how that goes. But if they can pump the ball forward to one-on-one scenarios, the D's will back themselves. I love the way he's just attacking the ball and running at it. It's very rare that Blixarves has been troubled by someone's height. That just doesn't happen to him.
That's the voice of Jason Dunstall, the Triple M Seabus Super Special comments. Nate Brown as well, Ben Brown. When you think about his exit from North Melbourne, suddenly finds himself dominating in a prelim final. Dangerfield has worked super hard, kicks it out wide, close, and Langdon do battle. Neither can keep it in. It will be thrown in. Kicked 60-plus goals 3 years in a row at North Melbourne, Ben Brown, and was almost homeless when North decided to move him on.
You reckon he's enjoying footy at the moment, playing finals?
Loving life, Chief. He'll be grinning from ear to ear, so he should, the big man. Mitch Duncan wrapped up. Here's Atkins. Spins out of that pack, kicks it forward. Can Jeremy Cameron get involved? Here's Radigan-Leah. His handball smothered by the tackle on Salem was good. Play onto the call. Bowie, the young man, had his kick smothered. Gary Rowan still searching for his first official possession over the top of Atkins. And in there at the bottom of that pack is Mitch Duncan as well. So it'll be thrown up in attack for the Cats. They trail by 35 points.
G-Man metres gain. You were telling us at half-time in the break for Gary Rowan?
-6.
That can't be easy to do. Bowie sends it around the corner. He's a class player, though. You'll get going, Gary Rowan. No doubt about it. Harms, Henderson, hands and knees to Atkins. It's one of those wobbly ones inside 50 that can cause trouble. Lever won't take possession. Gets it towards Gawn and Cameron. Here's a big battle. Hawkins goes off the ground. This should be a goal for Smith. No, Melbourne have got a hand or two on it. That is desperation. A couple of defenders diving. And it's one behind. 34 points on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard to the D supporting Spark. 7:30 a.m. opening hours. Trade prices, click and collect, free delivery, 100 Beacon lighting stores, and they always throw in a plank or two of wood.
Opportunity lost for the Cats. Looked a bit tentative, Jeremy Cameron, when the ball was on the ground in front of him.
Did a bit cheap. I'm glad you said that, because you said to hang back a little bit on that. Here's Ben Brown, who's been enormous. He's pushed up to the wing, got the runner in Langdon, who covers plenty of territory, flicks it off to Viney. Well tackled by Buse, dispossessed Viney, picked up by Close. Dangerfield flicks a handball back to Blixarves. Under pressure, not a great kick from him. Spills in the lap of Langdon, and then Petrarca, who just gets going. With Selwood interfered with behind play. Bailey Fritz has got on the end of it. It'll be a shot, and then Joel Selwood.
And 50, I reckon, against Selwood.
Hey, Christian, 50 metres from help.
Wow, that makes absurdity of this. So you said he copped a bit of treatment, Duke. He's obviously decided to get a little bit of retribution.
Jack Viney's going after him as well.
I don't understand why any Melbourne player is anywhere near Joel Selwood right now. Why wouldn't you just stay out of it?
Good point, Chief. Bailey Fritsch has been taken to the goal line, so a certain goal coming up. Melbourne go bang, bang to start the second half. Good mark taken in the crowd as well. They're off the stadium, and Joel Selwood's got steam coming out of his ears. 40 points is the margin. And that is all on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
So I reckon the Melbourne players have probably been beaten up by the Cats for a long time, Chief.
Payback time, you reckon, Brownie?
Just seeing a little bit of a chink in the armour, and they're going after it. They're like rabid dogs out there at the moment, the Demons. And it was Jack Viney doing all of it, but Joel Selwood, you're lucky to have his time over again on that one. He still can't believe it. He's looking up the scoreboard and he cannot believe he didn't get a free kick on that one, Joel Selwood, as we see the Triple M Harvey Norman replay screen. And Petrarca runs away, but definitely behind the footy, he was held back, Selwood. But the umpire, I think, made the right call, Chief.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. There wasn't much in that at all. A bit of frustration coming from Joel Selwood. And I must admit, Langdon then went to ground far too easily when he got a little shove from Selwood. I'd rather both of them were just called play on.
Melbourne Storm, Choice Hotels round the ground, 32-12. 70-minute mark, Petrarca bursts through. Max Gawn's already kicked one cracker.
No way.
Max unloads.
No!
60 metres out! What are we seeing here from Melbourne? Jeez. Max has kicked 2 of his goals of his career. Oh boy, 46 points. Chiefy, what about that?
I don't believe it, Howie. I have seen a ruckman kick 2 goals tonight that ruckman don't kick, Brownie.
We'll pay some respect, Chief.
I am. I'm gobsmacked, Duke. He kicked a ripper earlier in the first half where he played on and snapped it around the corner after the ball had been touched on the way to him. And on that occasion, he linked up with Petrarca, steamed in from 55 and drilled it on the run while they were all trying to chase him down. That was exceptional stuff.
You can't help but have a smile on your face on this occasion. Petrarca stepped through, gave it to Big Max, and he got the ball at 60 and he closed to 55. And I was starting to wonder, did he have the journey? Not just the journey, Chief. He put it over the fence.
Exactly right. And another great celebration. They feed off him, don't they? You can just see the Melbourne players how they feed off Max Gawn.
He smashed it through Big Max and he goes to work again, Oliver. It's got a bit of a smell about it, but all of a sudden Melbourne is storming forward again. McDonald, another goal coming up, Melbourne. They've kicked 4 in a row.
You've got to
Shut the gate.
You've got to sing.
Shut the gate.
It's over.
It's all over, I reckon. 52 points. Early stages, second half. And the prelims just about done and dusted. I'm going to call it just yet, but we're not far away. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. What about that?
This is exciting stuff, Brownie. They have lit the stage up early in the third term here.
Well, they came over here a couple of years ago to a preliminary final, and they came over with a full head of steam, Chief, and that was a real attacking game plan they came over with a few years ago, and they got absolutely wiped off the park. It's taken a long time to get back, but they've got back on a real defensive mindset. This will put a few demons to rest, and they're doing it with attacking flair at the moment. And Ash, goals from stoppages, how many?
Well, 63 points, 10 goals, 363 the Demons have posted. The AFL average for an entire game is only 29 points from stoppages.
I'll tell you what is happening. I know he just kicked a great goal a moment ago that we waxed lyrical about. Big Max is starting it all in the middle. He's putting it down the throat of his midfielders. He's directing traffic.
This time he grabs it out of the middle. How many inside 50s this term for Melbourne, Chewy?
Triple M Red Z, Howie, 4-2.
Right, so 4 inside 50s and 4 goals.
4 majors.
She's 100% at Chewy. As the ball goes out of bounds. So 52 points up. What do you start thinking about Stephen May?
That's a very very, very good point. I guess the other thing also is how if we've got to play him in 2 weeks, we want to see him get through the second half, because we can't go into a grand final and have him break down in the first quarter.
That's a good point. Max Gawn or Petrarca, take your pick. They both deserve 3 votes the way they're going at the moment. And the Demons really look to give it to Petrarca. He just explodes when he gets the footy.
Got him running backwards again.
Yeah, Zach Tui's going backwards, a half back dust.
Yeah, it's an amazing demolition this from the D's. Well done, Henry, on that occasion on the wing. Play on was the call. Managed to get it to Duncan. Steps back through the corridor. That's a better weighted kick. Can they get something going from here? It's a ball looking for Hawkins. There's May's first athletic attempt, diving spoil, so he appears to have got up and moving okay from that. Max Gawn from half back hounds it down the line. McDonald nearly marked it from nowhere. Zach Tui, enough time to pick it up. Sold a bit of candy, then got it back to Menengola, puts it over the top. Oh, a little too kind was Rivers. He could have really cleaned up Holmes. Side against it. Good tackle, Salem on Dangerfield. Managed to get boot to ball. Harms back in there. Ricochet's out. And this is Brayshaw, who just takes a bounce and glides down the outer wing.
Red Dead Lenders, Stu, what do you got?
Yeah, Gary Rowan had his first stat, a kick, but it was ineffective, unfortunately.
Two-man's starting to lay the boots in as well now with some little sniping.
How good's the way Ben Brown leads up at the footy? So he then gets the connection play and then delivers to Petrarca on the lead inside 50. And I wonder if he can fashion a little pass here. He might try and kick the miracle goal, but
it's one where the photographers have to move out of the way.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to have the shot.
No, the eyes were looking around, but now he probably thinks the options have dried up.
What's his night, Chew? He's been dominant.
Christian Petrarca, 24 disposals, 6 clearances and a major.
Still darting around.
Oh, he just shins it. He actually kicked it off his shin, works out to McDonald, nearly loses his pants, goes at check side, that he kicks on the wrong side of the footy. The way the Demons are going, could still work out. Brown, Langdon, Henderson, Oliver's got him, needs to get rid of it. Tossed up 20 out from the Demons' goal. They lead it by 52 points. Still 14 to go in the third, Dales, on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Powerful statement this is in a prelim final. Melbourne Footy Club. 57 years.
Big Max is going to kick free.
Free kick against Radigan-Leah, Brownie.
Yep, and if it wasn't a free kick to Gawn, it would have been a free kick to Oliver.
What's his career high, Chewy, the Big Max in front of the sticks?
It was a majors, 3.
This could be an equal career high coming up, 2-man.
Asava's got one arm wrapped around his neck and he's complaining about the free kick.
Strange night for Geelong all round. In round 23, became the first Melbourne player ever to win a game with a kick after the siren, Big Max.
No certainty here, Duke.
He's kicked 2 of the best goals you'll ever see, Chief. And I'm with you. This is the one that worries him. 8 metres out, no angle to concern him with. He can get a bit of right to left band. Why would you doubt Maxie? He's got 3, Big Max. The skipper, the 5-time All-Australian. He points back to the square and he may as well point to a grand final because that's where they're headed. 58-point lead on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Must be a good feeling for that man at the moment, Max Gawn, who's led this club into some dark times and now they're out the other side of it, Chief. But
well, that's the key. How good has leadership been this year, Brownie?
And the performance
and he's doing it in the big games, big moments. We saw what he did in round 23 to get them the win.
He was the first Melbourne player
Here we go.
to win the game after the siren.
Stephen May on the boundary talking to the coach. And that may be a discussion of, you know what, it's actually okay, but we probably don't need to do any more.
And the last time we saw Stephen May was lunging to the footy to fist it away.
Yes.
And that was the only time we've seen him exert himself, and now he's off the ground.
He's not a despondent or downcast going to miss a grand final style look about him, is he?
Well, even if he had a tweak, you'd be acting like it's nothing, Howard.
Yeah, it's true.
The old hyperbaric chamber, Chief.
Yeah, tonight, he'll be the injury story of grand final week at this stage, or grand final fortnight. Selwood drops the ball forward. Cameron stripped away from Petty. Sorry, Dust. He's the first Melbourne player ever to kick one after the side to win a game.
First ever. Maxie Gawn.
Extraordinary. Petrarca, 2-man, back pocket.
26 disposals.
Red Z Lenders, Red Z Lending loans for the self-employed. We see Stephen May in the bleachers and the bench having a chat with the doctors on the Triple M Harvey Norman replay screen. Bring the big stadium home this footy finals. Great deals on TVs and soundbars now at Harvey Norman. Sorry, Chief.
Did you do that, Brownie? Kick one after the siren?
No.
You, Chiefy?
No, never had the option.
You'd always had the job done before the siren.
No, it'd be great to be able to say you handled that sort of pressure after the siren. You, Duke?
Never kick one after the siren, Chief. But it is, as we say, every kid's dream in the backyard. You always think that moment. Can you nail it? Big Max has done it. His Langdon, I think it's a smart move to me with the 2-week break to get Stephen May off. This one is done and dusted, 58 points, and they're streaming forward. Here's Salem. Yeah, look at that. He just arrogantly got past Atkins in the end. Stood him up in front. Ben Brown just away from him. Bailey Fritsch, strong tackle on Kolajasny. Wraps him up, so it'll be thrown up deep in attack for the D's, who lead it by 58 points. We're not even at the halfway mark of the third term.
You don't want to start talking wash-up. As Max grabs it out of the ruck.
No.
Hurried snap. Max Gawn's got a career high 4. And 3 of them are fair income. Your top shelfers. He's kicked 4. He can't believe it himself. And it's a 64-point margin. I'll say it again, Chief. Max Gawn has kicked 4, 3 that any player would be proud of.
I'll say it in simpler terms. Max Gawn's taking the piss at Optus Stadium. He has turned one on here. I mean, he's best on by so far. It's ridiculous right now. This has been supreme. But I just can't get over how much his teammates enjoy when he does great things. I mean, that's a sign of leadership. They have genuine love for this bloke, and the way they celebrate with him, it's been so good to watch.
6 inside 50s for 6 goals in his third quarter. Duke, before the game, you said they had to put pressure on Max Gawn. They had to tag him. They had to do something different. They haven't done that. They've paid the price.
Let me put it another way. Eddie Betts would be proud of 3 of the goals that Max Gawn's kicked tonight. They have been just rippers. And 64 points is the margin.
Contact, Melbourne.
Melbourne free kick.
Now the story becomes Geelong, 11 players over 30 tonight.
Is that right? 11 over 30. Which I think is a VFL AFL record. Brownie, the D's are piling on. Max, he's going to take another one. He's genuinely taking the piss, Max.
He is.
Genuinely taking the piss.
He could kick 6 or 7 at this rate.
This is extraordinary, Chief.
He's their mouth and off through the
Jack Viney. Look at Jack Viney lipping off. So Big Max, he's got Henderson as an opponent. He's got Brown, he's got Henry flying with him, and he just reaches up and takes the contested mark. Nothing they can do to stop him. The big man's on fire.
He's got a bag of 5 in mind. How good is this?
Oh, please kick it. Please kick it, man.
Directly in front with the Optus Stadium. They're on their feet. They want goal number 5. Max Gawn's got 5. Career best. He couldn't have played any better. And we've got a mountain of time left. 70 points is the margin. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
You know what the best reaction of all was? On the boundary line. Simon Goodwin trying to keep things nice and level and calm and considered when he's seeing something incredible that you just don't see. A dominant performance from a ruckman who's now gone forward and kicked a couple after kicking 3 in the ruck. This is just ludicrous stuff.
And the luxury to send Jackson into the ruck, who's done a fine job when he's been in there and allowed Max to go forward, but he's kicked 2 goals from when he's been forward. 3 of them have been genuinely out of the ruck.
Brownie, I'm with you. Melbourne have been beaten up by Geelong for over a decade. Down at Geelong, the record ever score, I think, was kicked against him. There's a few players that
remember
all big time.
It will it'll cause a rethink for Geelong in the off-season, this performance.
Yeah, we'll get to that, Chief, because there's some big stories. The positives and the negatives, always the yin and the yang, Chiefy. As we know, Dangerfield grabs out of the middle, left foot driving ball. Two-man, the margin is?
Margin is 70 points.
So, and you're looking at some of the underperformers for the Cats. Gary Rowan's had 1 possession. Jeremy Cameron has still had just 2 possessions. That's extraordinary. Radaglia, 4 possessions, done nothing.
Cameron kicked the opening goal of the match as well. Now Neil Bullen, they are running on top of the ground, the Demons. They chisel the ball forward to Ben Brown. Where's Max is the question. Henry comes out hard, takes on Neil Bullen, gets it to Blitz halves. Kicking under pressure was Zach. As Dangerfield, that's Zach Guthrie's. Dangerfield just looked a bit ginger. Gary Rowan. Max Gawn comes from nowhere, barrels him in a tackle.
Gee whiz.
Danger's off, and Max, well, he's playing in another stratosphere at the moment, Chief.
Oh, put a cape on him, put a big S on his chest. This is ridiculous. I've never seen a man dominate like this.
If you were to give Brownlow votes tonight, Chief, he'd be the 3, 2 and the 1.
Oh, it's extraordinary.
Saying the tackle he laid to get down and nail a smaller player was...
But Gary Rowan would have been off to the races.
Amazing effort. Here come the D's again. This is Rivers. Looked like he was lagged. Langdon runs on. They can do no wrong. Cruises to 60. Flicks it out wide. Petrarca lines up the goal and he's missed. Petrarca gets them out to a 71-point lead on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
This is party time, Brownie.
They've only laid 3 tackles this quarter, the Cats. They haven't been able to go near them. Pressure's at 155. The AFL average is 180, and in the first term, the Demons were 225.
What do you reckon Port and the Bulldogs players are thinking right now? They better produce something special tomorrow night.
Stanley can't take the mark. Spills out the back towards Bowie. As Dar said, he's playing game number 6, and if all goes to plan, game number 7 will be a grand final. Bob Jane, Tanya Armstrong.
Yeah, Paddy Dangerfield, he looks okay. He was struggling to breathe. He fell heavily in a marking contest, was pointing to his chest as he got to the Cats dugout, but he's okay now. I think he was just winded. He'll be back out there soon.
Thanks, Tanya. Bob Jane T-Marts. Here comes the man Howie spoke about. Bowie sends them in attack. McDonald out the back. Ben Brown running onto an open goal square. Can he get boot to ball? He was worked off it in the end. Zach Guthrie back there. Nearly kicked it into the umpire's head, but he was able to evade that. Now Blitzars.
The scary thing for Geelong is we've still got 9 minutes to go in the third term and they're 71 points down.
King Guthrie goes sideways to Tui.
7 goal to 0 term, Chewy.
Triple M Red said, spot on, Howie.
Max has kicked the last 3 of the term, including his 5th goal. Now the Cats trying to just edge their way forward. Zach Tui has worked it to himself and now kicked to the wing looking for Hawkins, but taken away by Clayton Oliver. And he goes back down the line, can't keep it in. It's Ben Brown. So 8 minutes, 17 seconds until three-quarter time. Melbourne lead it by 71 points.
What will the stories be out of this for the Cats, Chief?
Well, the story will be 11 players over 30, and they've topped up for the premiership. They've got very, very close, but they haven't been able to do it. Does this group now take them to a premiership next year? They're still good enough to play finals again next year. That's the question they've got to ask themselves. Does this group get us to where we need to go next year?
That is the big call. So this is the embarrassing finals pummeling that makes you rethink your strategy and say, this group isn't going to take us the next step. Now, that doesn't mean you turf everyone out, but you've got to make some longer-term decisions to ensure that you don't sort of hang around the finals.
Pickett marks, rolls into open goal. 8 in a row for the term. Melbourne, they're into a grand final. The only question left to be decided is who they will play. They lead the Cats. Just check this out for a moment. With 7 minutes to go in the third term, by 77 points. 77 points, I say.
We'll talk about the Cats later in the game. I mean, we need to acknowledge what we're seeing here, and this is one of the most dominant performances of the season. What a stage to do it on, the preliminary final for the D's to play some of their best footy, some of their most dominant footy, basically without Stephen May having any impact at fullback. He's nursing a tight hammy, so we may not see any more of him, but they're getting contributions from everybody.
Unbelievable scenes here up the stadium, the prelim final. Cozzy Pickett, who the very first start, I remember his kick to Ben Brown set the tone, and they haven't put a foot wrong since then, Chief. And he looks like he has no problems at all at the big stage, Cozzy.
Look, he's had 7 possessions, kicked a couple of goals. Sparrow's had 7 possessions, kicked a goal. They're playing their role, and they're making the most of opportunities that come their way.
Atkins out of the centre. Down the line, Rivers with the spoil. Brayshaw overrun it. Bowie, he's got an appetite, this young man. How exciting for him to be involved. Jack Viney has been huge. He'd be loving playing the role that he is. Just gets the job done. Here's Alex Neil-Bullen. Trailed in behind was Henderson, who's found the final series a bit tough. Lockie Henderson, the centering kick. Blitzarves had it covered, but it only ricocheted to Salem. Tries a little underground ball. Wanted Bailey Fritsch. Out the back, the Cats have got the numbers, and Menengola really had Zach Guthrie, but Fritsch wanted it more. Nervous moments back there for the Cats. Kolajasny eventually picks it up and he clears defensive 50.
Squeezed the footy down the line to Holmes. He's got it in the back pocket.
They're fighting tooth and nail down back, but the trouble is when they win the footy, there's not a lot of system. They don't know what to do with it.
Gorn with a fist away. He's just playing a different game at the moment. He's Maxi. He's kicked 5, and Pickett marks just outside 50. Two-man since Melbourne were trailing by 44 points. What's happened?
Yeah, so that was at the 8-minute mark of the third quarter back in round 23. The scoreline has been since then. Melbourne have posted 25 goals 10 to Geelong at 5 goals 5.
Quite extraordinary. So Pickett's lining up. It'll take something very special.
Pick a barrel.
Torp. That's what I was going to call for, Chiefy.
No, he just set it up top of the square.
He's too far out to score, so he does that. He avoids being too deep, which the Chief hates, but Henry still punches it through, so it's out to 78 points. Bob Jane, Tanya Armstrong.
Yeah, the substitute paperwork has been handed to the AFL official. So Stephen May, he's sitting out the rest of the match with that tight hamstring. James, he's been warming up since the 20-minute mark of the first term, trying to get back out there. So the medical sub preparing to come on for the D's.
Next 10, Bob James T. Marts.
So, Ash, we're starting to get to the point where you start to think about the biggest finals drubbings in preliminary finals of all time.
Yeah, well, the record's spot on, Brownie. The record margin of prelim is 133 points. That was Essendon over the Pies back in 1984. And next is 94, Geelong v Essendon in 89.
What did you say, 131?
Yeah, 133 points. That was at Waverley Park.
Who beat who?
Essendon defeated the Magpies.
One of the great pantsings of all time.
Extraordinary in a prelim
Were the Pies
22 goals you've been beaten by.
Were the Pies ever in it? Chewy, or did it get away from them early?
No, got away from them very early. And then, of course, 94 points Geelong versus Essendon in the 89 prelim, and 89 to the Cats over the Tigers in the 95 prelim. At the moment, the margin's 78.
The one thing with all those, Ash, if you get those stats back up again, is a lot of those big prelim finals, they went on to then lose the grand final. So Port Adelaide is there in 2007 to beat the Kangaroos by 87. They went on to lose that. Essendon in 1983 won by 86, went on to lose that the next week.
The Cats in 89 and 95.
Yep.
Spot on,
Every
Brownie.
time there's been a big smashing, they've gone on to lose.
Pretty bad omen.
Listen to the conspiracy theorists.
It's just
this is the confidence he's got without you here, Chief.
Hawkins.
You can let him get out of control.
Hacks it to the goal line. Max Holmes back there. Look at the D's swarm en masse. Brayshaw picked it up. And he's going to draw a free kick. Meningolo climbed into his back, and so Angus Brayshaw, who had to adapt to a new role this year, Brownie.
That wing role, the defensive wing role, and no better game than he played this year. I think he only had about 12 disposals. It was against the Bulldogs at Marvel Stadium, where every time the Bulldogs try to release outside defensive 50 and they run and carry, Brayshaw was standing out there every time. They had to slow down and go back the other way.
Jasny takes the mark in front of Neil Bullen. Not sure what to do, so he pulls the trigger on a short ball and kicks it straight to Oliver. It's punched away from him. Atkins, gone. Need him up forward as he lines up for his sixth, Maxie. That's what you need him. Dangerfield. This will be a tough one to swallow for Paddy. Drives it to the square. Melbourne have got the numbers. Hawkins takes a strong mark. In fact, he dropped it right on the line. Gets it out to Myers. Everything going wrong. Everything going wrong that could go wrong for the Cats, and Hibbert will run it out of defence.
Oh, extraordinary scenes. That was a certain goal that they somehow managed not to kick, if that makes sense. Cozzy Pickett out in his own. He flicks it out to Langdon. What a pick up he's been from Fremantle. He's just patrolled that wing so consistently in the couple of years he's been at Melbourne, wanting McDonald. It was a boundary throw-in for McDonald's and Ream Hotwater. McDonald's monopoly game at Macca's is back. Game on. Thank you to Macca's for their sponsorship right from the very first day of Triple M footy. They've been our great partners. Let's get to Tanya for Bob Jones teammates.
Yeah, dirty night for Gary Rowan, and it looks like he's done a hammy. He reached for the back of his hamstring as he's coming towards the Cats bench. So just talking to the doctor right now.
Okay, Bob Jane teammates, keep your family safe on the roads. Free tyre safety check with Bob Jane teammates, 13:26:25 today.
That was Gary's night, true man.
Just the one disposal, which was a kick, unfortunately ineffective.
So it's going to be tough to turn it around there for Gary Rowan. His team trailed by 78 points. Hawkins, Langdon's got him. I said play on. This is a man, Nath, that Ross Lyon famously told to do what? Langdon? Just run.
How do I improve my footy, Ross? You've got a great engine. Just run. I'm going to play on the wing and you're going to run. And that's what he's done ever since.
Ran across the Nullarbor and has not stopped running since.
Yep. And then gave Ross a clip a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, but it was misquoted. It was taken out of context, all that type of stuff.
A bit of a cover-off was there afterwards.
Yeah,
like a cover-off.
There was a text to Rossi.
A good cover-off.
As the ball goes across the line. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard supporting Sparky, 7:30am opening hours. Trade prices, click and collect, free delivery from over 100 Beacon Lighting stores. It is the Demons leading by 78 points with 3 minutes on the clock.
I reckon someone was gobbing off at Clayton Oliver then and he just pointed to the scoreboard.
Fair enough.
8 unanswered goals this quarter, Melbourne. Petrarca, and he's well tackled by Atkins. Umpire lets it go and it spills out. Close look at Maxie. He's just been in everything. 5 goals, Maxie Gordon. True man.
Just a couple of key stats here. Das contested ball. Melbourne at plus 30, and they've posted 88 points from stoppages, which is a season high of any club for this year.
There's your Triple M Red Z lending stats. Dangerfield flicks it out. Zach Guthrie to Buse. Down the line, and Jake Lever. Myers did well not to infringe, but it will be a boundary throw. Look at Jake Lever. He's filthy with the fact he didn't take that mark, Brownie.
And he hasn't a lot to do tonight either. The ball hasn't been down there that often.
He hasn't really had to play on anybody. He stood in front of Tom Hawkins and helped out Petty most of the night, but it's been a pretty cruisy evening for the Demons defenders.
Those low possessions for the Cats players, Chewy.
Jeremy Cameron, as Chief said, 2 disposals and a major. Radicalia, 4 possessions and just the 1 mark. And probably the other one is Myers, 9 possessions and a goal. Menegola.
Menegola's been quite good. He was really good last week, Ash.
Averaging 23, just the 10 touches.
Yeah.
Jason.
He's had a bad night. Forgettable night, unfortunately. The Cats fans.
Bob Jane, Tanya Armstrong.
Yeah, the Cats about to activate their sub as well. Sean Higgins limbering up. They are icing Gary Rowan's right hamstring, so his dirty night is over.
Max nearly took another contested mark, so Gary Rowan subbed out of the game. What's his night entail, Chewy?
Gary Rowan, for the 5th time for Red Z, 1 kick ineffective, 1 disposal ineffective, Howie.
Sorry, Chewy, I didn't hear you say that. As the goal goes forward towards Stanley, he's ripped off the footy. My bad. Hibbert spirals literally a ball out of defence. It'll land on the chest of Lockie Henderson. He marks attacking point of the square. Great low, goes to Tui.
Great night for Sean Higgins.
I was about to say, how do you reckon he's feeling coming on when you're 80 points down?
Into the pocket from the Cats. Hibbert gets in front of Hawkins. Sparrows kick a couple. Petty done the job on Hawkins. After May tweaked a hammy, and Tommy's got a high one there against Spargo and just needs to let him go because he could crush the young man.
Yeah, I reckon there's a few of the Cats players starting to get a bit frustrated, Howie.
There's Gary Rowan on the bench, chief of the right hamstring, heavily iced. And welcome to the game, Sean Higgins in a prelim when your team trail by 78 points. Give it your best, Higo.
Well, a great performance if he can turn this around, Higo.
They'll be rocking songs about him.
Final special if he can do that.
Joel Selwood coming in hard there and making Clayton Oliver earn it.
So Oliver, standing year, the coach's player of the year, Clayton Oliver. Henry dropped the mark that we almost never see.
Terrible kick from Oliver too.
Menegola at half-back, there's Higgins.
Starts the rescue job, Darcy.
Yes, unfortunately handled it to the D's. Close got back and jumped over the top because he picked. And with 30 seconds remaining till 3/4 time, the Cats still searching for their first goal in this 3rd term.
Tui sends the ball forward, Lever with the fist, Dangerfield grabs it. Landed heavily earlier on, spent some time on the bench. Danger is out there now. It'll go down towards a couple of Demons. One's Petty. Tries to do a little bit of fancy stuff away from Blitzarves.
He's been impressive, Petty.
Yeah.
Love what he's done tonight.
Melbourne on the outer side. Find Langdon.
He doesn't back down.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, thank you, Tom.
He doesn't.
It's a man who went with Richard Marks in the quiz.
Yes.
Now 3/4 time here. Well, Melbourne, your team's into a grand final. You just hope they get through unscathed. Maxi Gawn kick goals 3, 4 and 5 for the term. What's his night, Chewy?
Maxi Gawn, Howie, 18 disposals, 4 marks and a career high 5 goals straight.
What the stats don't tell you is 3 of those goals, as Das beautifully said, Eddie Betts would have been happy with. Melbourne lead Geelong in the first preliminary final at 3/4 time. 78 points. No mistake, 78 points. McDonald's Marine Hot Water, extraordinary. Triple M Rocks footy.
That quarter for Beacon Trade. Supporting Sparkies was 7:30 a.m. opening hours, trade prices, click and collect and free delivery from over 100 Beacon lighting stores.
For McDonald's,
Triple M Rocks Finals Footy.
the Monopoly game at Macca's is back. Game on.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
What does the preliminary final feel like?
It is full to the rafters. Brilliant final underway.
This is the biggest game of your career, keeping the dream of the ultimate prize alive.
Join the Temper Mattress call team tomorrow from 6 for Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs. For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Whether you're a die-hard Bombers supporter, a Swans tragic or a Cats fanatic, every footy fan knows in finals there are no guarantees. If you really want to back a winner this September, back a Camel. A thirsty Camel, that is, with great specials like Carlton Dry 24-pack just $46.99 or Jack Daniel's Double Jack 8-pack with handy grab and go cooler bag only $54.99 this week. Find your local bottle shop or shop online at thirstycamel.com.au. T's and C's apply. Hydrate responsibly.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
In 2021, Triple M rocks footy.
You don't get that on the other stations.
Temper Mattresses. Feel comfort. Feel support. Feel Temper. Find AFL player stories at temper.com.au.
That is a ripper.
Hard Yakka is for a new breed of Aussie legends. Toughness is in their DNA. No shortcuts. Hard Yakka, a history of hard.
That makes it tough.
For Ream and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
If it's green and it grows, you need Swift Grow, the totally amazing organic fertiliser that repairs your soil and makes your plants go crazy. And not only is springtime the best time to get into your garden, if you purchase 4 litres of Swift Grow right now, Joe's going to throw in another litre free of charge. Yep, buy 4 litres, you get one free. It saves you $29.95. The Swift Grow buy 4 get one free deal. It's on now for a limited time at swiftgrow.com.au. If it's green and it grows, you need Swift Grow.
At Pepper Money, we specialise in home loan options. In real life, people want to refinance for all sorts of reasons. To invest, consolidate debt, renovate, pay tax. But some lenders can be inflexible. At Pepper Money, we take a fresh approach to lending. And if we could find a way to help, we will. If you're looking for home loan options, why not call today? Talk to your broker or talk to us. Pepper Money, real life loan options. Australian credit licence 286655.
Tradies, it's time to cut the cord with the new 18-volt bi-turbo brushless range from Bosch. The revolutionary bi-turbo motor plus Procore 18-volt battery means industrial power from just one battery for any cutting, drilling, grinding or sawing job you can throw at it. Bi-turbo tools are fully backwards compatible with Bosch 18-volt professional batteries and backed by an industry-leading 6-year warranty. Cut the cord and check out the Bosch bi-turbo brushless range now. Available at Bunnings Warehouse, Total Tools and boschpowertools.com.au.
Well, look at what just arrived. The future of used car buying. Cars24 is the new way to buy a quality used car, 100% online. Every car is 300-point inspected and delivered right to your door, with 6 months warranty and a 7-day return option. That's way better than a test drive. There's a smarter way to buy a quality used car. That's the Cars24 way. Visit cars24.com for terms and conditions. LMCT 00121133.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
This quarter for Kennard's Hire. Do Kennard's Hire make your job easy? Ken Oath.
Petrarca, he's gone short to Max Gawn. It was touched off the boot. Max has played on because he saw it was touched.
Maxie!
What about that? That was Stevie J-line from Max Gawn.
Max Gawn's already kicked one cracker.
No way.
Max unloads it.
No!
60 metres out. What are we seeing here from Melbourne? Max has kicked 2 of his goals of his career.
This is the one that worries him. 8 metres out, no angle to concern him with. He can get a bit of right to left band. Why would you doubt Maxie? He's got 3, Big Max.
As Max grabs out of the ruck.
No.
Hurried snap. Max Gawn's got a career high 4. And 3 of them are fair dinkum. Your top shelfers. Max is lighting the whole show up.
D's a piling. Well, Max take another one. He's genuinely taking the piss, Max.
He is.
Genuinely taking the piss. How good is this?
Oh, please kick it. Please kick it, Matt.
Directly in front with the Optus Stadium. They're on their feet. They want goal number 5. Max Gawn's got 5.
Gary Rowan is
Max!
Max Gawn comes from nowhere. Barrels him in a tackle.
Gee whiz.
Danger's off. And Max, well, he's playing in another stratosphere at the moment, Chief.
Oh, put a cape on him, put a big S on his chest. This is ridiculous. I've never seen a man dominate like this.
If you were to give Brownlow votes tonight, Chief, he'd be the 3, 2 and the 1.
It is Melbourne leading at 3/4 time by 78 points. And for all your Melbourne fans that you know and you love, Chief, and they've had so little success, you hear that package, their captain standing up in the biggest stage, in the biggest way. Respect to Geelong fans, but you've got to smile at that.
I got to be honest, I cannot recall ever seeing a ruckman play a better game than what I've seen from Max Gawn tonight.
Full stop. It'd be hard to mount a case for it. I can't remember seeing a midfielder play a better game.
Oh, no, I've never seen anything like this.
It's just a domination.
Don't forget that run-down tackle on Rowan. He's kicked 5. He's pushed forward. He's dominated. He's gone behind the play and picked up Tom Hawkins when he's had to. He's done it all.
6 tackles to go with his 18 disposals and his 5 goals.
What's his Supercoach points, Chief? Dewey?
He's at 147, Howie.
Right, so he's only, he could get 200.
So final quarter underway. Radicalea started in the ruck to Guthrie. I don't know what Chris Scott said at 3/4 time in this one. Salem at half-back has been paid the mark opposed to the medical sub Sean Higgins. I don't know. I honestly don't know what you say. I mean, we at 3/4 time, Chief said put the forwards back and the backs forwards like you used to in the under-10s. I mean, what do you do?
Well, you're playing for a bit of respect now. Yeah. If you're Geelong, you look your players in the eyes and you say, how do you want to go out? Do you want to go out completely embarrassed, completely belittled by a more powerful unit, or can we find some respect in the last 30 minutes?
50 metres goes to Salem. They go inside 50. Hunting the footy is Sparrow. He's tight on the boundary line. They keep it in play. They kicked 8 goals to zip in the third term. Ratugolea, don't know how he got rid of that. McDonald thought he was going to get a free kick. Not sure how he got rid of it either. Doesn't seem to have mattered too much tonight. Higgins in the unenviable position of coming on as the medical sub when your team's 80 points down in a prelim. Langdon hacked inside 50 by Rivers, only as far as Henry. Bob Jane Teamarts, keep your family safe on the roads. Fitty from free tyre safety checks at Bob Jane Teamarts, 13.26.25 today. Sorry, Jeff. Tan, Stephen Mayes, he's just sitting on the bench. Just an update for those joining us.
Yeah, he doesn't look despondent at all, so he doesn't appear overly concerned by that right hamstring. Do you want me to let you call this?
No, go on.
I thought something good might happen for the Cats, but I was wrong. Anyway, yeah, Stephen May, so he grabbed the right hamstring at about the 20-minute mark of the first term, went off, was limping a little, didn't look happy, went down into the rooms, had it strapped, played out the game until he was subbed in the third term. So the word coming out of the Demons camp, it's just a tight hamstring, and he certainly doesn't look worried about it. He's sitting on the bench with the tracksuit top on, high-fiving all of his teammates, so it doesn't look like someone who's worried about missing a grand final.
I think Tanya's a bit like me. She's a good body language reader, Howie.
Yep.
And I've had a little look at Sam, something against Stephen May, and he looks, like Tanya said, a bit more comfortable than you would think. So that's a good sign for him. Spargo cuts back in board, open forward 50. Bailey Fritz has got...
He had Petrarca running...
Harms has taken a hanger. Lockie Henderson's going, can it get any worse?
No, it was the wrong option. He kicked it 1-on-2. And Harms has taken a hanger on Lockie Henderson's head.
Brilliant.
You couldn't script a better night. If you're a Melbourne fan and you dreamt last night how you want the prelim final to unfold.
Max has picked 5.
This is how it just...
Petrarca's dominated.
He's on his way to 40.
It is a dream what is happening here at Optus Stadium for Melbourne fans. James Harms taking a hanger. Never seen him get on anyone's head ever. Can he finish the goal? He shanked it. And out of bounds on the full. So 77-point lead to the Melbourne Footy Club, or the Triple M Kennards High scoreboard.
Just briefly, Tan, you told us last week that West Australia was calling the grand final as well as ourselves, and you had to decide which team you were going for. Have you made that decision yet? Has Geelong moved the ball through half-back only as far as Salem?
I believe I'm with the Perth team, so I'm really sorry. I've been recruited to the home side.
And you were happy with that, were you?
Well, I have been part of the team all season, so, when your teammates want you on grand final day, you have to say yes.
Okay, Salem from outside 50, spears it inside. Max Gawn marks on the lead, and Max will line up, Chief, for his 6th goal of the evening.
No, he can't kick this.
Well, he's 45 out. If he kicks this, I want the entire commentary team to get around him.
It's the best ruckman's game I've ever seen.
Max Gawn from 45 for his 6th goal in a preliminary final. Hits it to the right, and he can't manage to put it home. So it's out on the full.
Kicked it exactly where he ran.
Yeah, and I don't think he needed to kick around the corner to make the distance, but he felt he did. That's unfortunate. I mean, if he could end up with 6 or 7, that'd be just icing on the cake.
Tell you what, he can kick the cover off of Max when he strikes him. He can get some distance. He's got 5 on the night. Here's Isaac Smith streaming through the middle of Optus Stadium. Inside forward 50 go the Cats. Hasn't been Jeremy Cameron's night. Harry Petty stood in the way and did it manfully. These exit the Spargo direction. Zach Guthrie gets a fingernail on it. We'll have a boundary throw in right in front of the interchange race. So we've got a crowd estimate, Tanya. Do we get the full house in? I think all the tickets were sold, you told us earlier.
Yeah, definitely is a sellout. Still waiting for a final figure, so I'll get it to you as soon as possible. But 60,000 is the max. It'll be very close to that figure for this one.
That's Tanya Armstrong, who's elected to go with the Perth team.
What is it about the Perth team, Tanya, that you've decided to take them over us?
Well, the legendary Dennis Committee, I'm hearing that he's doing the grand final, so I thought I'd better go with Big Den.
Choice between Mark Howard and Dennis Cometti, I can understand that.
I was going to say more 1,254 goals from Chief, but, you know, Embers is a good player.
I think the Beast brings something that...
the Two-Man does it.
Well, good operator, the Beast.
So it came down to the stats.
I think Dennis is handy motivation.
Yeah, no.
I've got Embers are paying gig next week over there.
Did you look cashy?
No, through the books.
Okay.
You're getting a little snip?
No, Chief, I do it for the love.
Something at the back end?
What type of cash is going Embers' way? You're a numbers man.
Hey? I'm not going to say
what's he
cash out. It's very well he's worthwhile.
Okay, he's involved on the grand final day celebrations too. I saw with the he's handing over the Norm Smith medal, I think, as the ball goes forward for the Demons. In fact, I'm sure it is, and it was John Worsfold that was going to hand over the Premiership Cup, wasn't it, Chewy?
Yep, spot on, Harry.
Good player, Embers.
Yeah. So what'd you get him?
What?
Just give me the general
No,
ballpark.
mate.
Maybe like 4?
No, Howard.
4 large. That's something.
So the Cats at half-back, get it to Zach Tui.
That's what I do for my mates.
Flicks it out wide, puts him in the path of Buse. Tried to paddle it in front of him. This is the medical sub-activated James Jordan, who has come on for Steve May, and he'll be pretty keen to give a good account of himself. James Jordan's a grand final gig up for grabs if he can stay healthy and get out there.
I told Howie to buy a coin at 24 cents, Chief. You know what he sold it for? 82.
82 cents.
Yeah.
You know what it is now?
About $1.10.
But I was happy with the profit.
It's a good markup, Howie. So go to those piles of cash you've been telling us about. Just
can't leave home to spend them, unfortunately.
You're still getting money from the government?
No, unfortunately that's come to an end as Isaac Smith drives the ball inside 50.
Got to come back.
Now they play on. The ball's just being held back as we're having a look at Nate Jones on the Triple M Harvey Norman replay. This would be Nakey's day and also be a tough pill to swallow.
On your line, Mark.
So, I'm not sure what's happening. There's a bit of a delay in play. Max is sort of leaning on his shorts so much the sacks nearly hanging out the front of him, which is...
Come on, Max.
That's what was happening. Hey,
put the package away.
I should have seen it. Just sort of...
you played that well, you can get the full Monty out, I reckon, if you Max.
Probably fair enough.
I reckon.
Just put a couple of...
Why not?
Sort of little meatballs on display as the ball's in the middle of the ground.
Yeah, he's working blue now.
Back 2
They're
metres.
not going anywhere, really. That's what he was doing, mate.
Max Holmes. Cats didn't kick a goal in the third term. Look at Jake Lever, who's brought to the club specifically for this skill, Chief, and they work it well, don't they, to make sure he's available to intercept Mark, Jake Lever.
Yeah, and they've been able to still fashion the matchups. You know, Petty rolls over to Hawkins and has done a great job, and it allows the freedom of Lever to pick his opponent and still avail himself of those intercept marks.
Hibbert's gone on to Cameron. Luke Jackson's taking a little bit of a hanger too on the wing.
Except he took it on the skippy. You don't want to do that too often.
No, it's Maxie's day today. Stay away from Big Max. Is Salem's kick partially smothered. Interesting story will be Joel Smith as well, and how significant a hammy that was with 2 weeks to go to the grand final. They clearly rate Joel Smith.
Yep.
What's Hibbert done tonight, Chew, the man that came in?
Michael Hibbert, he's had 8 disposals, a couple of marks, 3 tackles.
Haven't noticed him, but certainly haven't noticed him doing anything wrong, Chief.
No, he's done his job, and all you can do is come in and play your role.
Hibbert played on Jeremy Cameron most of the night.
Amazing job then, hasn't he, in that respect. Now the Fritcher, who's been a little quiet. He's a kick and a half from home. Ben Brown's deep. He's been vital. Got them going early. And in the second half as well, they go down towards Brown. It's punched through. Max was in the contest. So it is now, Das, at a 78-point margin. We have a look at the Triple M Harvey Norman replay, bring the big stadium home this footy finals. Great deals on TV and soundbars now at Harvey Norman. Seeing Jackson take a mark, gee, be happy as a Melbourne fan to see him getting a race.
Oh, Radicalia launches. Couldn't complete the transaction. Bowie flipped it over the top. Luke Jackson's tackle effort there. Really fine big man. Bowie committed himself. Went hard at it. Ricochets back to Rivers. What about Brayshaw's night, please, Two-Man?
Triple M Red's had 14 disposals, 3 tackles.
Just third in the Brownlow a few years back, Nate Brown. Angus Brayshaw, as we commented on earlier, he's playing that defensive wing role and clearly not finding the footy as much, but I think he'd be pretty happy to be in a grand final.
Well, there's no better example of where Melbourne have turned their footy around from someone who was a ball getter and finished third in the Brownlow medal to what he's doing now and where his team is.
Big Max gone, launched. Just couldn't quite take the mark. Clayton Oliver. What's he had, please, Two-Man?
Clayton Oliver, 25 touches.
Spargo smothered off his boot by Zach Guthrie. Cuts back inboard, and Menegola takes it to halfback.
Tom.
Your man, Jake Bowie, in game number 6, turns 19 on Sunday, Chief.
I love what he's done. I love how hard he competes against bigger players. He's got great courage. And it'd be impossible to leave him out with what he's done tonight.
The ball on centre wing. These blowouts happen, we tend to drift off, Nath. I want you to have a think about it at some stage as the ball goes forward in the hands of Bailey Fritsch.
So you have 4 Cats back in the defensive 50 and no Ds.
It's a beautiful ball from Fritsch. And the Demons will go back and have a shot from about 50 out in that Sparrow. I want you to think which potential Melbourne player of yesteryear can really cash in the next 2 weeks with those sort of speaking arrangements, Nath, whether they be in person, over Zoom, who can really cash?
I think Russell Robinson, if he was over in Perth, he's got the voice, he's got the guitar, he could do everything that
he's not there.
Mike Brady could do.
What do you reckon? How many gigs could Gary get between now and grand final day? Gary Lyon.
I think he could put away easily 50k.
50.
Sparrow out to his right. It's drifting from Sparrow. 50. And sneaks through from behind. We've got 14 days. 50. I reckon you've undersold him. I reckon there's a hunch in it.
Who are we talking about?
A lot of money.
Gary.
A lot of money in the
Gaz got 50k.
Could earn 50k in the coming week.
He's got 2 weeks. He's there. He's a Melbourne legend. He's the face of the club in many ways. There's a lot of money in the West Australian mining industry. I think there's probably 10 gigs between now and then.
Snorkel just told me it's way too low.
He reckons 150 this morning.
Gee, I hope the taxman's listening.
10 to stop at 10. That's a hunch. I think he's the big winner here, Dubs.
Ridiculous. I tend to do a fair bit of community work myself, Howie Grand Final week, for some opportunities, so I don't really understand that market at all. Here's Tom Hawkins, just has not been their night at all. The Cats can close get something. Jeremy Cameron's fumbled one. I haven't seen him do that all year.
That's embarrassing.
And let's get to Tanya Armstrong. What have you got for us, Tan?
Yeah, Brownlow medalist named Shane Woden, who lives in Perth. I think he might cash in. And a certain nephew of mine named Steve Armstrong, who played a few games for the D's, he's probably eyeing off a few gigs as well.
Good calls. Shane Woden.
Yeah, I still think Gaz is getting the bigger ones.
What's Shane Woden going at per gig, Nate? This is your area. As they give it to Bowie. He goes underground. Is he a sort of 4 or 5k man?
Up, Tom.
2 to 3.
Brownlow medalist.
Yeah.
Where's the Wiz?
I reckon the Wiz.
Is the Wiz in the
I
West?
reckon the Wiz would be 5 or 6 a gig, I think.
The Wiz is back in Melbourne, I believe, residing over here. The Wiz.
Gaz would be a 5 to 10 man, wouldn't he?
Doesn't get out of bed.
Yeah, a 5 to 10. 5 at the lower end.
Alan Jakovic, is he in the West?
Old Alan Jellyfish.
Now there's a potential earning because he's an entertainer as well.
Is he ever?
Is he in the West as the ball goes on the out of bounds on the outer side?
Sure where Jacko is.
Can drift at times.
Tan, do we think Alan Jakovic is in the West?
That is a good question. He could be. I can follow that up for you.
Okay. Well, this is obviously Harry Taylor's in the West, so this result's cost him a fair old wedge as well. Anyway, it's a 79-point margin here, but it's a good discussion point. It's the way of the Demons.
Salem and half back, lets it bounce. Menegola comes in. A bit of frustration all round for the Geelong Footy Club. And it will be a story, as it always is, when a side exits with a big margin, and we'll talk about the reset for the Cats, what that means for them. Brandy's just got a little weird look on his face.
We're not doing a Friday huddle next week, but I think we should be, just to discuss this very topic in detail.
I think we're open to coming.
Our man Damien Barrett's over there. I'm just wondering what he's getting per gig over there.
It's true, Damo.
Well, what would his number be?
Per appearance?
I think they give him
500.
500. I think he gets a sort of free meal and a couple of free beverages.
Kicked away Hawkins. He'll line up for about 50.
And the fact that he has to employ security that costs him $250 each. He does it for free.
I think we get together via Zoom next Friday at very least and put together a podcast. I've got a platform that we could potentially put her out on. I think we're in for that, Chief. A nice Friday night serving of the huddle. And if there's no platform here, we can put it out on Australia's #1 sports podcast, the Harry Games. What do you think?
I'd need a little sling to do that, Harry.
We can take care of you, Chief. You get your jumper and a hat.
Need to be 5.
Hawkins from 50 hits it pretty well, but it just goes to the left. we're being a bit lighthearted because, to be honest, the game's done. It's a 78-point margin. It was Melbourne by 27 at quarter time, 29 at the half, 78 at three-quarter time after an 8-goal-to-zip term. The big stories coming out of it, Stephen May with a hamstring. Gary Rowan subbed off with only one possession and a hamstring as well. Bob Jane, Tanya?
Yeah, the crowd tonight, Howie, 58,599. Wow. So the fourth biggest crowd ever at Optus Stadium. Certainly the biggest between a neutral team not involving the Eagles or Dockers in this one.
That's huge. Tan, thanks for that update. Great result for footy in the West with the grand final to come.
This game's in cruise control now, isn't it? I think Melbourne are just controlling the flow of the footy as much as they can, and the Cats are just hoping that the final siren rolls around quickly to put them out of their misery.
Just to put a full stop on it, Nath, obviously Tanya, a media personality over there, she'll be in demand. Just give us a number on what Tanya goes for.
Sorry, Hope?
Nathan, what's Tanya going for per gig?
More than Damo.
Okay. Righto.
A lot more than Damo. I would have thought Tanya's very much in demand. Superstar in the West. And
I reckon 5,000.
At what point do you suddenly just, if you're Simon Good, and go, I think we'll take Maxi Gawn off here. I think we might take Petrarca off.
How many can you take off? Viney?
Yeah, you probably take 6 or 7 off, Harry, I reckon. With 7 minutes to go, you start thinking about it, Chief.
You do, but I mean, you've also got to rotate the other players, so you can't just leave everyone out there and then let them fatigue late in the game. We've seen Max Gawn go forward and spend time there, which gives him a bit of a rest as opposed to when he's rucking. He's on the boundary line at the moment, having a spell, but he'll come back on.
I've seen Stephen May on the Triple M Harvey Norman replay. You're our body language expert. He doesn't look like he's got a care in the world.
He's got a great feel about him, Steve May. He's talkative, he's smiling, he's just maybe trying to convince himself that that's nothing to worry about, that hammy. Hawkins sockers it out of mid-air. Look at the Melbourne numbers back there. Ed Langdon, love to have the tracker on him. True man, how much ground he's covered. Ed Langdon, no, that's not within your capabilities, but he covers a lot of ground. The clearing kick from the D's off the boot of Rivers only landed with Isaac Smith. Bombs it to the goal square. Back there was Lever. He might have missed the lot, I reckon, Lever.
No, I reckon he got his hand.
Yeah, it glanced off the fist, didn't it?
Got his hand up. The umpire doesn't know that.
Yeah, the goal umpire didn't see it.
The goal umpire thinks it's a goal.
Full Mexican wave going on at Optus Stadium at the moment. The locals just enjoying themselves.
And can we also check the hit the post on the way through? Umpire's called a touch behind. And also, please confirm if it hit the post.
Melbourne Storm are there on today. 40-12 winners over Manly, so they're straight through to prelim. What are you seeing, Chief?
Comes straight off the fist of Jake Lever. Good
crossing the back of the goal line. Decision on the scoreboard.
Triple M Kennard's High scoreboard. Do Kennard's High make your job easy? Kenoth, they do. It is
what was the Storm score?
40-12 over Manly. So the Storm will be in the preliminary final, and I reckon that's on Friday night before the AFL Grand Final. That will be, yes. So the NRL Grand Final will be the week after. 112-35 on the Triple M Kennard's High scoreboard. Chewy, a couple of Triple M Red Z lending stats. Red Z lending loans for the self-employed for us.
Yeah, just Chris Scott's coaching record. So 72% win-loss during the home and away. It's now going to be 40% in finals. Under Scott, Cats have lost 5 out of their past 7 prelims for Red Z.
Well, that's why they have to have a good look at their list. It is ageing. We've spoken about that a lot. They brought in a few experienced players trying to get over the line this year. It hasn't worked, so they need to revitalise a little bit. They need to get some speed on their list as much as anything.
Please get it to half forward.
Man, he's got toes, Clark, and he doesn't get a game.
Yeah, it's a surprise omission, Jordan Clark, isn't it? Cozzy Pickett for some late joy for the D's. There's been joy from the start. There's joy at the end. He's got 3, Cozzy. 83-point lead in this game to Melbourne. And what a performance it's been in a prelim final. 6 minutes remaining. That's on the Triple M Kennard's High scoreboard.
And he was the one the one that instigated the most at the start of the game. I thought he was electric early. He was clean. When the game was there to be won, the game was hot. You see a lot of people fumble, but he was clean. And he kicked that first one lace out to Ben Brown, and then a couple of front and centres. He's been very good tonight, Cozzy Pickett, as has Neil Bullen and also Spargo. So they're 3 small forwards that they've turned into that Richmond-style 2017 enormous pressure have really come to play tonight and beat up on a slow defensive Geelong.
Bob Jane, Tanya Armstrong.
Yeah, there's a pretty handy bench for Melbourne just sitting watching at the moment. Petrarca, Oliver, Lever and Gawn all taking a seat at the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, they might not see any more action either. Ream hot water, Ashley Plummer to install a ream steady, hot and strong.
Pose you a question, Chief.
Yes, Nathan.
And this is just a hypothetical. If you're Carlton and you see the way that Geelong have gone out, and I've got no idea what Chris Scott's contract situation is, but would that interest Carlton, knowing that maybe this side with 11 over 30s, not so much run their race, but it's certainly a conversation I think Carlton should have, and I'm asking you your opinion.
I'd love to have the conversation, but it's a moot point if he's contracted and happy at Geelong, Brownie, unless you know something the rest of us don't know.
Langdon wobbles the ball forward, hits Fritsch on the chest. Nate, just to have a look at those 11 over 30s before the game finishes in 5.5 minutes. Who do you think could be in a bit of bother as far as continuing their career next season from the Cats? We'll get to that as Bailey Fritsch will give you a bit of an opportunity. So Fritsch, he's missed a couple of opportunities tonight. He hasn't kicked a goal, has he, Chewy?
Yeah.
He's kicked one, the Fritcher.
Yep.
Bailey Fritsch from 35 to make it a 19th goal for the Demons. Trots in now, Fritsch in the famous number 31 worn by Ron Barassi, bangs it home, his second. Melbourne have got 19. They're 89 points up and they're into a grand final. Ask your plumber to install a ream, steady, hot and strong, and the Triple M Kennards high scoreboard. Did Kennards make your job easy? Canoth they do. And always some McDonald's and ream hot water. Triple M Rocks footy, here's the two man.
So the last time Geelong were held goalless in a half against Melbourne was back in 1901. And the last time a side was goalless in the second half in a prelim final, Howie, for Triple M Red Z was back in 1925. It's in the second half. So
outstanding
a couple of records
Red Z's, Chewy. 1901 and 1925.
In a prelim.
What are you seeing, Nate?
Well, they've got 11 players out there. They've also got a fair few players who are 29 years of age as well. In Dalhouse is not out there. Cam Guthrie is 29. Sam Menegola 29. And next year, Jeremy Cameron will be 29.
So hold that thought for a second as Viney grabs it out of the middle.
Hacks it forward. Pickett's got three. Buse won the day on that occasion and half-back. Gets it to Atkins. What's Dangerfield had for the night, please, two man?
Triple M Red Z, 26 touches, leading ball winner for the Cats.
Yeah, maybe their only winner on the night for Geelong. Brian Myers, can they get their first goal of the second half? It's a bouncer from Hawkins. Misses to the near side. So 88-point lead. 4 minutes 31 remaining in this match. Triple M Kennards high scoreboard.
So Reece Stanley, you'd have to think if they had another option, they would go with another option. Zach Tui, he's playing great footy. Sean Higgins, not sure what his contract situation's like, but he's 33. Isaac Smith will go on, played great footy. Joel Selwood will go on. Mitch Duncan will go on. Gary Rowan's been good enough this year to go on. Lockie Henderson, I think it's probably time for him to come to an end. Tom Hawkins goes on. Dangerfield and Blixarves will go on.
So there's only one of those that you reckon's in.
Stanley, Higgins and Henderson.
Right. There is Higgins.
Doesn't change the profile of the list too much, does it?
Atkins high down the line. There is Stanley taking a good mark, dishing it off by hand to Cam Guthrie. He goes a little barrel chip kick, and it goes to Petty, who's done a great job, it must be said, on Tommy Hawkins.
And that's the only reason I sit here and say, I mean, we just looked at Petrarca, Oliver, Gawn, who was the other one, all sitting on the bench, and Lever at the moment. My only concern then is you get to the last 5 minutes of the game and blokes are starting to fatigue. You don't want a Pickett or a Petty or one of these guys to tear a hamstring because they're fatigued and they've played a little bit too long without a spell in the last term. So you've got to manage everyone because all their role players are vitally important to their chances of success.
That's a good point you make, Chief, with 3 minutes remaining. Here's Harms. Tries to take on Selwood and does with it. Don't argue. Harms, can he bend through and kick a ripping goal? He's missed to the outside, to the right, if that makes sense. And
those four haven't left the bench, have they?
Yeah.
So they're done. Langdon, 15.2k to answer your question, Dar. So
most ground covered on the field tonight. No surprise there, Howie.
So Melbourne dominating this game of football. Blixarves at centre-half back. Gives it to Zach Guthrie. Had a promising year when he's had the opportunities. Stanley marks, centre wing. Gives a couple of damning stats, Stewie.
Contested ball, Howie, plus 34 for the Demons. Geelong ranked first, as Brownie said, at plus 12 this year, so that's clearly their worst differential for the season. And they've only taken 4 marks inside their attacking 50, which is their lowest to date for this year. They're number 2 in the comp, averaging 13.
Brownie, are you confident that Jeremy Cameron's fully fit? He's had 3 possessions for the game. He hasn't competed overly aggressively at times. It just looks like there's something wrong.
It does, Chief. And obviously he hasn't had a lot of opportunity tonight. The ball hasn't been down there, hasn't been delivered that well. But you are right, he's looked tentative when he's been near it. In the first final, he wasn't great as well. So Jeremy Cameron
played pretty well last week against GWS, didn't he? Kicked a couple of goals and looked like he moved freely. I haven't heard it. He's had those 2 big hamstrings, missed 2 lots of 5 weeks with his hammies, Jeremy Cameron, but I think he's just been a bit off tonight.
Well, we saw him kick that first goal.
Yeah.
How he told us before. That's going back to the beginning of the game. And he was pumped. He was up and about. And you thought, oh, here we go. This is going to be a ripper. But he's looked nonplussed since then.
But he's very laconic. So he's one of those players like Harris Andrews. When it doesn't work out, it can be mistaken for laziness. And I don't think it is that. I think he's just very laconic at the way he goes about it.
Melbourne's last grand final against the Bombers, Stu?
Yep, back in 2000, and they lost that game by 60 points, Howie.
Was that the season that Jeff Palmer lit it up?
Yes, it was. I reckon the week before he kicked 7 in the prelim against the Kangaroos.
Sounds about right. This ball goes out of bounds on the full. And it'll be reset by the Demons. Yes, it will be by Hibbert. He plays on. His team lead this by 89 points. Hacks the footy out of defence. Jackson flies acrobatically. Higgins, Isaac Smith, Hughes, Higgins with a chance for Geelong's first goal of the second half, and Cameron marks on his chest. He'll swing it round, and Geelong have kicked their first goal of the second half with a minute and a half to go before this game is done. That breaks a run of 10 straight goals for the Demons. Quite extraordinary. Cameron's got his second, and it's back, if you can say it that way. 83 points on the Triple M Kennards High score, but did Kennards High make your job easy, Nath?
Kennards.
Oh, that's right. It's a good one, that one, Chief. That came in while you were away.
It's the man we were just talking about, Brownie. We're just seeing him have a drink of water and then bend over and cough it all up. So who knows if there's something wrong with him. He went back with the flight then. He was able to go back virtually uncontested. Rivers got caught away from him, and Stanley able to work Hibbert out of the contest.
Triple M Seabus Super Special comments. The Chief and Nate been all over it from the first bounce, delivering consistent long-term return for members. Seabus, for all of us, we've got
Chief, you're a bit of a music freak. 1964 was the last time the Demons won a premiership. Who do you reckon held the #1 song in Australia in 1964?
64. Beatles?
They had the top 6.
Chief, it's always unbeatable in the quiz. The top 6.
Well, you didn't
I saw her standing there was #1 all the way down to Elvis Presley, #7.
Top 6 songs in the charts, the Beatles.
Teddy's caught in a tackle, a touch high. Umpire will separate them.
Might have toured Australia in 64, the Beatles.
Yep.
It would have been.
And the Dogs. The Dogs put the Demons in the grand final.
Yep, 1954.
Okay. And Port won't have played the Demons in the grand final. Chewy, obviously. Radigalia can't get it clear. Higgins, hurried snap. Brayshaw's there. Tries to squeeze out a little underground ball to Langdon. This is all happening deep in the defensive zone for the D's. Nice step from Brayshaw, and he clears defence.
Down the line, looking for Ben Brown, who's been really strong tonight. And a story for him into a grand final. Petty, a little hand on it nicely to Brayshaw, back to Salem. And he goes short and finds James Jordan, the activated medical sub. Came on for Stephen May. So just really happy to hang on to it here, the D's, with 30 seconds remaining. Could not get a better performance. And so the big guns have sat out the last 7 minutes. Petrarca, Oliver, Gawn and Lever. Simon Goodwin said, enough from you guys. That was about 7.5 minutes remaining in this match, and you can see the logic in that. The siren is going to sound shortly. Short one is on, and Jack Bowie, the young man, might have ball in hand. He goes out wide and finds James Jordan. So it will be the D's who go through to their first grand final in 21 years. It's a 57-year premiership drought, and they're one win away from it. Melbourne, 83-point winners over the Cats in the prelim.
It's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Should all acquaintance people go, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
Melbourne by 27 at quarter time, 29 at the half. They kicked 8 goals to zip in the third term, where Big Maxi kicked his third, fourth his fifth. They led by 78 points. And in the end, they run out winners 19-11, 125 to Geelong 6-6-42. Melbourne by 83 points. Pickett kicked 3, Rich kicked 2, Cameron kicked 2 for the Cats. But the star of the show, Max Gawn, career best before today was 3. He kicked 5 goals. Viney had 34 disposals, Petrarca 32, Dangerfield 29 and Smith 26. But it is an enormous 83-point win in front of 58,599 people. I no doubt we'll hear from Max Gawn very shortly, courtesy of the 7 Network. And here he is, Big Maxi.
In your eyes, that you've just booked your spot in the 2021 AFL Grand Final in 2 weeks' time. How do you sum up the feeling?
Yeah, that was a pretty long wait. 2 weeks in quarantine in a little cage, little facility in Joondalup up there, and we just really wanted to come out here and play. It was a very, very nerve-wracking 2 weeks. The rivalry that we have with Geelong, the last 5 games have been genuinely crazy, and I'm ecstatic for this group. It means so much to the supporters, means so much to everyone back in Melbourne that are doing it tough. We got staff members back at home, we got family back at home, and this is for them,
Let's delve into that a little bit more, though. As you said, your supporters, your members, your family at home, your past players and coaches. 57 years is a very long time, and next week you'll have the opportunity to break that drought. So,
yeah, we did. We're 1 from 2. This Perth hub, we want to be 2 from 2. We want to be able to win the grand final, which is next week. That's what the target is. Obviously, this is nice. We got 50,000 Melbourne people here, and this is really nice. But we haven't broken the drought until we do something in 2 weeks, and that's really what we're looking forward to.
For you personally, Ruckturn Rover, 5 goals, Maxi. It's not a bad night to put out one of your career best performances, is it?
I haven't done that before. I'm not normally a goal kicker, and got on the end of some of them. Like that stoppage goal, I probably won't be able to do ever again in my life. So, some standing performances. James Harmes was super today, Angus Brayshaw. Like, this is why I play footy now, watching these boys that didn't get a gig out. Nathan Jones is running out. It's just, that's why we play footy, and only 22 of us get to play in 2 weeks' time, but we represent that whole group.
Congratulations, Max. I'll let you go and soak this all in, but we'll see you in 2 weeks' time.
Thanks, Ab.
Great scenes on the Harvey Norman as the Cats leave the ground. Unfortunately, I reckon it was Adam Tomlinson out on the ground, Nate, in tears.
He was.
Reflecting on what could have been for him. And here's Jack Viney with Nat 5.
Unbelievable. To play in front of I would say, predominantly a Melbourne crowd. The boys played so well tonight. On a big occasion, puts us through to a grand final. So I don't think it's quite sunk in just yet. Still hyped up from the game, but unbelievable performance, and I'm sure everyone back home in Melbourne's really enjoyed it as well.
We're about halfway through that third quarter. You knew you were playing in the grand final. What was the mindset?
It was just to keep going, to be ruthless, to not change really. We had a really handy lead, and it's easy in those situations to go away from your game plan, but we just wanted to keep executing contest after contest, so really proud of how the boys played.
You've got D's fans all over the country, they're supporting you home. What's your message for them?
I hope you guys are just enjoying the ride with us. So great to have a crowd here tonight. I know there's so many D's fans back home cheering from their living rooms, so one more to go, and hopefully give you guys plenty more to smile about in the coming weeks.
Great work, Jack. Enjoy the win. Back to you, Abby.
Thanks to Nat and Jake, courtesy of the 7 Network. So Melbourne will play 1 game in a month, too. sort of that setup one. They've got 2 weeks now. They've played here and they had last week off, so they'll play one game of football in a month.
Yeah, but there's a day either way where it becomes 3 games. I understand what you're saying. So you go a week off, play a week off, and again. So if you take it from the day after you won the first final to the day before the grand final, you're effectively going the best part of 4 weeks, aren't you? But look, they've played a couple of great finals. I mean, this to me looked like a peak performance. You just hope that they can, if they replicate anything like this in the grand final, Brownie, you have to say they win it.
It's going to be hard to see them not winning it, but they're still going to win it. They're still going to come up against either a side, which is Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs, who have been outstanding all year. So they come up against 2 really good sides next week. But, I mean, they've got one hand in there at the moment. They're already in there. They're the best defensive side. But I haven't seen them attack like they did tonight. When they put the foot down tonight, their attacking game was awesome.
Stephen May out on the ground, no strapping, no ice, just wandering around with his teammates. Both Max and Jack commented on the crowd. Predominantly Melbourne.
Yeah, it was
fans everywhere.
Yeah, big Melbourne contingent, wasn't it? I think they've done a pretty good job. They did last week in Adelaide as well of tapping into the local fans as well and trying to create a bit of vibe over there. So the 2-week break is massive. You know, we haven't seen that before going into a grand final, have we? We've had the break before the start of the final series. As we look at Nate Jones, that's an emotional look, isn't it? Someone who's dedicated their life 300 games for this moment. He's just fallen so agonisingly short. He clearly won't take any part in the grand final now, barring some sort of miracle.
Jake Melksham's another one. 197 games, Jake Melksham. He's been around since 2010. He's not going to play either.
They won't make any changes that aren't injury provoked. Everyone's played their role. You can't sit there and criticise anyone for the part that they played in this performance. They're playing their role. So as much as there is sentiment in the game, the bottom line is you're trying to win a flag for the first time in 57 years. So who's doing the job? The incumbent players are doing the job right now.
Joel Smith is the interesting one, isn't he? Because they clearly see him in their best 18 players. How bad's his hamstring? He gets a couple of weeks to try and prove his fitness.
He would be the only one, I suspect. Unless, of course, Stephen May doesn't come up or finds himself injured. I think Joel Smith's the interesting one.
Michael Hibbert comes in, does the job. You've got Tom Sparrow, who I thought took his chances tonight when they presented him.
We said Michael Hibbert spent the majority of the night on Jeremy Cameron. He wasn't a factor. So the D's going down the rooms. We'll bring you the song from McDonald's Marine Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy, Macca's. The Monopoly game at Macca's is back game on. This is, of course, brought to you in the Triple M Amy review. Amy, who covers cleaners, Amy does. Lucky you're with Amy. As the Demons, led by Big Max, who kicked 5 goals in a preliminary final.
Big skinny Max.
Yeah, big skinny Max.
104 kilos of...
pride for skinny men and women all around the country at the moment. A lot of pride in Max. Let's go to the Demons early and just try to sort of soak this up. And turn it up, Jace, down the rooms there. Winners, the Demons, Chief. I've been threatening for 22 weeks to open up the lines, but various relays have got in the way, so we haven't been able to do that. But at the moment, I believe, on the 13353, we've got Nick on the line, long-suffering Demons fan, just to give us a feel for what Melbourne supporters over here in the East are feeling. Mark Howard here. Is that you, Nick?
Howie, what am I watching? What am I watching? This is unbelievable. We've got bloody Polly Farmer running around out there, Max Gorn doing Dusty Martin things. Harry Petty's 21 years old, holding down a key back when May does his hammy. And we've got the best 2 midfielders in the comp. I'm trying to keep a lid on it here, but it is unbelievable.
I love it, Nick. At what point did you think it was happening? And talk us through the third quarter when Maxi kicked those 3 in a row in your lounge room, which I presume is in Melbourne, mate.
Mate, I am. I'm in Melbourne, and I had dinner at 4 o'clock this afternoon because I felt too sick to eat any closer to the footy. Mate, I still didn't believe until halfway through the last quarter. I've got Stockholm syndrome as a D supporter, and it is just unbelievable feeling. I'm so devastated I can't be there, but mate, I'll take a flag if we can get one anywhere.
And Nick, with everything that everyone's suffering here in Melbourne and Victoria and around Australia, really, you can't leave your home. But by gee, in 2 weeks you can watch your team in a grand final. It'll give a lot of people a lift, I presume, and you're one of them, mate.
Mate, absolutely. And I think what the club's done so well is they've tried to include all the fans the whole way along. And, hub life for these guys is really tough and for their families and whatnot. But, I feel really included and I do feel really a part of it as a supporter. So a big thank you to the Melbourne Footy Club. And, guys, one bloody more.
You got a bit of song to take us to the break for us? You got a bit of the old red and the blue? Go on, Nick, fire it up, son.
I will get stitched up.
Nah,
so
come on, mate. Give us a crack.
It's a grand old flag. It's a... that's enough for me, gents.
It was good, mate. Hey, well done, Nick. Thanks for calling in, mate. Enjoy the 2 weeks and enjoy everything ahead for you and your footy team.
Good on you guys. Thank you very much and great call.
Good to get the 1333, the Triple M open line open now. I loved it.
Well, we are very privileged to work in football, but when you hear calls like that, just what it means, the average bloke that's doing his thing,
just looking at an emotional Gary Loinchop up there who's soaking in the atmosphere inside the Melbourne Footy Club rooms, and it's an emotional game, Chief. When you haven't seen the side achieve anything for a long period of time. I know you don't have emotions, Chief, but most of us humans just get a little bit into this from time to time. Haven't seen the loin chop look like that for a while either.
And I tell you, you'll have a smile on his face when Nate starts booking those gigs for him. I reckon I'm picking him 150 in the next 2 weeks. 150. I reckon 10 functions, 15 grand a pop. Easy. We'll take a break here. Don't worry, we'll come back. We'll open up 133353 depending on a couple of relay situations. Thanks to Nick. Melbourne by 83 points. They're into their first grand final since the year 2000. McDonald's and Remont Water. Triple M Rocks Footy.
That quarter for Kennards Hire. Did Kennards Hire make your job easy? Kenno.
For Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks Finals Footy.
Built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream.
This Triple M listener has just won $10,000 by listening to the Marty Sheargold Show.
Here we go, Bill. What are your numbers?
9316.
Pin. Correct.
We won it! I could hug you all now.
Now we're reloading the vault and resetting the pin.
5, 2, 8, 3.
Another $10,000 Monday morning between 8 and 8:15 on Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. During the lockdown, all our Melbourne stores are open for both trade and contactless pickup 7 days a week. Yes, all National Tiles Melbourne stores are open for both trade and contactless pickup 7 days a week. As best we can, National Tiles is continuing to support Melbourne's trade and retail tile buyers during the lockdown. National Tiles, trade and contactless pickup at all our Melbourne stores 7 days a week.
Get set for footy with IGA Liquor. 24-pack of 4X Gold, just $42. 700ml Smirnoff Vodka Red Label, $38. And Jim Beam and Cola 10 packs, $35. Only at IGA Liquor until Tuesday, September 14. Drink responsibly.
If you own land and want to know how to maximise its wealth potential, just call Metricon today. Right around Victoria, Metricon are the experts in helping people build 2 or more homes on their land. We'll show you how to make the best use of your property, support you from beginning to end, and help you with the council. So get Australia's #1 home builder behind your new home development. Just call 1300 Metricon or search Dual Lock by Metricon today. CDBU 52967.
Bring the stadium home for the footy finals now at Harvey Norman with up to $500 in Harvey Norman gift cards on selected home entertainment. Catch all the action on the frame. Samsung 65-inch QLED Smart TV. Now $1,995, save $500. Plus bonus $100 gift card. Hear the roar with Samsung's 3.1 2-channel soundbar with subwoofer. Now just $695 plus bonus $25 gift card. Up to $500 in gift cards on selected home entertainment now at Harvey Norman.
Hey, Frank, these Adventure Kings camper trailers are tough as.
Sure are, Jono, and you can customise them so they're ready to go just the way you want them.
Get into the 4-Wheel Drive Super Centre now and we'll hook you up with a brand new Kings camper in time for Christmas for just $14,995. Plus, we'll give you a $1,000 voucher to help you accessorise it your way. Only while stocks last, online or in store at 4-Wheel Drive Super Centre now.
I'm calling mine the Jono.
Are you a qualified electrician or gas fitter looking for an opportunity to get your career cooking? Right now, the Oven Repairman is looking to add to its growing team of qualified technicians. Step out of the cold and work indoors. Enjoy work-life balance with no weekend work, your own vehicle, great pay, full training and a team to support you. Time to step into a new career and a new lifestyle. Google the Oven Repairman.
Who can get you cooking again? The Oven Repairman can.
Join Self-Wealth. From balanced ETFs to the power to trade on the ASX and US markets, we've got you covered on one intuitive platform. No percentage commission fees and the security of CHESS sponsorship. It's your access pass to safe and secure investing. Selfwealth.com.au.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
The Triple M footy review. Amy. Who covers clangers? Amy does. Lucky you're with Amy.
83-point win to Melbourne. They're into their first grand final since the year 2000. An extraordinary performance. Max Gawn kicked 5. And it was a dominant win by the Cats. Chief, as he just gets ready to fire, and things got a bit away from us in the break. Oh, mate Nath, didn't he?
He did, and he broke a cardinal rule. And he's still happy with himself for doing it.
That's one of the few rules that we've got at Triple M. It goes back a long way.
What's the rule?
The rule is that you don't let one rip in the commentary box.
He didn't just let it rip. He ground it out on the back of Chew's head, which is just unheard of.
Chew's got a part in his head.
He's trying to put me out of the grand final.
Could be a concussion.
It's disgraceful.
Nath, you got the votes.
My guts was all screwed up.
Yeah, no. Well, who's got the votes?
I gave one vote tonight to Jack Viney, who had 34 disposals. I thought he was outstanding. 5 tackles. 2 votes to Christian Petrarca. He was brilliant, particularly in the first half. I think he had 24 at half time. Actually slowed down a bit after that, but 32 disposals and 1 goal too. And if I could have given him 1 and 2 and 3 as well, I think Max Gawn was the best man on the ground.
Yep, hard to argue, Nath. We were going to go to the relays, but unfortunately the team at Triple M in Coonabarra Brown have got to go to their trout fishing show, so we can't do that tonight, Chief. Melbourne Storm, 40-12 winners over Manly, so they're into another preliminary final, thanks to Choice Hotels around the grounds. What's on tomorrow, Noodles?
Not a lot, Howard. We're in lockdown at the moment, so I'll go and play some soccer with the kids down at the park. Bit of 2-on-2 action.
Maybe an etiquette and courtesy course.
For the kids?
For you.
For the kids.
I'm okay.
I don't see them running around cutting them on people's heads.
Watch a bit of racing tomorrow. It's a big day, Mackay Deba tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to a good race day. I've got a school interview on Zoom for Ava, grade 5 going into year 7, so I'll prepare.
Not going to do year 6.
I'll prepare her
I suggest that you stay away from the interview.
Get Christina to do it?
I think, leave that to Mum, I reckon.
Yeah, well, I think Christina wanted me there to...
Yeah, I think she really wants you there.
They can see who's on there.
What about you, Chewy? What do you got?
Well, first full weekend, about 6 months, so Mrs. Chew's got a number of domestic chores for me to take care of, Howie.
Good, Chewy.
And then I'll sit back, relax, watch the Port Adelaide v Bulldogs prelim.
Were you trying to say that your wife wanted you there and they'd say, oh, that's Nathan Brown, we better let his daughter come to the school?
That's what I was intimating, yes.
Oh. I thought that's what he said. What do you got on tomorrow, Big Chief? You got a big
Oh, no,
game
I've got an early start. I got an early start tomorrow.
What do you got on?
I'll be up by at least 11 o'clock. So need to watch the races.
Right.
Need to do a little bit of work for something we're doing on Sunday on Fox. And
what's your best tomorrow, Chief, for all the listeners out there?
We couldn't give them one like that.
Right. What are you doing on Sunday on Fox?
I've got a couple of crackers too. We're doing a longest kick competition with all the Fox boys.
Really?
Not all.
The Fox footy, not all of them, but most of them.
Because I didn't know about it, so it's not all.
They didn't want you to kick.
Right. Okay.
You could have been a goalpost if they needed.
See, this is more skinny shaming. More skinny shaming. And the skinniest man on the field stuck it up you tonight. Kick 5 back.
104 kilos.
He's
big
skinny.
man.
He's not skinny, mate.
Did change the sheets though tomorrow, Chief? You normally
No,
change
I changed them yesterday.
Really?
I love fresh sheets.
Don't
They're good.
do
Good feeling that, isn't it?
Don't do any late night vacuuming.
I changed them yesterday too.
Did you? Right. All right. Thanks for that. And what do you got on, Dash? You be calling the prelim.
I'm looking
Good luck.
forward to it.
Good luck.
Howie, look-
Unbiased tomorrow night.
Absolutely. Independently calling that one,
Who are
Howie.
you calling that with?
I'll be calling that with Richo, Hamish and Justin Lepich.
Who's got the grand final gig at Channel 7, Duke, for the
It'll
calling?
be JB and BT, who are currently in quarantine together. They're sharing some accommodation together, BT and JB.
How would they get on in that circumstance?
I think one of them will kill the other before grand final day.
There's only one that gets killed.
Well, that's true.
Sharing, isn't there?
Exactly.
I think we're done here. Well done to Leroy, the boys in the back row, Jace and Tunners.
Good
it has
call,
been
Skinny.
an 83-point, thanks, Chief, for more shaming, win to Melbourne, 83 points. And we'll leave you going into your weekend with a bit of big, skinny Max Gawn.
Petrarca, he's gone short to Max Gawn. It was touched off the boot. Max has played on because he saw it was touched.
Maxie!
What about that? That was Stevie J-like from Max Gawn.
Max Gawn's already kicked one cracker.
No way.
Max unloads it.
No!
It's out. What are we seeing here from Melbourne? Max has kicked 2 of his goals of his career.
This is the one that worries him. 8 metres out, no angle to concern him with. He can get a bit of right to left man. Why would you doubt Maxie? He's got 3, big Max.
As Max grabs it out of the ruck.
No.
Hurried snap. Max Gawn's got a career high 4, and 3 of them are fair dinkum. Your top shelfers. Max is lighting the whole show up.
D's are piling on. Max. Take it on. He's genuinely taking the piss, Max.
He is.
Genuinely taking the piss. How good is this?
Oh, please kick it. Please kick it, man.
Directly in front of the Optus Stadium. They're on their feet. They want goal number 5. Max Gawn's got 5.
Gary Rowan is
Max!
Max Gawn comes from nowhere. Barrels him in a tackle.
Gee whiz.
Danger's off. And Max, well, he's playing in another stratosphere at the moment, Chief.
Oh, put a cape on him, put a big S on his chest. This is ridiculous. I've never seen a man dominate like this.
If you were to give Brownlow votes tonight, Chief, he'd be the 3, 2 and the 1.
So it will be the D's who go through to their first grand final in 21 years. It's a 57-year premiership drought, and they're 1 win away from it.